and was ultimately suppressed by the first Grand Priest. Legacy, creator of Ultra Instinct, pioneer of the Super Saiyan bloodline, a divine being who battled the angels and refined a unique variant of angelic power evaluation. Born for battle, lived for battle. He fought all his life. Because of him, the Saiyan bloodline became glorious. After reading everything, Aishi froze for a moment, then slowly exhaled 2 words, freaking insane. This was genuinely insane. The first Super Saiyan, creator of Ultra Instinct, ruler of multiple universes, overthrew Zeno himself, even fought angels and forged his own form of angel power. This wasn't just legendary, it was absurd. And all of that power and potential now belonged to him. In a chapter 5454, after calming his mood, Aishi gently said, "Bind it." Understood. Host first time, binding grants you 5 for free. The system's voice echoed. Aishi felt a wave of comfort surge through his body, and immediately a new power flowed into him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tail appeared behind him. Aishi remained calm, totally normal. It'd be more abnormal if a Saiyan ancestor didn't have a tail. Afterward, Aishi inspected his body. His combat power had reached 10 ST. He had gained a few skills and a transformation. Yamoshi Kemp, Yamoshi Fist, and CH Yan, Super Saiyan 4. System, how do I raise Yamoshi's progress? Aishi asked curiously. Gogeta required specific story triggers. What about Yamoshi? Just fight strong opponents. Power is proven through royal might. The system responded. Fight strong opponents, huh? Aishi muttered slowly. Fine. Looks like he'd have to go out and pick fights on purpose. Up until now, he hadn't had the drive to do that. That innate Saiyan love for battle didn't seem to affect him too much. Aishi speculated maybe it was due to his past lives' experiences. They allowed him to suppress his inner bloodlust, but now it was different. He could feel it. The thrill for battle surged within him, his blood boiled with restless energy. If he didn't move, it felt unbearable. Ace's mouth twitched. Was this an addiction? At this moment, he finally understood how his son Goku must feel. This was really how it felt to be battle-addicted. The Scion's love for combat, Aishi left his home, heading toward the Capsule Corporation in West City. If he needed a fight, then he'd go pick one. He wanted to ask Tights where she had seen Reggie last time on the edge of the Northern Root River. Instead of waiting for Reggie to come to Earth, why not go to him? They'd end up fighting anyway. Arriving at Capsule Corporation, Aishi knocked a few times. Before long, a tall, cute woman stepped out. Tights. When Tights saw who it was, a smile appeared on her face. Aishi? Hey, Aishi smiled. Tights smiled back. Hello, Aishi. This is our second time meeting. She paused. Who are you looking for? You. Me? Tights blinked, pointing to herself in confusion. Aishi nodded. Yeah, I have something I'd like to ask you. Still puzzled, Tights moved aside and said, Come in and sit. We'll talk slowly. Aishi nodded and entered without refusing. As soon as he stepped inside, the luxurious aura overwhelmed his senses. No wonder it was the richest family's home, following Tights inside. Aishi gave her outfit a once-over. She wore a sapphire blue top and a white lace-pleated skirt. Youthful and energetic, totally in line with her personality. Ace's gaze lowered slightly. Not bad at all? Tights turned back and asked with a curious frown. What's not bad? Ace's expression remained calm as he looked at a painting on the wall. I meant this painting, it's really good. Tights looked over and chuckled. It is, isn't it? That's a master's work. On the couch, Tights had Aishi sit down while she went to prepare some tea. Once the tea was served, she finally asked, So what's this about? Aishi, why did you come to see me? Her tone was casual, though tinged with a trace of distance. Aishi noticed, but didn't take it to heart. I want you to take me to the place where you last saw Reggie before he could finish. Tights' expression changed, and she refused at once. No, I don't want to go back there. Aishi looked at her and said seriously, You only need to show me the way. You don't have to go all the way to Reg's location with me. Tights hesitated. After a while, she sighed and nodded. All right, but you have to protect me. No problem. Aishi smiled confidently. And just like that, He and Tights set off for the edge of the universe where Reg resided. Because Tights couldn't survive in space, Aishi traveled with her by spaceship. It was a bit slower, but he did get to enjoy the company of a beautiful woman. The journey was long, and in a blink, over 10 hours passed. Aishi lay on a lounge chair, eyes closed in meditation. From nearby came the soft sound of water dripping. Tights was taking a shower. Through the translucent glass door, a hazy silhouette could be seen. Aishi clicked his tongue. Was that necessary? Before long, the sound of running water stopped. Tights stepped out, her body wrapped in a bathrobe, steam still rising from her skin. Her bare feet were wet, and her cheeks slightly flushed. Sorry for taking so long. You can use it now, she said. Aishi looked over, and the first thing that met his eyes were a pair of pale, slender legs and a cute, charming face. Aishi smiled. No problem. He entered the bathroom and saw a fully equipped space. Nothing was missing. As the saying goes, small as a sparrow, yet fully functional. This was Tights' personal ship. Bulma had specially built it for her with a sci-fi aesthetic and hints of girlish style. Unlike Goku or Vegeta's ships, there were no gravity chambers here. As Aishi took off his clothes and was about to turn on a shower, he glanced to the side and spotted a few garments on the laundry machine. Lace-trimmed panties, still warm. Definitely just taken off. Aishi naturally wasn't some creep hood mess with someone's underwear. He tossed them into the washer for auto-cleaning. Then he started his shower. Outside, after drying her hair, Tights walked to her wardrobe to change. She spread her arms, and her bathrobe fell to the ground. A tall and curvaceous figure was revealed. Admiring her reflection in the mirror, Tights smiled. Beautiful. Then she began looking for clothes. But no matter how carefully she searched, she couldn't find what she was looking for. Tights frowned. Weird, I was sure I brought a lot. Where'd they all go? Left with no choice, she put on what she considered the most modest outfit. Hope Aishi doesn't notice before long. Aishi finished a shower and came out. He didn't take long, less than 10 minutes. When he came out, he saw Tights heating up food. On the spaceship, all meals were pre-packaged, just needed warming. The taste wasn't as good as fresh food, but still acceptable. On a spaceship, what more could you ask for? Food and drinks were all you needed. You're done? Come eat. Tights waved him over. Aishi smiled. All right. He turned to look at Tights. She now wore a white t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts. Ace's expression grew a little odd. Was Tights always this bold? He didn't think too hard about it and joined her at the table. In a chapter 55, the two of them sat casually on the floor, chatting idly. And just like that, their feelings began to warm up quickly. Because the cabin had heating, Tights' cheeks were slightly flushed. Aishi, what kind of girls do you like? Aishi smiled. Girls like you. Tights fell silent. Then her willow-like brows lifted slightly as she glanced skeptically at Aishi. Is that how you won the hearts of 18 and 21? Aishi shook his head. Of course not. Tights snorted coldly. Oomph. Don't think he'll fall into your trap. There's no way he'll be with you. Aishi looked regretful. Oa's expression turned a bit gloomy. Seeing that, Tights paused. Was I too harsh just now? After hesitating a bit, she mumbled, It's not like it's impossible. Ace's lips curled slightly, though he feigned surprise. Really? Tights didn't answer, merely stayed silent. Is he serious? Should I actually agree? To be honest, her first impression of Aishi was very good. But then she learned that he was already with 18 and living under the same roof with his so-called disciple, 21. Whether 21 was really a disciple or not, she didn't know, but she was stunningly beautiful. She couldn't believe nothing had happened between them. In short, after learning Aishi was taken, she had convinced herself to back off. But now, chatting like this, why was she suddenly falling for him again? Tights suddenly shook her head, forcing herself to wake up. Then she stood slowly and said, It's getting late, we should rest. Her movements were wobbly, she could barely stand straight. Aishi immediately stepped forward. You're drunk. Let me help you. Tights quickly waved him off. No need. I can manage. Swaying unsteadily, she made her way toward her room. But just as she passed the bathroom whoosh, she lost her balance and slipped. She had stepped on a puddle of water left from her earlier shower. She had basically tripped herself. Before she could fall, Aishi appeared in front of her in a flash and caught her just in time. His strong hands landed on her waist. Tights leaned against his broad chest, her face instantly burning, heart racing. Thanks, she looked down, flustered. Aishi smiled but didn't say anything. In his heart, he activated a thought, transforming Krinoa's charm into unknown state. In the next moment, a subtle pink aura coated his hand, Miriokati, charm hand. Immediately, Tight's whole body shivered. A warm flush spread across her cheeks. What is this strange feeling? Oh no! Tights stared at nothing, doubting reality. What was happening to her? Aishi noticed her reaction and smiled faintly. Deep affection can't win heart's beauty does. He asked gently, are you alright? Tights shook her head lightly. Whispering, I'm fine. I'll take you to bed, Aishi said softly. Then, in one smooth motion under Tights' startled gaze, he scooped her into his arms. Again, Tights felt half desperate. After gently placing her onto the bed, Aishi asked, feeling better? As soon as his hand left her body, Tights immediately felt that odd warmth vanish. A strange emptiness washed over her. She gave a small nod. Much better. Aishi stood up. Then I'll head out, but before he could take a step, Tights quickly said, don't go. He looked back at her. Tights lowered her head, her face red, voice soft. Can you stay with me a bit longer? Aishi chuckled, of course. They chatted for a while longer, mostly about random everyday things. Then Tights hesitated. Could you massage me a little? Right after saying it, she felt like dying from embarrassment. What did I just say? Today didn't feel like her at all. Aishi raised an eyebrow. This charm ability is really that powerful? Then he nodded with a smile. Sure. Or is it uncomfortable? It'll help. Tights let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, Aishi didn't seem to catch on. She pointed. My stomach. Aishi nodded, then gently pressed his pink aura glowing hand against her flawless, delicate abdomen like a work of art. He began massaging softly. Tights closed her eyes, long lashes fluttering. She held on to Ace's hand, whispering, don't go. No one knew how much time passed. X by the time they woke again. It was already the next day. Tights suddenly sat up in shock and looked around. Sure enough, there was someone lying next to her, and she was completely unclothed. Tights felt like crying, but had no one to blame. After all, she was the one who asked Aishi to stay. Still, she couldn't just let this go. She nudged him gently. Aishi, wake up. Aishi had actually been awake for a while. He just let her play out the little scene on her own before stirring. He opened his eyes slowly, a ray of light catching in his gaze. What's wrong? Tights met his gaze and instantly turned scarlet, pulling the blanket up to cover herself. Don't look. Aishi chuckled. You don't need to hide. She was speechless. Then, Aishi leaned forward and gently pulled her into his arms. He'll take responsibility. Hearing those soft words in her ear, all of Tight's frustration melted away. She buried her face into his chest and whispered, okay. Aishi felt his heart melt completely. Too adorable, he gently pushed her back. She looked at him in confusion, but he grinned and said, since we're legally married now, should we have our first dance? Tight's cheeks flushed. When the two reappeared. It was already evening. There was no sun in space, so it was hard to tell time. But they still maintained their routine. Tights glanced out the window, brow raising. Aishi, look at that planet out there. It looks so strange. She pointed at it. Aishi blinked and leaned closer, peering out the window. As soon as he saw it, his eyes lit up. That planet was massive, easily 10 times the size of Earth. Its surface was grayish-brown, riddled with impact craters. Harsh climate, uninhabitable. But as someone who knew Dragon Ball's plot inside and out, Aishi recognized it instantly. That's a Super Dragon Ball, the very ones used for the tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7. He never imagined he'd randomly stumble upon one like this. He kissed Tights on the cheek. This is a Super Dragon Ball thanks to you. Super Dragon Ball? Tights didn't mind the kiss after all. Head kissed her who knows how many times already. What she was curious about was the Dragon Ball itself. Aishi smiled. Let's fly over. Tights nodded. Okay. She tapped a few commands on the ship's control panel. and they slowly descended toward the barren, giant sphere. Upon landing, Aishi released Kami no Chikura, God Power, around Tights, shielding her from the planet's harsh conditions. A strong wind blew across the surface. Tights glanced at him with a bit of confusion. As Bulma's older sister, she wasn't unfamiliar with these things. She had seen Dragon Balls before, but this didn't look like a Dragon Ball at all. Ishi shukad, don't worry. Then he pulled out a universal capsule and held Tights in his arms as they flew up into the air. Aishi said calmly, now it's time to witness a miracle. He raised a hand, his eyes narrowing, voice low. Kai, airwave. Instantly, a terrifying wave of ki surged from his palm, a tremendous blast of air pressure. This was Kai technique used to blow away the dirt and debris covering the Super Dragon Ball surface. End of chapter. Chapter 5656, as Ace his aura sword, a boundless, overwhelming energy burst forth from within him. In just an instant, the soil, formed from accumulated meteorites, was blown away in a violent shockwave of blinding radiance, like that of the sun itself, erupted from Ace's body, illuminating the entire dim galaxy. A massive Dragon Ball with 4 stars slowly floated into view. This was none other than the Super 4-Star Ball. Seeing this, Tights couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Her pupils shrank as her face filled with astonishment. This is a Super Dragon Ball. No wonder she was shocked. This one Dragon Ball alone was dozens of times larger than the Earth she lived on. What the hell do you have to eat to become this big? Aishi nodded slightly. That's right, it's the 4-Star Ball. Tights still found it hard to believe. So you're telling me there are 7 of these scattered across the universe, just like the ones on Earth? She paused for a moment. And they can also summon a Shenron and grant wishes? Aishi nodded again. Yes. According to legend, the Super Dragon Balls can fulfill any wish. Tights was stunned. Today had truly opened her eyes. If the 7 handheld Dragon Balls could summon a planet-sized Shenron, then what kind of absurd scale would the Shenron summoned by these supernova-sized balls be? One that could devour the entire universe. Just the thought made her shiver. Aishi gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Normal people can't gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls. They're incredibly hard to find, cost a huge amount of time and effort, and even if you do collect them, you still need to speak the divine language to make a wish. You practically get one shot. Hearing this, Tights finally let out a sigh of relief. If someone really used these for evil, that would be terrifying. Aishi, then what do we do with this one? Just leave it here? She looked toward him and asked. Aishi furrowed his brow and glanced at the Super Dragon Ball. It was enormous and a bit of a pain after a moment's thought. He said, let's hide it somewhere and mark the coordinates. Welcome back for next time. After speaking, Aishi used telekinesis to gather surrounding meteorite material and layered it over the Super Dragon Ball like camouflage. Once it was completely hidden, he left a spatial coordinate marker to track it later. Right now, there were only a handful of beings in the entire universe who had the means to locate a Super Dragon Ball. He wasn't too worried about it being found. Aishi dusted off his hands, looked at his handiwork, and smiled. Perfect. Tights' mouth was slightly agape. She had personally watched Aishi clear the field and then manipulate cosmic matter like it was child's play. Was this really something a human could do? Aishi patted her again and smiled. All right, don't be so shocked. Let's hurry and get to the outer rim of the universe. Tights snapped out of it, her pretty face flushing red. She glared and smacked Ace's hand. Fine, let's go, but don't touch me like that. Aishi laughed. What's wrong with a little pat? Tights blushed deeper, lowered her head, and muttered. Forget it ever happened. With that, Aishi summoned the universal spaceship from the dimensional capsule, and the two entered. After a few moments of configuring the controls, the ship rocketed forward, dashing across the stars at incredible speed. In a blink, they crossed countless light years back at the original location. Just after the two left, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the cosmic void. They looked quite similar in appearance and attire to Beerus and Whis Clearly, another god of destruction and angel pair. However, this god of destruction was very fat. Comically fat, in fact. And the angel beside him was tall and slender, with a graceful figure, a cool temperament, and alluring curves. Her bluish-purple skin gave her an exotic, mysterious allure. These two were none other than Kampa and Vados, the god of destruction and angel of Universe 6. Looking into the cosmic void ahead, Vados smiled softly and spoke in a gentle tone. Lord Kampa, it seems we arrived just a little too late. They've already left, she sighed and shook her head. It's your fault, Lord Kampa. You're too fat, so we ended up late. Kampa's face twisted in frustration. Vados, you've got some nerve blaming me. You were the one who pushed me halfway through the trip. Vados folded her arms with a huff. Humph. No good deed goes unpunished. Huh? I was only trying to get you to exercise a little for your own health. And now you're blaming me? How rude. Kampa. His face turned black. Constantly getting mocked about his figure, he was fed up with it. He grunted, enough nonsense. Where's the wish orb? Didn't you say it was here? Vados stopped teasing and looked forward calmly. It's right in front of you. Kampa blinked, then looked toward the planet ahead and frowned. Vados, are you joking? That's a planet, not a wish orb. Vados sighed again. So now not only does Lord Kampa have weight issues, he has brain issues too? Kampa's face turned beet red. Cut the crap and explain it already. Vados rolled her eyes and replied flatly. Lord Kampa, have you ever looked closely at a Super Dragon Ball? Kampa paused. What do you mean? TCH, and you call yourself a destroyer who's blown up so many planets. You really can't tell the difference? Vados looked at him like he was a complete idiot. Then she gracefully raised her staff, spun it in the air, and pointed it toward the supposed planet. With a burst of divine light, all the surrounding meteorites and camouflaging matter were swept away, revealing the dazzling glow of the super 4-star ball beneath. Kampa's eyes lit up, so it was buried under a mountain of space debris. He looked toward Vados with excitement. Quick, Vados, store it. Vados nodded lightly. As you wish, Lord Kampa. With a wave of her staff, the Super Dragon Ball shrank into a beam of light and was absorbed into her scepter. Seeing this, Kampa grinned wide. Excellent. That's the 5th one. Just 2 more, and we'll have the full set. Vados smiled faintly. Almost there. After the initial excitement passed, Kampa suddenly turned and narrowed his eyes toward a particular direction. Vados, someone was here recently. Maybe we can follow them and find the others. He was convinced of his deduction. Kampa smirked proudly. I'm sure of it. Let's go. Vados, however, reminded him calmly, Lord Kampa, do remember we're in Universe 7. The implication was clear. Retrieving Super Dragon Balls was one thing, but crossing into another god's territory was quite another. This was Beerus' domain. Even if they just missed their chance, chasing someone across borders could be seen as an act of war. If Beerus caught them, Kampa hesitated, clearly annoyed. But after a moment of thought, he waved dismissively, TCH. Who cares? We're not stealing anything. We just want the coordinates to another Super Dragon Ball. Vados replied. And if he refuses to tell you? Kampa snorted. Refuse? He wouldn't dare. If he does, it'll just destroy him. Vados gave him a sideways glance. And that's not stealing? Hearing her constant disapproval, Kampa grumbled. Whose side are you on, Vados? All I want is the location of a Dragon Ball. It's just a human, we can off him easily. And so what if Beerus finds out? Vados fell silent for a moment, then shrugged. Well, you said it. Let's go then, Lord Kampa. The two turned into beams of divine light and shot off at terrifying speed in the direction Aishi had gone. So fast they practically warped space itself. Meanwhile, on the god of destruction's planet, Beerus was lounging behind a tree, surrounded by a veritable mountain of food. As he stuffed his face, he mumbled with tears in his eyes, This food, it's just too delicious. I've been living in misery all these years. Overwhelmed, Beerus grabbed another handful and shoved it into his mouth. He bit down hard. Crunch. Ow, that hurt. Beerus instantly screamed in pain and clutched his jaw. He looked down at the wrapper. The food was gone. His expression twisted. Damn it. He looked up into the sky and shouted, Whis. The pizza's gone. Give me another batch. Whis' body suddenly froze midair. Bang! Three figures collided at once in a tangle of limbs and voices. Whis, what are you doing? WHYD, you suddenly dodge. Goku pinched his nose and winced in pain. Beside him stood Vegeta and Broly. Whis chuckled, my apologies. Lord Beerus called for me. Then he floated gently downward to join the hungry destroyer. Goku rubbed his sore face and muttered, She's always like this. Vegeta grinned. Kakarot, if you keep talking behind Beerus' back, he'll make sure he hears every word. Goku's expression changed instantly. Whoa, Vegeta, let's talk about this. Broly watched the two goofballs from the side, smiling faintly. Over this time, the three had trained together, eaten together, and slept under the same stars and forged a deep friendship. In a chapter 5757 was glanced inside the dimensional space of his staff and shook his head with a hint of regret. Lord Beerus, I'm afraid the pizzas are all gone what? Beerus' pupils contracted. He stared in disbelief. Didn't we bring a ton of food? He even waved his arms to indicate the size. Whis simply replied, I'm not sure. Perhaps Lord Beerus just ate too quickly nonsense. That's impossible. I'm not. Beerus suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked up toward the three figures in the sky, eyes narrowing. Tell me, did you three eat it? The trio froze. Seeing their awkward expressions, Beerus let out a cold laugh. Uh-huh, so it was you. Just you wait. With a boom, his figure exploded upward. The ground beneath him shattered into craters. Seeing this, the trio's expressions instantly changed. Goku and Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, while Broly shifted into his regular legendary Super Saiyan form. Of course, the transformations weren't to fight back. They were to run. Why? Because they couldn't win. You think you can run? With three precise, divine smacks, Beerus easily knocked the trio into the ground like ragdolls. The three of them groaned in pain, flattened into the dirt. Beerus snorted coldly. Try stealing my food again, and next time it won't be this easy. At that moment, Whis' voice came through. Lord Beerus, come quickly. Beerus looked confused. What is it? Whis' tone was rare serious. Just look at this. Before them, a mysterious projection lit up. Beerus frowned. Huh, is that another Super Dragon Ball? Whis nodded. Not just that there's more. The footage accelerated. Beerus' expression darkened, as the scene clearly showed Kampa and Vados recovering a Super Dragon Ball. His eyes turned sharp with fury. So they really came to my territory and did whatever they pleased, huh? Whis added with a chuckle. It's clear from the footage my sister and Lord Kampa. Beerus slammed his palm down. Unforgivable. Let's go pay them a little visit. I'd like to see how many guts Kampa thinks he is coming here to mess around in my universe. Whis calmly added, they may already be aware of us watching them. Beerus sneered. So what? Coming here, chasing my people, do they think I won't do anything? Ignoring the three, still groaning in pain on the ground, the two blasted off in a beam of destructive divine energy. Inside the spacecraft, Aishi leaned back in the captain's seat, Tights sitting beside him. She was tapping away at the control console, asking the onboard AI, Little tower, what's our distance? The robot AI flashed with light and responded crisply, remaining distance to the southern galaxy's Pumby system, 1 trillion kilometers. Estimated arrival, 1 minute. Aishi raised an eyebrow. That fast? Tight smiled, of course. This is the latest design from Bulma. Thanks to the warp drive enhancements, it's super quick now. Planet Namek, 65 light years away, only took 5 days. Aishi nodded, once again marveling at the power of scientific genius. Soon after the spacecraft entered a new star system. And the very moment they crossed its border, Aishi felt something. A powerful, primitive energy surged toward him. His eyes narrowed. So this is Rigor, huh? TL, didn't know about this dude. It's from a Dojin. This guy wasn't suppressing his power at all, just letting it leak out freely. This was a first for Aishi. Maintaining full power at all times, a constant release, with no attempt to hide it. This man had guts. Tight's face paled. Although she wasn't a fighter, she still instinctively felt uneasy, like a mountain was pressing on her chest. Aishi immediately noticed, and with a wave of his hand, a stronger ki barrier surged out, shielding her from the pressure. Tights finally let out a breath. Geez, terrifying. This is why I said I'm never coming here again. She clutched her chest and added, ever. Aishi replied softly, don't worry, I'm here. The spaceship descended. We've arrived at planet Pumby. With that, the AI fell silent, likely due to local magnetic interference forcing shutdown. Aishi opened the hatch. The warm wind blew in as he stepped outside, Tights following close behind. The terrain was a vast, empty wasteland, no signs of civilization. Just endless sandstorms. Not exactly a livable place, but still a bit better than the vacuum zone. Just then several figures rapidly approached them from the distance. Leading them was a tall, burly, shirtless man with sharp features, a muscular build, and a face that looked uncannily like Vegeta's. He had a tail behind him. Following him was a scion woman in full battle armor, clearly his wife. Behind them were what appeared to be their children. As Aishi observed them, they did the same. The youngest daughter scowled and asked, "Who are you?" Rigger's expression didn't change. "Are you a scion?" Aishi nodded. "Yes." Rigger turned his attention to Tights and frowned. "You're that woman from before," Aishi calmly answered. "She's my woman." Rigger's face darkened. "Vegeta?" He didn't care about anything else, but he clearly heard that name. That name was a nightmare, a thorn that never left his heart. Next to him, Supa's expression turned ugly. "See? I told you she's from Earth. She's with Vegeta's spawn." He stood silently for a moment. At this point, there's no point in second-guessing. He looked at Aishi and Tights. "They've delivered themselves to our door." Hearing this, Ace's expression remained unchanged. Rigger's tone was icy. "Since you're connected to Vegeta and came here yourself, then I have no choice but to kill you." Aishi answered calmly, "You can try if you're capable." Rigger chuckled, clearly amused. He thought Aishi was ignorant. Rigger sneered, "I don't know where you crawled out from, but let me share something horrifying." He looked at Aishi, hoping to see panic or fear. But Ace's expression remained utterly calm. Rigger frowned. He thought Aishi was just pretending to be tough. After all, what kind of scion wouldn't be terrified by the idea of someone born with a power level of 50? 000. Aishi turned to Tights. "You should head back." Tights gave a small nod. She felt extremely uncomfortable here. Aishi touched her hand Zuin. He used Shunkan ID, instant transmission, to teleport her back to Earth. The Scion family's expressions all changed. He disappeared. "Rigor el dest son Orlan," shouted in surprise. But Rigger didn't react. He calmly said, "That's instant transmission. Look, he's back already." As he spoke, Aishi reappeared in the exact same spot. He and Rigger locked eyes. No one spoke. The air grew thick. Rigger narrowed his gaze. "Since you mentioned Vegeta, I assume you know our history." Aishi nodded without a word. Rigger grinned darkly. "I'm Vegeta's older brother. Branded a mutant from birth, the so-called ancient Scion Prince." Aishi nodded again. Supa's face turned grim. "No need to waste breath, Rigger. He's clearly here to challenge you, probably that woman's partner." Rigger agreed, looking at Aishi coldly. "So, Aishi, huh? You just saved me a trip to Earth. You'll be the first to die." Rigger had originally planned to go hunting soon, but it looked like prey had delivered itself instead. Aishi narrowed his eyes. "So, are you going to fight or not?" Rigger's face twisted. He stopped talking, and then a savage, ancient force burst from his body. A golden aura exploded into the sky. His ki was ferocious, carrying a primal power from a distant past. This was the aura of a warrior born from blood and fire, the mark of a true ancient scion. End of chapter. Chapter 5858. As the clash began, Ace's expression remained calm, though a glint of excitement flashed through his eyes. With the Yamoshi template integrated into him, he could instantly recognize Rigger's bloodline. This was the blood of the ancient scions, wild and overwhelmingly dominant. However, I possessed the primordial ancestor bloodline. Boom! In that moment, golden ki surged from Ace's body. But unlike before, this golden aura was deeper, richer, like the radiant glow of the sun's core. Instantly, the incoming pressure from Rigger's energy was completely dispersed. Across from him, the moment Ace's power exploded, Rigger's expression shifted drastically. He stared at Aishi, feeling a strange, uncontrollable discomfort like he was facing some ancient forefather. His face twisted. Damn it. Boom! As he shouted, Rigger stomped his right foot down violently, shattering the ground beneath him into fragments. And in the next instant, his body shot toward Aishi like a meteor, at a speed that defied physics. But Aishi didn't flinch. He stepped forward, meeting Rigger head-on. Bang! 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 The sky exploded with sonic booms as shockwaves rippled outward from the two fighters, smashing the atmosphere around them. A fierce wind roared across the barren plains below. Their fight was too fast for the naked eye. After one strike, they'd instantly shift positions and clash again. Below, Supa and her sons were utterly stunned. They couldn't see anything. Supa's expression darkened. She could only hear the terrifying explosions from above. Every time she tried to look, both fighters were already gone. Orlin, can you see anything? Is your father winning? Or that other scion? She turned to her eldest son. Orlin shook his head. No, Mom, I can't see a thing. Even though he was Rigger's own son and hailed as a genius, he couldn't follow this battle at all. Damn it, how can that scion be this strong? Supa clenched her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, high above, two hidden observers watched the battle with great interest. It was Kampa and Vados. Kampa's eyes widened slightly. These two humans are this powerful. Vados studied the fight carefully, her eyes narrowing. Lord Kampa, these two are not ordinary beings. Kampa blinked. What do you mean? Aren't they just two humans? Vados sighed, exasperated. Lord Kampa, you really with all your years still can't tell? Kampa, damn it, Vados. Enough with the sarcasm. What's so special about them? I'm not a Kaishin, I don't know all this stuff. Vados stopped teasing and said flatly, they're both Scions. Kampa froze. Scions? So what? Didn't his own universe have some too? Vados stared at the battlefield below. These aren't normal Scions. That wild, feral-looking one, that's a true ancient Scion. And the handsome, refined one? His energy feels like a mix between modern Scion Ki and something much older, primordial even. Kampa was completely lost. What are you even saying? Ancient Scions? Primordial Scions? What kind of nonsense? Vados just shook her head. Hopeless. Kampa scowled. Who cares what kind of Scion they are? I'm a god of destruction. I could erase both of them with one finger. Vados nodded absently. Yes, yes. Lord Kampa, you're the strongest in the multiverse. Kampa stopped talking, clearly annoyed. Vados' smirk deepened. Seeing him mad brought her joy. Oh right, she forgot to remind him that Beerus was already on his way. Vados thought about mentioning it, but seeing how grumpy Kampa was, she decided against it. Let him find out himself. Bang! Back on the battlefield, Aishi effortlessly dodged Rigger's attack and countered with a forward lunge boom. A devastating punch slammed directly into Rigger's abdomen, the force burying deep into his stomach. Gah! Rigger's pupils contracted in agony, clutching his gut in shock. He was too fast. Before he could recover, Aishi spun midair and delivered a brutal roundhouse kick to Rigger's face. The next instant crack. Rigger's face twisted from the impact as his body was sent flying, crashing violently into the earth below. Rumble. His fall shattered a mountainside, sending boulders tumbling and burying him beneath a cascade of rubble. High in the sky, Aishi clenched his fist. He could feel that his power was growing stronger with every blow, as if there was no limit. So this is the strength of the primordial bloodline? Crunch! Rigger threw off the stones pressing on his back and stood up slowly. He looked up at Aishi with a grim face. That punch was heavy and his speed was unreal. This guy was no weakling. Rigger wiped the blood from his lips and locked eyes with Aishi. You're strong, but I am one of the rarest warriors in Scion history. He closed his eyes. Now you'll witness the power of the legendary Super Scion. With a roar, his body tensed. Rah! Thunderous screams exploded from his lungs as veins bulged across his forehead. His ki surged upward in a violent eruption. Crack, crack, crack. A golden aura burst from beneath him. towering into the sky like a storm column. The winds howled, the earth shook, rocks were launched into the air, trees uprooted, everything tossed about in chaos. And then the light began to fade. Left behind was a deep red aura, shaped like wild jets of energy. Lightning crackled around his body, zzz. Zap! Aishi looked calmly, and what he saw was Rigor, now fully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His body was covered in thick red fur, exuding wild power and raw savagery. But this wasn't the normal SSJ, for it was leagues stronger, dozens of times more powerful. And unlike most SSJ 4S, Rigor's fur was dark crimson, a rare trait. Aishi had seen many Super Saiyan 4 forms. He could tell this one was special. Rigor inhaled deeply and said proudly, "You've waited long enough, this is Super Saiyan 4. Although I can use this strength in base form, transforming pushes it further." He pointed straight at Aishi. "Now it's your turn to suffer." Boom! He stepped forward and vanished. His speed was unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Aishi and threw a punch straight at his face. In a chapter 5959, facing the incoming punch fierce and blindingly fast, Aishi didn't dodge. He didn't even raise a hand to block. Boom! Rigor's punch, like a meteor crashing into Earth, smashed into Aishi's face with unstoppable force. KRAK. Aishi was sent flying, his body hurtling through the air and smashing through several mountain peaks before finally embedding deep into a rocky cliff. Back at the impact site, Rigor narrowed his eyes in confusion. Did he just give up? No resistance, no reaction. Had Aishi frozen in fear? Pathetic. It seemed this Saiyan couldn't even handle Super Saiyan 4. Well, let down. In the sky above, Kampa's jaw dropped. Did he transform just to get one shot? But what shocked him more was the energy radiating from Rigor's form. His aura is so wild and overwhelming. He glanced at the mountain where Aishi lay embedded. Did that other Saiyan just get completely annihilated? Vados gently rubbed her chin, then spoke thoughtfully. Not quite. I suspect he took that punch on purpose. Kampa blinked. On purpose? Is he insane? Vados nodded calmly. Judging from how he handled things earlier, it seems he's still holding back. Meanwhile, Aishi clenched the mountain wall and pulled himself out. Blood stained the corner of his mouth. His clothes were dusty and torn. His body ached. That punch from Rigor wasn't simple. It had clearly surpassed the God realm, perhaps even reaching into the divine threshold itself. But Aishi didn't care. He wiped the blood away, lips curling into a grin. His power was skyrocketing in mere moments. His strength had jumped from 10 to over 34. 770. And with every injury, more and more S cells surged through his body, feeding his battle high. He felt like a walking storm, a rational battle maniac, mind sharp and clear, filled with thousands of strategies and counterplans. He recalled something from his past life. If you had to fight a lunatic, would you rather face a mindless berserker or a cold, calculating madman with perfect logic? The answer was obvious, and Aishi was the latter. Suppressing his excitement, Aishi looked at Rigor. Rigor smiled arrogantly, convinced Aishi was nearing defeat. What's wrong? Ready to surrender? Aishi gave a small laugh. You really think too highly of yourself. With that, he stepped forward, body flashing through the air like lightning, his fist already aimed for Rigor's vitals. Bang! But Rigor didn't even flinch. Too slow. He sidestepped with ease, avoiding the strike, and retaliated with a punch of his own, a devastating blow. Laced with his full Super Saiyan 4 power, Ace's form suddenly shimmered, becoming translucent, layered like an afterimage. Rigor's punch missed entirely. His eyes widened. What? Was it a clone? A warp? An afterimage? Before he could figure out, Ace's real body solidified right in front of him, driving a vicious punch straight into Rigor's abdomen. Thump! Rigor grunted slightly, feeling a pang of pain. Nothing serious, but still surprising. And then Aishi struck again. Then again. His form flickered unpredictably, his strikes a blur fast, precise, relentless. Rigor gritted his teeth. The hits didn't hurt much, but they were annoying. Like being swarmed by a cloud of mosquitoes, irritating, distracting, impossible to swat. Damn you. Rah. Boom. With a roar, Rigor unleashed a massive shockwave, blasting Aishi away. Panting, he glared at him. What the hell was that just now? Aishi only smiled, saying nothing. That had been his new technique. Kaijitsuken, truth-falsehood fist of illusion and reality, interwoven as one. Phew, all right. Enough warm-up. Time for you to step down. He had used the fight so far to test his theories, and now he was ready to go all out. Common power alone wouldn't be enough to match Super Saiyan 4. It was time to unleash his strongest form. Rigor narrowed his eyes. What did you say? But Aishi didn't respond. Instead, his energy slowly began to rise. And then his fists clenched tightly, unleashing a surge of divine power from deep within. The entire planet began to tremble. From his feet, a deep blue aura exploded upward, roaring into the sky like a divine geyser. At the same time, Ace's body began to change. The overwhelming force of divine ki rippled in every direction. Massive arcs of golden lightning crackled around him, surging wildly through his aura. Zatsop, Zratsrak. Ace's eyes shifted upward. There, floating silently, were Kampa and Vados. When had they arrived? Aishi frowned, but didn't lose focus. Instead, he looked back at Rigor and said coldly, "Now, you'd better use your strongest form." Kampa and Vados were stunned the moment Aishi looked at them. They'd been spotted. Kampa gasped. So he really was holding back all along. Know this energy, how can he use divine power? And such pure, terrifying divine power. Kampa's expression twisted. He couldn't understand. Just moments ago, Aishi had seemed like a mere earthling. Now, he radiated strength, even he couldn't gauge. Vados narrowed her eyes. This scion is no ordinary being. First the primordial aura, then that strange illusion technique, now divine ki. After a pause, she added calmly, "Lord Kampa, it's possible he's even stronger than you." Kampa barked out, "Don't be ridiculous, Vados. He's a human. There's no way he's stronger than me." But his trembling cheeks betrayed his fear. Back on the battlefield, Rigor's brow had furrowed from the moment Aishi entered his deep blue state. Had never seen this form before. He couldn't even sense Ace's power anymore, and that was terrifying. "What is this form? Why can't I feel your energy?" Aishi replied coolly, "Deep blue. You can't sense it because it's pure divine power." Deep blue? Divine power? All of it was foreign to Rigor. But he wasn't stupid. He couldn't feel Ace's ki, but the pressure alone was enough to make his instinct scream. "Fine, Rigor growled. Then he'll go all out too." "Let go," Aishi said. Rigor slowly closed his eyes, lowering his arms. His energy began to build, surging higher and higher. Then his eyes snapped open. His fists clenched. Veins bulged from his forehead. Hurrah! Thunderous roars erupted from his throat as his energy skyrocketed. Boom! The ground shattered beneath him. A savage aura exploded around him, shaking the heavens. A powerful silver aura ignited at his feet, crackling with divine lightning. Zrak! Zrak! His hair lengthened, reaching down to his brow, changing from black to a brilliant silver white. His pupils and eyebrows turned silver. The fur on his body, once crimson, now gleamed a shining silver. Rigor looked toward Aishi, exhaling slowly. "This is Super Saiyan 5. Ace's eyes narrowed. So this is Super Saiyan 5. It wasn't just strong. It was absurdly powerful. Compared to his previous Super Saiyan 4 form, this power had multiplied by hundreds, maybe even thousands. This was going to be a real fight. End of chapter. Chapter 60. This entire scene, Kampa stared, jaw slack, utterly dumbfounded. He transformed again. His whole face was stuck in a "what is my life" kind of expression. How many times had these Scions transformed today? Every time they powered up, it was to a new, even higher tier. Kampa looked between Aishi and Rigor and muttered, "Vados, were these forms? Deep Blue? Super Saiyan 5? Vados narrowed her eyes. If I had to guess, Deep Blue is a divine-type Scion form, and Super Saiyan 5 is a primal-type form. Kampa frowned. Which one's stronger? Vados shook her head. Hard to say, but judging by them ID, say, Aishi is stronger. Kampa blinked. Why? What makes you think that? Vados replied plainly. Aren't you paying attention to their base forms? Ace's base strength is already overwhelming. He's handling Super Saiyan 5 with ease. Kampa was puzzled. I meant which form, Deep Blue or Super Saiyan 5, is more powerful. Vados replied, it depends. The form's potential is one thing, but base power matters most. Kampa nodded slowly. That makes sense. He was about to sit back and enjoy the show again when a cold, biting voice cut through the air behind him. Wow, Kampa, you sure know how to analyze a fight. Kampa, grinning smugly, replied. Of course. I'm practically an expert in this. Do you not even blush when you lie anymore? That voice. Kampa froze. He turned his head slowly and saw him. Beerus, standing right behind him. Kampa began sweating bullets. Beerus, what are you doing here? Beerus folded his arms. This is my universe. I'm not allowed in my own home? Kampa forced a smile. Of course you are. Haha. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Then what are you doing in my universe? Kampa's breath hitched. Damn it. Was he found out? He turned to glare at Vados, his face full of betrayal. You couldn't have warned me earlier? Trying to keep it together, Kampa laughed awkwardly. Oh, nothing much. Just sightseeing. Beerus sneered. Sightseeing? Huh. Sightseeing? While stealing my Super Dragon Ball? And chasing my people across galaxies? His eyes shifted downward to where Aishi and Rigor were locked in combat. Kampa felt a chill run down his spine. All his planning had gone to waste. Beerus had woken up. Damn it, why now? Wasn't this guy usually sleeping all day? Realizing the lie wouldn't hold, Kampa dropped the act. Fine. I came for the Super Dragon Ball. What of it? Beerus' face darkened. What did you say? Kampa braced himself. What can you do about it, huh? Beerus took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. You better watch yourself. His gaze then returned to Aishi. He had noticed Ace's energy instantly. Last time it was sky blue. Now it's deep blue. He was shocked by how fast Aishi had grown. Their last fight hadn't been that long ago. Now he was so much stronger. Then his eyes turned to Rigor, and upon seeing him, Beerus' expression shifted slightly. So this is Super Saiyan 5? He fell into a moment of thought. Impressive. Very impressive. Below Super was overjoyed. Yes, Rigor's gone Super Saiyan 5. Orlin and the other children were just as excited. Look, it's Dad's Super Saiyan 5 again. Can that Aishi guy even survive one hit? Kieran grinned proudly. Of course not. Dad's Super Saiyan 5 is unbeatable. Back on the battlefield, Aishi eyed Rigor's Super Saiyan 5 form. He couldn't help but recall how in the original story, Goku and Gohan struggled for ages trying to reach this level, and even then, the form had massive drawbacks. But Rigor? He was breathing steadily. Calm. No side effects at all. Aishi realized it must be his ancient bloodline. These return-to-origin Scions could transform naturally, without the toll normal Scions faced. Meanwhile, Rigor grinned arrogantly. In this form, no one has ever survived my attacks. With that, his body vanished in a silver flash, charging straight for Aishi at blinding speed. His silver aura roared behind him. His fists clenched, carrying the might of a war god. Boom! Aishi raised his hand calmly and caught the punch. The force still carried the wild, primal chaos of a Scion, but he stood firm. Aishi stared at him, voice cold. Your Super Saiyan 5 is strong, but today, you're destined to lose. Bang! In an instant, Aishi counterpunched. His fist slammed directly into Rigor's abdomen, sinking in with a bone-crushing thud. Rigor's eyes widened in shock. What? How could it hurt this much? Bang! 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 Aishi leaned in and delivered a rapid barrage of punches like a storm of relentless rain, each strike landing with surgical precision. Rigor howled in agony. Beerus' eyes narrowed slightly. As I thought, Ace is way stronger than last time. He knew better than anyone how dangerous this Scion had become. Vados tapped her delicate chin, then mused, both forms are powerful. But if it comes down to the individuals, there's no doubt. Aishi is the stronger one. She then glanced at Kampa, eyes half-lidded. In fact, I'd say Aishi might even be stronger than you, Lord Kampa. Kampa, his face darkened, but he didn't argue. He had the same feeling, that maybe he couldn't beat Aishi. But did Vados really have to say it out loud? Kampa glared at her. Back in the air, Aishi lifted both hands suddenly. His deep blue aura surged, lifting Rigor into the sky. Rigor's eyes shrank, his body completely immobilized. Explode. Ace's eyes narrowed as he whispered. Boom! A devastating explosion burst across Rigor's body. His entire frame detonated from the inside out. Resonant explosion, a move from Gogeta. Now powered by a destroyer-level Aishi, it was like a nuke used to swat a fly. Whoosh! As the smoke cleared, Rigor's figure emerged, broken and battered, covered in wounds, coughing blood. His eyes were wild. No. How? Even as Super Saiyan 5, he hadn't even scratched Aishi. Aishi looked at him calmly. One final attack. This ends now. Final attack? Ends now. You're kidding me. Rigor roared furiously. In the pride of the Saiyan race. You think I'll just lose like that? Take this. Rigor's scream echoed through the sky like thunder. His fist clenched HRRAHHH. Silver flames erupted from his body, soaring higher and higher. Boom! Rigor's aura spiked again, a hurricane of divine white ki tore across the battlefield, rending the sky. The ground cracked like glass, molten lava spewed upward from the fractures. Even the planet itself began to quake violently. This was Super Saiyan 5. Full power. Rigor slammed his palms together, aiming at Aishi. His eyes burned with rage. Big Bang Kika, Big Bang attack wave. Silver-white energy began to gather, a luminous sphere of destruction forming between his hands. The pressure it released was suffocating. Kampa jolted in the air, eyes wide. He gasped sharply. So strong. A fight of this level between humans? At this moment, Rigor's strength had clearly brushed the threshold of God of Destruction candidates. Beerus glanced sideways. What's the matter, Kampa? Scared? Kampa puffed up his chest. Don't be absurd. I'm a God of Destruction. You think I'd be scared of this? Vados chimed in sweetly. But Lord Kampa, you are weak. Kampa! His face twisted. Vados, quit saying nonsense. I'm not scared, all right. End of chapter. Chapter 61. Aishi stood calmly, staring at the terrifying energy wave surging toward him. His gaze was as serene as still water, not a single ripple of emotion in his eyes. The moment he activated his Shineo, Deep Blue, the battle was already over. The gap between Tier 10 and Tier 9 was like heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, Aishi could now crush hundreds, even thousands of Rigors without breaking a sweat. On the other side, Rigor glared at Aishi. Let's see how you take this. Boom! With a mighty thrust of both hands, he unleashed a Daibakahatsu Kika, grand explosion energy wave. Tearing through the sky with an earth-shattering roar, it barreled toward Aishi like a wild tempest, carrying the momentum of a collapsing mountain. As the massive energy blast drew closer, Aishi simply raised his hand. ZZT. A burst of blue light flared. Aishi summoned a beam of energy in his palm, brilliant, but plain in appearance. It wasn't anything fancy, just a casual energy wave. Rigor's face twisted. What the hell is that supposed to be? Was he looking down on him? That wasn't even a proper blast. No, on closer look, it was a Kika energy wave, but way too small. Could that even do anything? His face turned dark. If that's your answer, then die. Aishi gave a calm smile as his tiny beam clashed with Rigor's massive blast BOM. And to Rigor's shock, that seemingly insignificant energy wave was holding firm. No, it was pushing back his attack. His pupils widened. He had considered countless outcomes, but not this. Not being overwhelmed by a tiny flick of the wrist. Not having his full power assault so easily turned back. Snarling, Rigor poured all the remaining energy in his body into his blast. From a distance, Supali closed her eyes slowly even after transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Rigor still couldn't do a thing to Aishi. She didn't want to believe it. She wanted Rigor to win. But reality didn't care. The truth slammed into her like a thunderclap. Ace's energy wave obliterated Rigor's full power strike like it was paper. And then it slammed into him head-on. Boom! A thunderous roar split the heavens. The sky trembled. Oren's face twisted. Mama Papa lost. Aishi flicked the fading stardust from his palm, eyes turning toward the thick smoke ahead. From the residual energy, he could tell Rigor was still alive. But just in case, he waited in silence as the smoke slowly cleared. There, Rigor stood barely upright, having reverted to base form. His body was covered in burns and gashes. He was panting like a dog, completely drained. A faint smile curved Ace's lips. Just then, the system notification popped up. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the Super Saiyan 5, full power, Rigor. Yamoshi progress 10. Aishi raised a brow. Only 10 for beating Rigor? That seemed low, because the power gap between the host and Rigor was too great. No significant pressure. The system's voice echoed calmly. Aishi shrugged. Fine. Looks like Head need to find someone stronger. He glanced toward the sky, right at Kampa. Kampa, who had been watching silently, suddenly froze. Aishi was looking at him. That gaze, it didn't feel friendly at all. Kampa's forehead instantly broke into a sweat. No way. He's not thinking of challenging me, right? Nope. Not happening. Aishi paid no attention to Kampa's panic. He was currently checking his status screen. Host. Aishi combat power. 268 trillion. TL. Wrong number before. Bloodline. Primordial bloodline skills. Bukjitsu. Flight. Kaiken. Seigo no Kamehameha. Final Turtle Wave. Reaper's Judgment. Kamafuku. Divine Punishment. Yamoshi Kemp. Yamoshi Fist. Megatron Sha's Sun. Ultra Instinct Combo Flash. Main template. Yamoshi. Unlocked. 15. Secondary template. Kranoa. Unlocked. Backup templates. Shin, Kaishin. Unknown, Dend. Only 15. The boost wasn't huge. He muttered, just for learning Megat Rinsha's Sun. Ultra Instinct Combo Flash. I spent 10? But then his eyes suddenly lit up a new form. He felt it. Super Saiyan Stiri Divine Ki Fusion. This form had the primal ferocity of SSJ 4 and the divine elegance of God Ki. High aesthetics. High power. A perfect balance. On the other side, Rigor's wife and sons rushed over to help him up. His face was dark as ink, had gone all out and still been casually crushed. Oren clenched his fists. Dad, he'll go fight. Rigor shook his head. If I couldn't win, you don't stand a chance. Supali gritted her teeth. Then what do we do? We lost. Rigor stood slowly and looked at Aishi. Don't be afraid, he told his family. If he tries to kill us, I can still send you all away safely. Supali looked at him anxiously. And what about you? But Aishi had already come out of his thoughts. He turned calmly to Rigor, eyes calm. Their gazes met. After a long silence, Aishi said lightly, I'm not going to kill you. Don't worry. Rigor blinked, stunned. You're letting me go? He couldn't believe it. He had just tried to kill this man. Wasn't there a saying, he who kills must be killed? Why? He asked. You're not afraid it'll grow stronger and come back for revenge? Aishi replied plainly, I welcome that. He was just here for the sparring rewards. He had no interest in killing Rigor. Besides, a fighter of this level, if converted to his side, would be a huge asset. But if Rigor stayed stubborn, Aishi wouldn't hesitate to erase him. He only kept those who obeyed. Rigor fell silent. He didn't expect such a broad-minded opponent. The chance to live, who would give that up? He still had a wife, a family. He wasn't the type of scion prince who valued pride above life. He had always focused on survival. After a pause, he glanced up and said, I tried to kill Vegeta, you know. Aishi nodded. You're welcome to try. But as long as I'm here, it won't happen. Rigor said nothing more. A heavy silence settled. For the first time in his life, he truly felt powerless. Hopeless. I owe you my life. But I won't just walk away from this. I will return someday. With that, he turned to his family. Let's go. Just then, swoosh. Two figures descended from the sky. It was Kampa and Vados. Kampa landed before Rigger, arms folded arrogantly behind his back. Wasayo, want to get stronger? Come with me, and it'll make you strong, effortlessly. Who are you? Rigger's eyes narrowed sharply. He hadn't sensed them approaching at all. Kampa gave a slow, smug grin. I'm a god of destruction. End of chapter. Chapter 62. With Kampa's sudden appearance, everyone's eyes turned toward him. A god of destruction, what even is that? Rigger and his whole family looked completely puzzled. Just where did this guy come from? Rigger focused his gaze on Kampa. Short, round, totally harmless looking. That was his first impression, like some fat pig. Even though the guy was trying to put on some mysterious and profound act, Rigger wasn't impressed. However, what was this invisible pressure he was feeling? Rigger stared at Kampa. Who are you? This sensation was powerful enough to suffocate. How could he be feeling this from someone who looked so weak? That was what Rigger couldn't understand. He immediately placed himself in front of his family, shielding them. Even in his current weakened state, he would protect them. Off to the side, Aishi calmly observed the two newcomers, Kampa and Vados. After automatically skipping over Kampa, Ace's eyes landed on Vados. High ponytail, sharp eyes, delicate features, striking body, aloof and sharp-tongued, utter perfection. And she was stunning. She looked like a literal goddess. The only thing that might be a bit too much were her legs. Aishi, standing at 1.80 meters, 1.9 with his hair, still came up short next to her. As Aishi was sizing her up, Vados glanced back at him. The corners of her mouth curled slightly into a smile. Aishi also returned a small smile. Kampa raised his hand and partially covered his mouth, putting on a deliberately mysterious air. He finally said in a lofty tone, I am the god of destruction from Universe 6, the one who governs the life and death of countless planets. The entire universe, the entire world, is under my divine control. He had already made up his mind when observing Rigger from the sky. This guy, he wanted to poach him. Why did Universe 7 get all the strong ones? He needed to bring some talent back to Universe 6 too. Rigger was visibly shocked when he heard this. God of destruction, master of the entire universe, someone who held the power to decide life and death. He was stunned. It sounded like pure fantasy. Could this fat pig really be that kind of existence? Seeing the look on his face, Kampa's expression darkened. You don't believe me? Rigger didn't reply. That silence said it all. Kampa, and then I'm dying here. You fat pig, you really know how to crack me up. You think you can poach people from me? What? Hoping I die from laughter so you can inherit Universe 7. Beerus clutched his belly, doubled over in laughter, full of mockery. He finally got a chance to hit back, trying to poach someone right in front of him. The audacity, and failing to? That was just hilarious. Everyone. Kampa's face turned green with rage. Veins bulged on his forehead as he turned to glare at Beerus. You damn skeleton. Are you looking to die? Beerus immediately dropped the laughter. His expression turned icy cold. Oh, you want to fight? Kampa's face darkened like a thundercloud. Fine, let's fight. You think I'm scared? Beerus snorted. Did you already forget how I beat your face in last time? Want a refresher on what it's like to have fists the size of hams pummel a pig face? Kampa growled, don't get cocky, skeleton. I went easy on you last time. Oomph. Ridiculous. Beerus suddenly erupted in a wave of deep violet aura, rising like a tide, utterly terrifying. He instantly reached his peak base state. The moment this unfolded, everyone present, including Rigger's family and Aishi, was stunned. Rigger stared at Beerus. Compared to that fat pig, this skeletal guy looked a lot scarier. Aishi also silently noted how Beerus seemed even stronger than the last time they met. Kampa's expression shifted, but he didn't back down. His own aura flared up in the same eerie violet color. The two stared each other down, ready to throw down at any moment. Just as they were about to go at it, Kampa-sama, Buru-sama, that's enough. Two voices snapped them back to reality. Vados and Whis stepped in at the same time, instantly creating a barrier between the two and halting the battle. We spoke sously, Buru-sama. Kampa-sama gods of destruction are forbidden from fighting one another. Vados nodded, indeed. A fight between two gods of destruction would bring unimaginable consequences. The two, they both snorted coldly and didn't say another word. Kampa turned to glare at Rigor below, face dark as ink. Saiyajin, have you decided yet? Will you come with me or not? Beerus snorted but stayed quiet. He too turned his gaze toward Rigor. He didn't try to stop him. Let Rigor decide for himself. Whether he chose to stay in Universe 7 or go elsewhere, it didn't matter. To Beerus, losing one strong Saiyajin was no big deal, because he still had Aishi. As long as Aishi was around, Universe 7 would always be the strongest. After a moment's pause, Rigor looked at Aishi, then responded firmly, no. Everyone turned toward him in shock, rejecting a god of destruction just like that. Kampa's face turned purple. He felt like he'd been force-fed dog crap today. His expression dark and cold. Kampa said grimly, "You sure about that?" Rigor nodded. "Yeah." Without a hint of hesitation, Kampa's face burned like it'd been slapped. A god of destruction lowering himself repeatedly to invite someone only to be refused over and over again. And all these people watching too, especially Beerus, he felt completely humiliated. It was over. Kampa glared at Rigor. "You a mere human dare to keep refusing me? If that's how it is, then go die." Hakai. Destruction. His palm erupted with deep violet energy, terrifyingly powerful. An energy that could erase anything. It was Hakai, the power of destruction. Rigor's face changed instantly. He felt death pressing down on him. This energy, it felt like he could die any second. What was his power? Gritting his teeth, Rigor made up his mind. If he was going to die, then he'd take this fat pig down with him. He had recovered enough by now. Time to transform into a Super Saiyan 5. Ace's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Kampa. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "He rejected you, and now you're trying to kill him? Isn't that way too petty?" Though Aishi already knew what Kampa was like, he still felt annoyed. Perfect timing. Might as well use this chance to beat Kampa senseless. Just as Aishi was about to step forward, Beerus stopped him. Beerus' face was calm, but his tone was icy. "Kampa, trying to kill someone from my universe in front of me? Don't you think that's a bit much?" There wasn't a hint of warmth in his voice. It was clear he was genuinely angry. A little bickering was one thing, but this crossed the line. As a god of destruction, could he really just stand by while someone killed a member of his own universe? Of course not. He also noticed Ace's movement. If Aishi made a move, Kampa was definitely going to get pummeled. So he had to step in to cool things down, to avoid making this any more awkward than it already was. Kampa didn't appreciate the gesture. He snorted coldly. What? All this fuss over one human? He stared at Beerus for a few seconds, then slowly lowered his hand, then gave a cold snort. "Fine. Though remember this, Beerus." Beerus said nothing. Rigor finally let out a breath of relief. Looked like he was safe for now. Kampa turned to Vados, ready to speak, but noticed she was looking at someone else. Following her gaze, Aishi? Kampa paused and looked back and forth between Vados and Aishi. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Wait, could Vados be interested in that guy? Of course. If he couldn't recruit Rigor, why not try Aishi instead? Kampa's eyes lit up. That's it. Had been so wary of Ace's strength that he ignored him from the start. Kampa cleared his throat and looked solemnly at Aishi. "Oh, would you consider coming with me instead?" His tone was clearly much gentler now, even a bit flattering. He might be arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. Aishi could absolutely beat him into a pulp. He didn't want to become anyone's punching bag. The moment he said that, everyone turned to look at Aishi, even Beerus. Beerus reacted first, instantly appearing in front of Kampa, whispering harshly, "Kampa, don't push your luck." Seeing Beerus genuinely angry only confirmed to Kampa that he was absolutely right. Recruiting Aishi, that was the smart move. Kampa grinned fearlessly. "What's the matter? Beerus? You that petty? I just want to take someone to Universe 6 for a little visit." Beerus' face turned an unhealthy shade of purple. "A visit? You were trying to steal him." Even Vados looked a bit stunned. She hadn't expected Kampa-sama to try recruiting Aishi. Wasn't he scared of him? But she wasn't uneasy about it. In fact, she was a little curious. Aishi had left a good impression on her. Strong, handsome, pure-hearted, that's how she saw him. End of chapter. Chapter 63. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to Aishi, waiting for his answer. Rigger also looked toward Aishi. He believed Aishi would be, just like him, decisively rejecting the offer. That flamboyant god of destruction obviously looked weak. What kind of training could someone like that even offer? Beerus gave Kampa a punch and, not caring whether it hurt or not, rushed anxiously toward Aishi. Aishi, you better think this through. Kampa is just a big fat pig. He doesn't know how to train at all. What could you possibly learn from him? Aishi fell silent and smiled slightly, not responding immediately. Instead, he entered into deep thought. To be honest, Kampa's offer was actually quite appealing. First of all, he'd be able to interact with Vados. Someone that high up the food chain was invaluable. Secondly, his Super Saiyan template needed to be pushed by strong opponents to make progress. If he went over to Kampa's side and got to beat the guy up every day, wouldn't that be perfect for leveling up? In other words, nothing but benefits. Besides, Kampa only said it was an invitation to hang out. He didn't say Aishi had to join Universe 6 permanently. He could return anytime. With that thought, Aishi immediately felt like this was totally worth doing. Let's do it. Then, Aishi slowly looked up and met Kampa's expectant eyes. He gently nodded and said, I can agree to that. He actually agreed. Everyone's gaze shot toward him in shock. They couldn't believe it, especially Beerus, who exclaimed in disbelief, Aishi, you really agreed to that? If you really want to train, I can have Whis teach you. Don't follow that fat pig. Rigger also looked like he misheard. He glanced at Aishi in confusion. What could that guy possibly teach you? He looks half-baked himself. Meanwhile, Kampa froze at first, then burst into joy. He hadn't expected his casual suggestion to actually work. Fantastic. Kampa couldn't hide his smug grin anymore. He looked at Beerus and laughed wildly. Let's see you act cocky now. I just took away your trump card. What are you going to do about it? Kampa immediately turned to Aishi and asked, So, should we head out now? He didn't want to waste even a minute. He was eager to take Aishi and leave. However, Aishi shook his head and replied, No rush. I still have things to take care of. Naturally, Aishi wouldn't just leave like this. He had to wrap up the things on his end first. Kampa nodded repeatedly, worried Aishi might change his mind. Should we wait for you? Aishi shook his head. No need. You guys go back first. Once I've handled everything here, you'll head over directly. Kampa nodded. Since Aishi said so, there was no reason to push it. He just had to wait patiently back home. Kampa gave Beerus a proud look and said smugly, Well then, we'll be off now, Lord Beerus. Beerus' face turned dark as coal. He glared coldly at Kampa, but said nothing. On the side, Vados looked at Aishi and, softly, said Aishi smiled and nodded. Vados and Kampa turned into a stream of 7-colored light and departed, leaving the universe behind and flying toward unknown galaxies. Eventually, they vanished into the distance like a brilliant star. Back at the scene watching them leave, Beerus could no longer suppress his frustration. His face was black as charcoal. He looked seriously at Aishi. Aishi, why did you agree to that? Everyone turned toward him again. Aishi smiled faintly. I have my own reasons. Beerus paused for a moment before asking, So, you really plan to go with him? Aishi nodded. Since it had come to this, Beerus didn't plan to stay any longer. He said his farewells to Aishi and prepared to leave. But just before he left, he glanced at Rigger, then seemed to remember something. He turned to Rigger and said, If you want to become stronger, you can come to the God of Destruction's realm. Whis will teach you. Whis. Rigger's eyes lit up. Whis stepped forward and smiled. Indeed, he gave Beerus a side eye and said dramatically, Lord Beerus, you really don't treat me like a person, do you? Recruiting another one? Beerus' face turned awkward, and he coughed. Whis, you're overthinking. I'm doing this for your sake. I'm picking out top talents for you to train. Whis rolled his eyes. You're full of it. Rigger studied Whis for a moment, then nodded slightly at Beerus. I understand. After that, Beerus and Whis left, disappearing into the universe. Rigger glanced once more at Aishi. then departed with his wife and sons. Soon, everyone had left. Only Aishi remained. After a moment of reflection, Aishi teleported back home. Meanwhile, Earth, West City, inside a certain apartment number 18, number 21, and Tights were chatting. Aishi had just returned to Earth, and without much thought, he had brought Tights back home with him. The house was quite lively at the moment. After a brief conversation, the three women now understood each other's situation. Number 18's face was pale. She knew Aishi couldn't be trusted. It hadn't even been that long, and now another sister? Tights lowered her head, speechless. She knew Aishi had already devoured number 21 clean. So shameless. Number 21 glanced at the two, then suddenly said, "I think we should form an alliance and take Aishi down together." The other two looked over at her. Number 21's face turned serious. Aishi is a total playboy. He's never going to behave. So why not just team up? Let's crush all his romantic ambitions once and for all. After saying that, her cheeks turned red. Hearing this, number 18 didn't react much. She furrowed her brows slightly, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Tights, however, turned completely red and looked at number 21 in shock. "Are you serious?" She glanced at number 18. "Wait, are you actually considering this?" After a long silence, number 18 finally nodded seriously. "Worth a try." Tights' face turned even redder, and an incredibly vivid image popped into her mind. The mental imagery was too much. She couldn't take it. Her face flushed entirely, and she shook her head frantically. "You don't talk about it anymore." The other two turned to look at her. Tights clutched the hem of her clothes, whispering so softly it was barely audible. "Shouldn't we ask Ace's opinion about this?" The two, just as they were about to reply, a voice suddenly rang out behind the couch. "Ask me about what?" Aishi poked his head out from behind the sofa, right beside Tights. The three women froze, then quickly turned to look. "You're back?" Tights asked in surprise. "Yeah, I defeated Rigor." Aishi nodded with a smile. He then looked teasingly at number 18. "What were you guys talking about just now?" "Tell me." Number 18's cheeks flushed slightly. She whispered, "Nothing important." Aishi turned to number 21 with a knowing expression. When number 21 noticed his gaze, her face turned red too. After all, she was the one who brought it up. But now seeing Ace's face, she got embarrassed. After a moment of silence, she quickly pretended nothing happened. Nothing at all. Aishi narrowed his eyes and gently caressed Tights' cheek. "Our sweet Tights wouldn't lie to me, right?" Tights, like a kitten, slowly closed her eyes, then mumbled, "I don't know." "Aishi." He glanced at the three of them and shifted slightly, then put on a tragic expression. "I told you already, I might have to leave for a while. I don't even know if we'll get to see each other again." At that, the three girls all looked up, startled. Number 18 tensed and was the first to ask, "Where are you going?" Aishi smiled. "To Universe 6 for training." Only then did the girls breathe a sigh of relief. They had thought he was going to face some dangerous enemy again. But then number 21 looked up. "How long will you be gone?" Aishi thought for a moment. "Not sure. Probably quite a while." Of course, he was bluffing. He had Shunkan ID, instant transmission, didn't he? He could come back any time. As expected, number 21 stared at him for a while, then slowly said. Aishi froze, then a smile slowly crept onto his face. "I don't think I have any objections." The three girls, they exchanged glances. "Looks like we really don't need his permission, huh? It's getting late. Let's begin." Aishi chuckled and gave the signal. Number 18 rolled her eyes, then XXX 3 days passed in a blur. After thoroughly defeating the three girls, Aishi stepped out of the house feeling refreshed. He headed to the shopping center and bought a large amount of food, storing everything in a capsule. Then he prepared to depart for Universe 6. To avoid any issues during his absence, he left a message. "If anything happens, inform Beerus or Whis immediately." Aishi closed his eyes, and in the next moment he vanished from Earth. He reappeared on a completely unknown planet. Aishi looked around. Did I get the coordinates from Compa right? Where the hell is this? Suddenly, a female voice echoed through the sky. A short distance away, a few tall, muscular men were being chased by a slim, powerful woman. The voice had come from her. The girl moved like lightning and effortlessly knocked the men out. She clapped her hands and huffed. Trash. Aishi looked over, and when he saw who it was, his eyes lit up. Caulifla. Then this must be planet Sadala, the homeworld of Universe Success Science. Ace's eyes burned with excitement. That idiot Kampa. You gave me the coordinates to Sadala. So where are you? End of chapter. Chapter 64-64. Aishi closed his eyes slightly, releasing his divine sense and carefully searching every corner of this planet. After a short while, he slowly opened them again. As expected, nothing. Kampa wasn't here. Ace's face darkened. That damn Kampa. Had better hope I don't catch him, or he's getting a taste of the lesson fruit. At that moment, a crisp voice called out. Hey, who are you? I've been watching you for a while now. What are you sneaking around for? Caulifla stood with her hands on her hips, shouting up at Aishi from below the tall wall. He turned his head. Down below stood a girl around 17 or 18. She had a slender figure, fair skin, wore a pink tube top, and loose purple pants. Caulifla. Aishi smiled and replied, Nothing. Just waiting for someone. Caulifla blinked. Waiting for someone? She eyed Aishi carefully. Good looking. But how come she had never seen him before? She flew up and, without hesitation, slapped Ace's hand and abs with a gleam in her eyes. Hey, what's your name? Ace's mouth twitched slightly. That was forward. Aishi. Aishi? Caulifla repeated his name, then grinned. Caulifla. Aishi nodded. Caulifla stared at him, visibly excited. You must be strong, right? How about a fight with me? She said, rubbing her fists together, eager to throw down. Just as Aishi was about to respond, two hurried figures rushed over. Kaba and Kale. Both of them were panting heavily. Kaba complained, huff. Caulifla, you ran too fast. Couldn't you wait for us? Caulifla snorted. And whose fault is that? You guys are so weak. Can't even handle a short distance? Kaba didn't want to argue with her. He looked over at Aishi, then turned back, confused. Who's he? Caulifla smiled. Just met him. His name's Aishi. Aishi? Nice to meet you, Kaba. Kaba extended a hand politely. Aishi gave Caulifla a side glance. Her carefree attitude left him a bit bewildered. We just met, and she already says we're friends? He didn't say much, just nodded. On the side, Kale kept her head slightly lowered, expression unreadable. But Aishi could tell. She seemed jealous? He didn't care. She could stew in it for all he cared. He could take down Broly. Did she think a discount female version was worth worrying about? Hey, Aishi, are you spacing out again? So, are you fighting me or not? Caulifla asked impatiently. Aishi didn't respond. Instead, he looked ahead. In the next moment, a brilliant rainbow-colored light descended and slowly dispersed. Vados and Kampa. Kampa lit up when he saw Aishi. You're finally here, Aishi. I've been waiting forever. Aishi smiled faintly. Kampa, care to explain why the coordinates you gave me landed me on planet Sadala? Kampa froze, then replied sheepishly, I thought, since there are Scions here too, maybe you'd get along well with them. Just then, another voice cut in. Vados covered her mouth with a giggle. Lord Kampa, such a joker. Didn't you really just want Aishi to bond with the Scions, so he'd stay? Kampa. His teeth clenched in frustration. He glared at Vados fiercely. But she didn't care. If anything, her smile got brighter. Aishi sneered inwardly. So that's the plan, trap me on this Scion planet. Huh? He said coldly, enough. Take me to the god of destruction's planet. I need peace and quiet to train. He emphasized the word train. Kampa didn't catch the underlying tone and quickly replied, Sure. On the side, Kaba was already soaked in cold sweat. He didn't expect it at all. This man actually dared speak to Lord Kampa like that. And the most terrifying part, Lord Kampa didn't even dare talk back. Kaba gasped. He stared at Aishi in utter disbelief. Then Caulifla couldn't hold it in anymore. She shouted angrily, Hey, Aishi, are you seriously ignoring me? Kaba panicked and hurriedly whispered, Caulifla, don't talk like that. You want to fight? He'll spar with you later. Caulifla blinked. What? Speak louder, will you? You got no guts at all. Kaba. He was speechless. Whatever. Aishi glanced at Caulifla and said flatly, You're too weak. Then, without another word, he turned and walked toward Vados. Caulifla clenched her fists. Too weak. How would he know if they hadn't even fought yet? Just as she was about to lash out, a terrifying aura erupted skyward. It was Kale. Her muscles swelled, power surged, and a violent green, flame-like aura enveloped her entire body. The overwhelming pressure blasted out in all directions, terrifying. Her pupils turned white, face twisted in rage, hair glowing a faint yellow-green. Kale snarled, "How dare you talk to one Ichan like that?" D. Boom! She shot forward like a missile, charging straight at Aishi. The ground cracked violently beneath her. Kale! Caulifla shouted. Kampa's expression turned dark, reaching out subconsciously, but Aishi had already formed a rainbow-colored energy sphere in his hand. Soul Judicator, Aishi said calmly, like losing control. Huh. Whoosh. He hurled the orb at blinding speed straight into Kale's body. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky like thunder, shaking the very heavens. A vast cloud of smoke engulfed the battlefield. Kale! Caulifla rushed forward in panic. Kaba stood frozen, cold sweat soaking his back. Gulp! Too terrifying. I told her not to provoke him. Kaba trembled in fear. As the smoke cleared, Kale had reverted to base form. Her hair was scorched, her energy faint and barely there, her body limp like a puddle of water shed in one shot. Caulifla knelt beside her, shouting anxiously, hoping for a response. But Kale remained still as death, unmoving. In a chapter 65, Kaba hurriedly echoed, "Yeah, she's Fina. She won't die." Aishi said plainly, "She won't die. She'll just be bedridden for a few weeks." Only then did the two finally breathe a sigh of relief and quickly apologized. Kampa's face turned ugly. He had spent so much effort to bring Aishi over, and now these people had almost ruined it. He had almost blown up in anger earlier. Thankfully, Aishi didn't seem upset. "It's fine," Aishi said as he withdrew his gaze. He wasn't particularly interested in these Scions. Better to leave them to Son Goku and the others to deal with. So Aishi walked over to Vados and directly took her hand. The movement was smooth, confident, and incredibly natural. So sudden that even Vados herself was momentarily stunned and didn't react in time. Aishi explained, "I saw that even Beerus holds with his hand from time to time. Why can't I?" Vados' gaze softened slightly as she looked at Ace's profile. "Of course you can." Kampa was dumbfounded. What the heck? He was shocked that Aishi had the guts to directly take Vados' hand like that. And even more confused, why didn't Vados resist at all? After hearing Ace's explanation, he suddenly realized something. Wait, could Vados and Whis really be equals? Normally, isn't it Beerus pulling Whis along by the back? Was he doing it wrong all along? Aishi asked, "Aren't you coming?" Coming. Kampa scrambled forward and rushed to Ace's side. Flash. The three of them transformed into a streak of rainbow-colored light and vanished on the spot. Watching the trio leave, Caulifla and Kaba remained silent. The air still felt frozen. After a long while, Caulifla stared in the direction Aishi had disappeared, clenching her fists. "Aishi, I will definitely defeat you one day." Kaba didn't say anything. He could tell Caulifla was in a bad mood and wisely kept quiet. To be honest, he didn't believe Caulifla could ever defeat Aishi. The difference wasn't just a small gap, it was heaven and earth. Not only could Aishi make Lord Kampa humble himself like that, but even Kale had been defeated in a single blow. Seriously, could he and Caulifla even beat that Kale? He doubted it. That kind of berserker state had never seen anything like it. Kaba might be able to go Super Saiyan, but what about the king of Sadala? Yes, on this planet, there was only one man who truly deserved the title of king of Sadala, a man above all. The reason the Scions of Universe 6 could rise so powerfully was entirely because of him. "Let's go visit the king of Sadala," Kaba declared. After all, he had only been introduced to Lord Kampa because of the king. The king had personally recommended him. Meanwhile, inside a vast, majestic palace, upon a grand throne, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and unreadable, expression blank. After a long silence, he murmured, "Such a familiar aura, god of destruction's planet." The trio gently descended onto a flat plain. As she looked around, this place was nothing like Beerus' planet. Massively different. First of all, the environment didn't seem hostile at all pleasant. In fact, clearly, Kappa didn't take cultivation too seriously. A crystalline castle, elegant furnishings, and shimmering towers. The style was ridiculously lavish, beyond imagination. Aishi smirked. It suited Kappa's personality very well. So extravagant, clearly a man who lived for indulgence. Was this the prestige of a god of destruction? If any real estate tycoons from Earth saw this, they'd probably start questioning their life choices. Kappa chuckled proudly. "Huh? So? This is my home. Way more impressive than Beerus, right?" Aishi nodded. Definitely bold and luxurious. After some casual chatting, they finally got to business. Kappa looked at Aishi for a long while, then said, "To be honest, I don't really need anything from you. The reason I invited you over was because I saw Beerus' universe attracting a lot of powerful people. So I thought, why not snatch one for myself?" He wasn't lying. He hadn't picked Aishi for any noble reason. He just wanted to spite Beerus. But now that Aishi had actually come, he was at a loss. Aishi nodded. "I figured." Kappa blinked. "Then why did you still come?" Aishi smiled, turning to Vados. "You didn't think I came for you, did you?" Kappa. His face darkened. So from the beginning, he wasn't learning under me, but aiming for Vados. Vados giggled. "Lord Kappa, I told you long ago if it comes to fighting Aishi, you don't stand a chance. Why still entertain those delusions?" Kappa's face turned purple. Vados turned toward Aishi, a hint of playfulness in her tone. "Aishi, you're strong, talented, and quite good-looking, but I don't take disciples without reason. What Lord Kappa thinks is what I think." Kappa's expression twisted. Why? Why didn't he, a god of destruction, have any face left? Look at other universes. Their angels all treat their gods of destruction with respect. But here, it's like he's the sidekick. Aishi smiled. She was right. Just because someone's exceptional doesn't mean you should randomly offer kindness. People make decisions based on self-interest. Only when effort and reward are balanced does it make sense. That's why Aishi had prepared something in advance. He grinned and said, "I assumed it wouldn't be that simple. So I prepared something delicious." The two blinked. "Delicious?" "That's right." Aishi nodded and pulled out a capsule from his pocket. Click. Boom. In the next moment, a neatly arranged array of luxurious capsule dishes appeared before them. True gourmet quality. They were stunned. Super de luxe cuisine? And this meat. What's with the richness? 10 meters long? And behind that is that Mount Dinos. You serious? They were both floored. Aishi smiled. "Pick one dish. That'll be your tuition fee. Deal?" They exchanged looks. Vados pointed with a slender finger. "Just one meal?" Aishi laughed. "Of course not. As long as you agree to teach me, they'll keep feeding you." Kappa immediately shouted. "For real? Thud, can you guarantee it tastes good?" Aishi nodded. "Most of them are. Absolutely delicious. Though I'll admit maybe 20 are odd. Experimental. But still tasty. Just depends on your taste." Kappa hesitated. Still better than half the weird junk he's eaten over the years. He nodded. "Deal." Aishi turned to Vados. She didn't say a word, simply shifted her gaze toward the capsules with expectation. Aishi teased, "Go ahead, pick one." Kappa yelled, "Hey, can we try all of them?" "Nope. 2. One at a time." Aishi snorted. He looked at Vados. "Since you don't want to pick, Vados will choose." Kappa. A moment passed. Vados selected a capsule. This one. They all moved in closer. Mount Dinos specialty gourmet dish. Aishi hadn't planned this one lucky draw. He was actually hoping they'd pick something with meat. He popped the capsule. Boom. In the next moment, a large dining table appeared, loaded with all sorts of steaming delicacies. The aroma was intoxicating. Kappa immediately lunged forward, taking a deep sniff of the nearest dish. Even Vados' eyes lit up, and she walked over without hesitation. "All this just for a meal?" Aishi smiled. "Of course." They both took a bite. Delicious. Not long after the table was cleared, Kampa sat with a bloated belly, letting out a huge burp. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Vados wiped her mouth gently and looked at Aishi. I've decided. A slight smile curled at Ace's lips. For the next week, Aishi spent his days under Vados' personal training. And to be honest, even without food as a bribe, Vados really was a good teacher. One day, Vados looked at him with amazement. Amazing. You really are a genius. On the very first day, she gave him several thousand times Earth's gravity. By the second day, Aishi had already adapted, and he kept improving at that pace. It was frightening. Aishi grinned. So, ready to officially take me as a student? Vados shook her head. Not yet. Still holding back. Then she looked at him again. Tell me, Aishi, have you ever considered becoming a god of destruction? Aishi paused, his expression uncertain. What do you mean? Vados smiled faintly. Don't overthink it. If you're interested, I can show you the way. Aishi blinked. You want to become my angel? Vados froze. Why would you say that? Don't you want to replace Kampa? Don't you want a new god of destruction? In a chapter 6666, but now, after hearing Vados say that, he really began to think about it seriously. That would be a bit heartless. Vados thought for a moment and said, what I mean is, since you don't want to become a god of destruction, her words could be interpreted like you rely on destruction energy or something like that, and then become a god of destruction, slowly becoming one. A god of destruction isn't made in a day. As for an angel, do you want me to become your angel? Aishi pondered for a second and replied, do you want to become my angel? Vados, seeing that he once again tossed the question back at her. Vados rolled her eyes and lightly knocked Aishi on the head. If you want it, then say it. If you don't, then just say no, Baka. Aishi chuckled. Then I do. Vados nodded. After staring at Aishi for a moment, she said, then take your time. You'll need to first cultivate the power of destruction. Then head to the palace of the Omni King to be granted the divine office. After that, you can choose your own universe. Aishi asked, if I become the god of destruction, then what happens to the current one? The previous one? His destruction energy and strength still exist, but he loses his divine office. That's all. Vados replied gently. Aishi nodded, finally understanding everything. Since that's how it is, then sorry, Kampa-san. But if he really became a god of destruction, wouldn't that mean he couldn't participate in the Tournament of Power anymore? That won't do. He still wanted to lead the Scion Army of Universe 7 onto the battlefield. One more mid-battle spectacle. With this arrangement, things would become even more interesting, and the Tournament of Power drew one step closer. That meant it was time to increase progress again. Aishi sought out Kampa and laid out his thoughts. He declared that he wanted to challenge him. Aishi nodded firmly. Kampa's face darkened. Why? You're very strong. I want to test myself against you. That did sound good, but Kampa wasn't buying it. You kidding me? Do you know how strong Aishi is? He wasn't even sure he could beat him. Kampa hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No, you're in the middle of training right now. This isn't appropriate. Aishi smiled. It's fine. I'm not afraid. Kampa fell silent. At this point, refusing again would just be embarrassing. So, Kampa's face grew gloomy. Then come at me. His expression sharpened, and a deep, heavy aura began to rise from him. Kampa was gathering his Hakai no Chikura, destruction energy. An overwhelming destructive force spread outward. Kampa wasn't holding back. He went all out from the very start. In an instant, the entire planet of destruction was shrouded in his terrifying power. It was something he had seen before, but Kampa's body was cloaked in a purple divine aura, exuding an earth-shattering pressure. Even space-time around him began to distort. Seeing this, Ace's eyes flickered with excitement, his battle-hungry instincts bursting forth. His expression grew serious as he clenched his fists. A golden and crimson aura surged into the sky. The terrifying aura formed a spherical barrier that enveloped Aishi. The next moment, the barrier around him exploded outward, revealing Ace's full transformation. At this moment, Aishi had entered the Saiyajin 4-god form. His body was now covered in deep crimson fur, and his frame was visibly more muscular. He stepped out from the collapsing aura dome. his gaze razor-sharp like a terrifying god of battle. Kampa's face turned grim. What the hell is this form? Why red hair? And that aura, why does it carry destruction energy? It looked even stronger than the last time's deep blue transformation. Do these people have no limits? Destruction energy, and now this. But still a drop of sweat rolled down Kampa's temple. Then, gritting his teeth, he raised his hand high above his head and suddenly launched forward. Ace's deep crimson aura flared up, intertwining Hakai no Chikura, destruction energy. With godly ki, it twisted around him like divine flame. He smiled faintly, charging head-on toward Kampa's incoming attack. Boom! Aishi and Kampa closed in rapidly. Kampa clenched his right fist, summoning a force so mighty it could pulverize the universe. He roared and threw his punch forward. No mercy. Kampa met fist with fist full force. Bang! Instantly, their fists collided in midair, unleashing an immense shockwave. Boom! Kampa's face went pale. What insane power! In the next second, Kampa's body trembled, and it seemed like countless gemstone-like shards burst apart from his body. His arm felt completely numb. TCH, it hurt like hell. That punch completely shattered his defenses. First clash, and he was totally crushed. As expected, Aishi was too strong. TCH, he had to go all out. Kampa took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. You're finished. Aishi said nothing. Of course, Kampa wasn't done yet. It definitely had a stronger form left. Kampa slowly closed his eyes, and then a faint sound began echoing within him. His godly energy, no. His destruction energy started surging. Finally, he had fully unleashed his Hakai no Chikura, destruction energy. Purple energy began spreading from his feet, and in the next instant, boom! A terrifying wave of destructive power engulfed his body, dyeing it entirely in violet. The aura around him had now turned into pure Hakai no Hanu, flame of destruction. This power was monstrous. Kampa's eyes turned pure white, his face cold and expressionless. His full power was on display. Aishi narrowed his eyes. So this is the true, full power of a god of destruction? Hakai no Chikura, destruction energy. Not far away, Vados quietly shook her head. Even though Lord Kampa is going all out, I don't think he can beat Aishi. Ace's divine energy was too strong. And what's more, it was still surging upward at a terrifying pace. She stared at Aishi, eyes full of uncertainty. Was it Taiko Ki, ancient energy, or something else entirely? It left her confused. Kampa stared at Aishi. Let's go. Boom! In a flash, Kampa vanished. He instantly appeared in front of Aishi. His punch imbued with immense destruction energy, striking out with terrifying might. This punch could break heaven and earth. Ace's expression remained unchanged. And at that moment, he struck out too. Boom! Ace's eyes moved. The next moment, the Hakai no Chikura, destruction energy, surged out through Aishi Amatsu's say, heavenly suppression method. Kampa's pupils shrank. Almost instinctively, he raised both hands to block. Hakai. However, the punch he expected never landed. Instead, there's only the sound of bones cracking. Ace's punch hit directly, and with a low shout, he instantly condensed Hakai no Chikura, identical to what Kampa had just used. Kampa's pupils widened. He copied it. What? Caught off guard, Kampa had to hastily raise his hands to block. Both palms clashed together, fiercely stopping the invading Hakai no Chikura. Pathetic, imitating me? Kampa's face turned pale, and his body staggered from the impact. He tried to dissolve the invading energy, but the opposing Hakai no Chikura wasn't weaker. He couldn't easily neutralize it. Kampa's face grew dark, starting to fall into a disadvantaged state. Aishi smiled faintly. This is my newest move. As soon as he spoke, Kampa's pupils contracted. Newest move? What was it? Kampa didn't dare be careless. He was fully on guard, preparing to dissolve the Hakai no Chikura within him. Hugh Aishi took a deep breath, and his expression instantly sharpened. Flash! In a blur, his body began to flicker within the circular battlefield, Multiple Aishi phantoms appeared around him. The next moment, final Kamehameha, Shinpon, Kage Senkin, Shadow Flash Fist, Siriai, Saibot Sasha, Soul Punishing Avenger, Deibakuretsu Kikoha, Grand Explosive Key Cannon. The four corners of the battlefield lit up as 7 figures appeared. Each Aishi simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques, 7 ultimate techniques for 2.0, all aimed directly at Kampa. What? Kampa's pupils constricted, face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? In that instant, Vados also frowned slightly, her expression becoming serious. What kind of move was this? Clones? No, it didn't feel like clones. Vados narrowed her eyes, leaning toward the theory of high-speed movement. But if it were just speed, how could it simultaneously replicate and execute 7 attacks with real, independent force? So this wasn't just speed, then what was it really? Sync run. Flash fusion. The sky-shaking roar echoed like thunder, splitting mountains and seas. The entire realm of destruction trembled violently. Even some of the planets surrounding them started to show signs of unstable explosions. Boom! After the 7 afterimages completed their respective techniques, they transformed into beams of light and returned to Ace's main body. Aishi took a deep breath, white mist exhaling from his lips. Right now, he could still launch one final Kamehameha, ultimate turtle wave. But he considered that Kampa had already taken a direct hit, so there was no need to go that far. This move was his perfected Ultra Instinct combination flash. Through sensing the opponent's movement trajectory, the Phantom flashes forward to unleash 7 techniques that shake the heavens and earth, locking the enemy within an unavoidable net of destruction. And finally, unleashing the ultimate finisher conclusion. In a chapter 6767, new fanfic is up. Uma Museum, rising from the countryside to legend. The thick smoke slowly dispersed. From within the smoke, a figure gradually emerged. Kampa's face was pale, his body hunched, and his energy was feeble. His god of destruction attire was nearly shredded to pieces, his body covered in wounds. One of his arms and legs were dislocated. At this moment, he had already reverted to his normal state, completely unable to maintain the power of a god of destruction. Huff, seeing this, Aishi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had defeated Kampa. At the same time, the system's reward arrived. Congratulations, host, for defeating Kampa. Yamoshi template progress increased by 15. Kampa stared at Aishi and asked hoarsely, "Are you trying to kill me?" Aishi looked a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected it. That Goku Renzoku Senketsu, Ultra Instinct Coordinated Flash, had done absurd damage. One move had instantly wiped out Kampa. Vados gently descended, holding her staff, with a soft twirl shoe. The next moment, Kampa's injuries began visibly healing, his body quickly returning to its original state. Huff once fully recovered. Kampa let out a long breath and glanced fearfully at Aishi. "Trying to kill me, huh?" Aishi gave an awkward laugh. "My bad, it was a misfire." Kampa said nothing, but gave Aishi a cautious look. At this moment, he finally understood the gap between them. Even in full power mode, he had been one shot. What else was there to say? Kampa figured Ace's strength was almost on par with Beerus now. Last time someone had wiped him out this fast, it had only been Beerus. But even Beerus didn't finish him off this quickly. 7 finishing moves, fired simultaneously. Who the hell could block that? Was that even a technique a person could come up with? Vados looked at Aishi, puzzled. "Aishi, that technique just now, what exactly was that? How were you able to fire off 7 ultimate moves in 1 second?" Aishi smiled. "Goku Renzoku Senketsu, Ultra Instinct Coordinated Flash." Goku Renzoku Senketsu? Vados froze. What kind of technique was that? She had never heard of it before. No, wait, she had heard of it. She vaguely remembered someone mentioning it somewhere. But the details were fuzzy. Vados frowned. Her memory didn't hold on to everything. After a moment of thought, Vados said, "That move is extremely dangerous. You should be more cautious using it in the future. Aishi nodded. Indeed, he still needed more time to master it. Right now, he couldn't fully control the energy, and that last attack he had actually held back a bit. Otherwise, Kampa would have ended up in much worse shape. Kampa looked at Aishi, scratched his head, and chuckled. Hey, Aishi, I fought you and got beaten up this bad. Don't you think you should have hee-hee? Aishi shook his head and smiled. This guy was drooling again. Couldn't stop thinking about food. This time, Aishi didn't reject him. He nodded and took out a capsule core capsule, handing it over. Take this and go eat. Seeing this, Kampa's eyes lit up. He quickly took it and scurried away, leaving only Aishi and Vados behind. Vados' beautiful face showed a soft smile as she said gently, "And mine?" Aishi grinned. "Of course, I've got the best for you." He pulled out a capsule labeled West City Gourmet and handed it to Vados. Vados accepted it, a hint of a smile appearing on her lips. She lifted her hand and lightly flicked Ace's hair. So obedient. Aishi. Vados didn't open it right away, but curiously asked, "What did you just give to Kampa?" Aishi chuckled. Steamed giant centipede from South City. Vados didn't say a word. But judging by Ace's smile, it was probably something terrible. Her mouth twitched. Lord Kampa, what a pitiful god. After sending Vados and Kampa off, Aishi finally turned to check his personal status panel. Host, Aishi Battle Power, 1000 Trillion Bloodline, Primordial Bloodline Skills. Bukjitsu, Sky Dance Technique. Megat Gik, Selfish Ultra Instinct Martial Arts. Kaiken, Seigo no Kamehameha, Final Kamehameha. Soul Arbiter, Divine Judgment. Yamoshi Fist, Goku Renzoku Senketsu, Ultra Instinct Tornado Flash. Main Template, Yamoshi, unlocked 30, Sub-Template. Kranoa, unlocked, remaining lottery draws. 3 backup templates. Shinakaishin, Kibito, unknown progress had reached 30. Battle Power had soared to 1000 trillion. Aishi was visibly delighted. What made him most excited was Megat Gik, Selfish Ultra Instinct Martial Arts. This was the technique Beerus had passed down to Vegeta after awakening his destruction power, which Vegeta had then improved using his Scion physiology. It was similar to destruction power, but not entirely the same. Megat Gik allowed him, when injured, to harness his unyielding fighting spirit, letting his emotions and willpower ignite in battle, and converting that into power. The stronger his fighting spirit, the stronger his power would grow without limit. To put it bluntly, it meant the more he got beat up, the stronger he'd become. But one thing puzzled him, wasn't this something Vegeta had modified himself? Why would Yamoshi know it? After pondering for a bit, Aishi could only chalk it up to ancestral wisdom. This form was extremely compatible with Scions. After all, it was a destruction power tailored to Scion biology. After defeating Kampa, Aishi felt maybe it was time to challenge the other universe's gods of destruction and elites. Suddenly, a spark lit up in Ace's mind. That's right, didn't he have Kranoa's abilities? Time travel, dimensional travel. Come to think of it, he hadn't used either of those skills yet. Time travel, it could let him cross timelines and enter any point in time. Dimensional travel could expand the range, allowing him to go to any space-time, any universe. So that means GT timeline, Demon Realm timeline, do those exist too? Aishi wasn't sure, but another question suddenly surged in his mind. This world he was in, was it a super timeline or something else? This had always confused him. If it were a super timeline, then how did 21, Rigor, and the others get here? Aishi narrowed his eyes, coming to a possible conclusion. Could this world be a hodgepodge? He suddenly remembered one of Kranoa's skills. Time Scroll. That scroll's existence was meant to alter timelines and change certain events, but there were fixed points that couldn't be changed. So that means in the future, there might appear even more monstrous individuals. In a chapter, Chapter 6868, in a distant star system, a massive spaceship hovered silently in the starry sky. Surrounding it were thousands of smaller vessels forming an intimidating fleet. Inside the mothership's control chamber, a small, large-headed figure with an awkwardly proportioned body knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Lord Frisia. During your absence, a tremendously powerful presence has appeared on Earth. Aside from Sun Gok and the other Scions, a terrifyingly strong Scion has shown up, and until recently, we had no idea he even existed. Just recently, we've learned that Sun Gok and the others have grasped some form of Super Scion for an incredibly fearsome transformation, and they're still evolving further. I suspect it all has something to do with that new Scion. Their reputation has already spread throughout the entire North Galaxy. No one dares approach Earth anymore. As for the rest of the intel, Sorbet slowly continued. Only after finishing in one breath did he pause and take a deep breath. That's all the intel we've gathered so far, my lord. Above him, seated on a luxurious throne, Frisia remained silent. Sorbet lifted his gaze ever so slightly, but with his knowledge of Lord Frisia's temper, now was absolutely not the time to speak out of turn. Otherwise, the consequences could be very severe. Sorbet immediately lowered his head again, not daring to say another word. A long silence followed, then Frisia's cold voice rang out. Sorbet, Chief of Staff, I want to ask you something. Sorbet jolted, his entire body tensed. The short alien trembled as he spoke hastily. Lord Frisia, ask anything you wish. I swear I'll answer fully, nothing concealed. Frisia rested his arm gently on the metal-framed throne and smiled faintly. I don't need to be so nervous. It's a very simple question. Just as Sorbet let out a sigh of relief the next second, his body tensed again like lightning. I want to know, why did it take you all this long to bring me back after so much has happened? Sorbet's face went pale. He rushed to explain. Lord Frisia, it's because we struggled to gather the Dragon Balls, and no need to say more. I understand. Frisia waved his hand to silence him. Whether you feared losing your position, or simply wanted me to return and lead the Frisia force again, it's all irrelevant now. The important thing is I'm back. But I'll say this, don't let it happen a second time. Sorbet finally exhaled and quickly bowed, understood. Truthfully, they had indeed grown complacent, but now the universe was in total chaos. So many powerful forces had emerged that they couldn't even operate safely in the North Galaxy anymore. If they hadn't revived Frisia now, they'd be doomed. Frisia frowned slightly. Tell me more about that Scion on Earth. Sorbet quickly nodded and elaborated. After listening, Frisia narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Every opponent is defeated in an instant. Frisia turned toward Sorbet and said in a low voice, You're certain you're not exaggerating? You know what happens if you are? Sorbet dropped to both knees. I swear it's all true. Frisia chuckled darkly, eyes fixed on the starry sky outside the ship. His gaze was deep, unreadable. 3 powerful Scions had emerged, Aishi, Broly, and an unknown one with terrifying power that resonated across the universe. Sorbet had provided that information. Frisia didn't doubt him. Sorbet had always been loyal, and yet so much had happened while he was dead. Frisia's expression slowly twisted with fury. All of it's all that wild monkey's fault. Son Goku. If not for him, how could Frisia have fallen so far behind? The world's balance is shifting. If I, Frisia, remain stagnant, it'll be left behind by history. Frisia said coldly. Sorbet lowered his head again. Frisia turned to him and said, We don't have much time. Notify everyone. Spare no expense. Search the universe thoroughly. Find me a training ground where time flows differently on the inside than the outside. I know such a place must exist. Sorbet blinked. A place where time flows differently? Yes. A world where time passes at a vastly different rate than the outside. I once heard an elder of the Frost demon race speak of such a realm. Frisia's tone grew calm again. With so many terrifying powers rising across the universe, he could no longer afford to be careless. Sorbet looked distressed. Did such a place really exist? Was Frisia asking the impossible? Can't do it. Frisia's tone turned cold. And no, they'll make it happen. Sorbet quickly replied. Frisia said nothing more. He slowly closed his eyes. Just as Sorbet was about to step out the door, Frisia's voice rang out again. Wait. Sorbet immediately halted and turned back. Frisia spoke nonchalantly. While you're at it, revive all the elites from our clan. If the Scions can have so many strong warriors, how can my Frost Demon clan have none? Sorbet didn't dare question it. He nodded swiftly. After Sorbet departed, Frisia's mind churned with conflicting thoughts. A hint of struggle flickered on his face. He actually had a son. From birth. The boy had been frozen in stasis. By now, it had been almost 40 years, still hadn't hatched. Even Frisia himself had only been frozen for a dozen years. In the Frost Demon race, the longer the freezing period at birth, the greater the latent talent. But Frisia had already died multiple times, and his son still hadn't awakened. The potential of that child, even Frisia didn't dare imagine. After a long silence, Frisia murmured, "Perhaps I should place him in that alternate time realm, with the Scion forces growing ever stronger if he wanted to rise again." Frisia would need allies. Though he remained confident in his strength, he had not yet reached a level where he could ignore all threats. Universe 6 Aishi bid farewell to Vados and Kampa, telling them he was heading home for a bit. They didn't stop him, only reminded him to bring back more good food. Aishi agreed with a grin and used instant transmission to head for Universe 7. Meanwhile, Universe 7, half an hour earlier, while Whis was training Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, an uninvited guest appeared. Rigger. During a conquest. Rigger had landed on planet Yardrat, where he learned instant transmission from the Yardrats. That's why he hadn't been surprised when he saw Aishi using it last time. And now, his arrival on the God of Destruction planet instantly caught Beerus' attention. Beerus rather liked him. If taking Goku, Vegeta, and Broly under his wing was giving Aishi face, then Rigger was someone Beerus personally approved of. At Super Saiyan 5, even Beerus thought it was formidable. But before Beerus could say anything, Vegeta and Rigger locked eyes. Son Goku and Broly turned curiously to this sudden new arrival. Vegeta's brow furrowed. The man had a tail and looked very much like him. There was only one explanation: a Scion. Rigger, just about to greet Beerus, suddenly turned and locked eyes with Vegeta. In that moment, something deep inside him erupted. An instinctive fury surged through his entire body, overwhelming all reason. Without warning, Rigger snapped. It wasn't his fault. Just seeing Vegeta made him relive those dark memories from long ago. A violent aura exploded from within him. The ground trembled beneath a monstrous storm of power. Everyone's expressions changed. Beerus' face darkened. What the hell? They just arrived and already started fighting. Then it hit him. Beerus turned sharply to Vegeta. Wait a minute. Could they be brothers? Beerus suddenly understood. His expression turned ugly. No one had told him about this. Vegeta and Rigger had bad blood. This was serious. Before Beerus could step forward to intervene, Whis gently stopped him. Beerus turned back and growled. Whis, what are you doing? Whis smiled calmly. Beerus-sama, don't you want to see how this turns out? Beerus scowled. Are you crazy? This is the God of Destruction realm, not a fight club. Whis' expression twitched. He had assumed Beerus was trying to stop the fight out of kindness. Turns out, he was just worried about damage to his own turf. Whis chuckled lightly. Don't worry, Beerus-sama. He'll restore it later. Beerus' face turned grim. It's not about restoring it. It's about my pride. If a fight breaks out on his turf, where does that leave his image? But with Whis stepping in, he couldn't argue more. So he muttered, you'd better give me a damn good fight. Otherwise, it'll beat all of you into flowers afterward. Son Goku, bracing against the pressure, looked at Vegeta and said calmly, Vegeta, this should be the rigor Aishi told us about. Vegeta nodded grimly. I know. That energy, it's overwhelming. This guy may have been lying about his past, but not about his power. Broly narrowed his gaze at Rigger. A flicker of fighting spirit igniting within him. Born with a power level of 50,000, he was curious to see what this guy was really made of. Rigger, his face dark, examined the trio before him, then slowly spoke. He knew he was on someone else's turf, so best to show some basic courtesy. When he politely asked for a spar, Beerus' tightly knotted brow finally relaxed a little. His pride was saved. Beerus nodded. Very well. He too wanted to see what these four could pull off. With Beerus' approval, Rigger turned to the trio. Rigger smirked coldly. Come meet all of you at once. End of chapter. Chapter 6969, all of you at once. The three of them froze. So arrogant. Son Gok stepped forward, frowning. You're Vegeta's older brother, right? I've heard about what happened between you two. I think there might be some kind of misunderstanding. I mean, we're all scions. Can't we just get along? He kept smiling. We've been training under Lord Beerus, getting stronger together. I'm sure if Rigger narrowed his eyes, sizing up Gok, then sneered. You think you understand my suffering? Spare me. Vegeta must die today, and no one can save him. Gok's smile faded. Looks like this guy wasn't open to reason. He was about to say more, but Vegeta suddenly stepped forward and blocked him. Vegeta? Gok blinked in surprise. Vegeta snorted coldly, eyes locked on Rigger. Kakarot, no need to waste your breath. If he wants to fight, then let him come. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, facing Rigger head-on with no fear. Gok muttered, but no but. Vegeta cut him off sharply. Blaming all your pain on someone completely unrelated, what kind of warrior does that make you? Then he sneered. You're just a sheep in wolf's clothing, a pathetic, bitter soul hiding behind a facade of strength. Every word landed like a knife in Rigger's ears. You're calling me pathetic? Rigger snarled, his expression twisted with rage. Boom! A terrifying aura burst from within him, like a beast of the abyss awakening from slumber. The suffocating pressure spread through the entire God of Destruction realm. What? Gok's face changed. A drop of sweat rolled down Vegeta's cheek. His eyes narrowed. You think you understand me, huh? You were showered in luxury while I... Rigger howled, voice trembling with hate. Vegeta gritted his teeth, fists clenched. What the hell are you even saying? When planet Vegeta was destroyed, I was 5 years old. Luxury? Bullshit. Now he understood. This guy, he was just a twisted child, warped by the legacy of King Vegeta. His father was gone. No way to take revenge, so he pinned it all on him. Rigger froze. For a moment, his face faltered. You still got the title. You're still the Prince of Scions. And I am nothing but a freak, cast out and forgotten. Vegeta's face darkened. So you blame me for that too? He growled. Enough. If you want to prove yourself, then shut up and fight. Kill me if you can. Rigger sneered darkly. Golden energy exploded around him as he stamped down with his right foot, launching himself forward with terrifying speed. Boom! The ground split apart beneath him, fissures racing in every direction. His figure vanished. Vegeta, watch out! Gok shouted. Vegeta's pupils shrank. Before he could react, a massive figure appeared before him, fist pulled back BM. Vegeta took a brutal punch straight to the face, his body flung backward like a rag doll, crashing into a distant mountain range. Boom! The mountains shattered, stone and dust burying him under massive boulders. Vegeta! Gok called out anxiously. Then from beneath the rubble, a roar echoed out. H-A-H. Vegeta's energy surged, golden flames bursting from his body. The sheer pressure swept outward like a wave. Golden light radiating in all directions. When the light cleared, his body was covered in red fur, a long red tail swaying behind him. His hair had grown long, reaching his waist, and his once black eyes now gleamed with golden pupils. Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta clenched his fists and grinned wildly. This is Super Saiyan 4. He turned to Rigger, expecting to see shock on his face. But Rigger only gave a mocking grin. That's what you call Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta's face sank. What do you mean? Rigger chuckled coldly. My dear little brother, allow me to show you what real Super Saiyan 4 looks like. He clenched both fists, and his energy began to rise. Huh! The ground quaked as Rigger's power surged. Even the God realm itself began to tremble. Gok's eyes widened. Broly stood silent, but in his eyes a flicker of surprise. This energy might even surpass his own golden form. No wonder he was called terrifying. On the sidelines, Beerus stared at Rigger. His ki feels different from Gok and the others. He remembered Rigger's fight with Aishi. Hadn't had a proper look then. But now, up close, he saw the truth. Rigger's ki wasn't like that of Gok or the typical Scion. It was something darker, more violent, almost bloodthirsty. It reminded him of Broly. He glanced over. Broly had been staying with him for a while. Normally gentle, but in battle, he became a berserker. Pure instinct, pure savagerie. Whis had been trying to help him control it. Gok and Vegeta, though while they had Scion battle lust, it wasn't the same. Their energy was stable, controlled. That gave them an edge when training God Ki or mastering full power forms. Broly, on the other hand, his emotions were wild. His energy unstable. He couldn't train God Ki even if he wanted to. Whis had since stopped pushing him toward that path. Looks like Scions really do come in different breeds, Beerus muttered. Beside him Whis smiled gently. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Beerus glanced at him. Whis looked at the four fighters ahead, his eyes glinting faintly. Take Broly and Rigger, for example. Their chances of learning God Ki are almost zero. Their Scion blood is too pure. The Berserker traits dominate their minds. Wanting them to control divine energy? Nearly impossible. Beerus nodded. Indeed, learning God Ki wasn't the hardest thing, but it did require intense control over one's energy and emotions. For most, that came with practice. But Rigger and Broly? Their bloodline was too wild. Their instincts too overwhelming. They couldn't suppress their emotions, let alone maintain stable energy. So it was said softly, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. They might advance rapidly on the path of Scion evolution, but other routes? Not so much. Beerus nodded again. So in contrast, Gok and Vegeta, seemingly ordinary, actually have more paths available to them. They can walk any route as long as they put in the work. Scions truly were a mysterious race. Gok and Vegeta might not have legendary talent, but they could pursue any transformation. All they needed was effort. Suddenly, Beerus' expression shifted. Wait, what about Aishi? Damn, he almost forgot. The strongest Scion right now was also paused, eyes narrowing. Right, what about Aishi? He was unlike the other four entirely. He could train God Ki. He could achieve Super Saiyan 4, and he did both with ease. He was a warrior by nature, but never lost himself to rage. That was strange. After a moment of thought, Whis murmured, perhaps he's special? That was the only explanation they had. Comparing all four Scions here, Ace's strengths in every area were maxed out. Beerus mused, yeah, I think so too. Whis smiled. Didn't he take your sister as his master? Maybe he'll ask her someday about his bloodline. Vados was far more knowledgeable than either of them. Boom! Back on the battlefield, the ground beneath Rigger shattered as he powered up. Golden flames erupted skyward, piercing the darkened skies of the God Realm. The air howled with wind. The earth quaked. Soon after, the overwhelming golden aura faded to a dense, misty glow, faint lightning crackling within it. Suddenly, Rigger's form emerged. His body was covered in deep crimson fur, his muscles bulging with power. A monstrous pressure radiated from him. A massive gust roared outward. Vegeta's face changed, his eyes widened in shock. This ki, it's terrifying. In a chapter 7070 off to the side, Son Gok's eyes were locked on Rigger, expression solemn. He's gone Super Saiyan 4, and that ki's so strong. Aside from Aishi, this was the most powerful aura he had ever felt. Gok turned to look at Vegeta with concern in his gaze. Could Vegeta win this fight? Gok, his fur is deep red, Broly muttered with a hint of confusion. Gok nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he speculated. I saw it. It must be because of his bloodline. It's very different from ours. Rigger spread his arms and exhaled deeply. Then, slowly turned his gaze toward Vegeta. Done resting? This is what Super Saiyan 4 really is. Now do you understand the gap between us? Hearing those words finally brought Vegeta out of his stunned state. He locked eyes with Rigger, his gaze fierce. So this is what a power level of 50,000 at birth really meant? Che, you won't know until we fight. Vegeta clenched his fists and growled. Then he stomped his right foot down hard. The ground cracked open, countless stones flying upward. With a burst, Vegeta launched himself toward Rigor at blazing speed. The air exploded with sonic booms as he charged forward. He quickly closed the distance, body leaning in, and threw a devastating punch. It carried the might and savagery of Super Saiyan 4, a surging wave of raw power. But Rigor only sneered. Too slow. He tilted his head ever so slightly, easily dodging the powerful strike. Then, switching his hand to a fist, he drove it directly into Vegeta's abdomen with brutal force. Bam! A heavy impact echoed across the battlefield. Ugh! Vegeta's pupils dilated as he gasped in shock. Bile erupted from his throat. Too fast. Rigor didn't hold back at all. He had no intention of sparing Vegeta. Rigor sneered. That's all it takes to hurt you? This is just the beginning. Bam! 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 A flurry of terrifying blows followed. His fists pounded Vegeta relentlessly like a torrential rainstorm. Vegeta's anguished screams pierced the heavens, filled with unbearable pain. Boom! Rigor ended the combo with a crushing punch to Vegeta's head, sending him flying like a meteor, crashing into the ground below. Vegeta! Gok shouted in panic and immediately powered up. A burst of white energy ignited around him as he shot toward Vegeta's impact zone. He reached him just in time. Vegeta had reverted to his base form covered in bruises and battered beyond recognition. Gok gently set him down and urgently asked, Vegeta, are you okay? Vegeta's face twisted in pain. Does it look like I'm okay? But he didn't answer. Instead, he braced himself with one hand, forcing himself to sit up. He looked at Rigor with a heavy gaze. Too strong. Gok's tone turned firm. Vegeta, take a break. They'll handle him. Vegeta gritted his teeth. TCH Kakarot. Mind your own damn business. He tried to stand, but Gok cut him off. Vegeta, don't be stubborn. Now's the time for all of us to fight together. Vegeta. Before he could argue back, Gok turned his gaze to the sky. Eyes fixed on Rigor, his tone steady. Hey, your opponent's me now. Rigor glanced down at him. So you're Vegeta's friend? He snorted. Same type of trash. Doesn't matter how many of you there, it's useless. Gok smiled faintly. Whether it's useless or not, let's find out. With that, his eyes sharpened. He clenched his fists, and a deep roar rumbled from his throat. Veins bulged on his forehead. Around his feet, a glowing sky-blue aura surged upward. Divine ki erupted from within him, rippling outward like waves. The white-blue sheen on his body began to shatter. Gok's transformed state fully emerged, surrounded by godly sky-blue energy. Hair, brows, and eyes all turned the same hue. A divine pressure swept across the realm. Rigor didn't move. He silently watched Gok complete his transformation. When he saw Super Saiyan Blue, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, then quickly turned to mockery. I know that form someone else used it too. They were stronger than you, and theirs was dark blue. Gok simply smiled. Is that so? Rigor smirked coldly. I'll give you 3 shots. Gok's eyes narrowed. He didn't speak, just assumed a battle stance. The next moment, his figure vanished in a flash of blue light. Bam! He reappeared before Rigor, throwing a powerful punch. But Rigor casually raised a hand, blocking it with ease. Too slow. One move. Gok's expression tightened. He immediately pulled back. He disappeared again. This time, he appeared behind Rigor and threw a roundhouse kick aimed at his head. Swish! Gok's eyes widened. Missed. Rigor's voice echoed from behind. 2 moves left. Gok twisted midair, only to see Rigor looming behind him. Gok narrowed his eyes. His training time had simply been too short. His base power level was far too low. According to Whis, his full power now barely scratched the surface of God tier. Meanwhile, Rigor probably had enough combat experience to rival the legends. Gok didn't hesitate. He brought both hands together at his waist, palms forming a familiar stance. A wisp of blue light sparked to life, its terrifying energy spreading rapidly in all directions. Kamehameha, Gok whispered, eyes locked on Rigor. With his roar, Gok's figure vanished again, instant transmission. He reappeared behind Rigor, then unleashed the Kamehameha, point blank. The massive blue energy beam exploded outward, slamming into Rigger's back. Rigger didn't dodge. He took it head-on. A deafening boom erupted. Thunder roared through the god realm. A towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky, obscuring everything. Gok's eye stayed fixed on the center of the explosion. Smoke swirled and slowly cleared, but there was no one there. Just then a bone-chilling voice echoed behind him. 3 moves are up. Now it's my turn. End of chapter. Chapter 71. 71 what? Almost instinctively, Goku immediately turned his head, only to see a fist the size of a sandbag coming straight at him. Bang! The punch landed hard on Goku's face. In the next moment, his body was sent flying backwards. Coincidentally, he landed exactly where Vegeta had just fallen. He landed stably in Vegeta's arms. Goku struggled to stand up, looking at Vegeta beside him. Thanks, Vegeta. Then he cast his gaze towards the sky, his expression grave. The gap between us and him is too big. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Kakarot, I told you it's useless. Goku scratched his head with a smile. But I can't just let you fight alone. As he spoke, his expression gradually became serious. Fighting like this won't do us any good. Let's go at him together. That guy's intent to kill Vegeta, it didn't seem fake. As his friend, he definitely couldn't just watch Vegeta fight alone. Vegeta didn't speak. His eyes were locked onto Rigger. A figure flew over. The two looked and saw it was Broly. Broly glanced at them, his expression solemn. I'll fight him. You two recover for now. Goku was stunned, then shook his head. Broly, he's too strong. He's not someone an ordinary person can handle. Don't worry. Broly stared at Rigger. I won't necessarily lose. After saying that, he wasted no time. His right foot stomped down fiercely, cracking the ground into countless pieces. And Broly's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was in front of Rigger, and his fist was already smashing towards Rigger's face. This punch carried terrifying, overwhelming power. His ki was vast and intimidating. Rigger narrowed his eyes. This one was different from the previous two. Rigger swung out his right fist without hesitation, clashing directly with Broly's attack. Bang! At the center where their fists collided, a massive shockwave spread out in all directions. For a moment, it stirred up thousands of layers of gale. Bang! 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 The next moment, their figures disappeared from the ground. In the sky, 2 shadows flashed back and forth. Sweat dripped down Goku's forehead as he watched, his expression tense. To be able to fight Broly like this, is this the weight of having 50,000 battle power at birth? At this moment, even Goku had to admit the boost for Bloodline was truly massive. Just take their training period under Beerus as an example compared to Broly's progress. His and Vegeta's growth was like snails crawling. Vegeta's face looked grim, his voice low. In the end, it's our base battle power that's too weak. Aishi said before, don't focus too much on form breakthroughs. Train your base power well, and everything else will come naturally. It seems he was right. Goku nodded. Yeah. He looked at the two fighting in the sky, eyes dimming slightly. Vegeta, we've fallen too far behind. Vegeta frowned deeply, glancing at Goku. Kakarot, what are you trying to say? Goku spoke seriously. Like you said, our base battle power is too weak. I'm thinking of improving it. Vegeta asked. How? Goku said, do you remember the hyperbolic time chamber? Vegeta was shocked. You weren't going there. The hyperbolic time chamber. He naturally wasn't unfamiliar with it. It was a place where time flowed differently from the outside world. 1 year inside equaled just 1 day outside. Vegeta pondered for a moment and asked, what made you think of going there now? At this moment, in the sky, Broly was sent flying by a heavy punch from Rigger, crashing into the ground with a deafening boom. But the next second, Broly's roar erupted from within. Ha! His hair turned golden, his pupils turned white, and he roared as he charged at Rigger once more. Bang! 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 Goku stared at them, his voice low. I think we've fallen too far behind. Take Gohan, for example. Under Ace's guidance, he probably won't take long to surpass us again. During this period, he and Vegeta had been training diligently, and they were already faintly showing signs of surpassing Gohan. But he felt that with Gohan's potential, plus Ace's guidance, it wouldn't take even a month. Vegeta's face darkened. He admitted this was true, that brat Gohan's potential and talent. Even though he wasn't training right now, once Aishi returned, his power would skyrocket. Thinking of this, Vegeta's expression became even gloomier. Damn it. He looked at Goku, his voice low. Kakarot, you're right. He slowly shifted his gaze to the sky, his expression gradually calming. These days, many Saiyans have appeared, all of them with astonishing talent. Compared to them, our hard training barely amounts to anything. If we don't change our approach, we'll end up as mere Earth weaklings. Goku gave a wry laugh. For once, he didn't argue back. Indeed, if they didn't change, they really would become weaklings. Goku nodded. Who knows what kind of enemies will appear in the future? We need to keep up. Vegeta nodded. His eyes flickered, and his expression became fierce. I've decided. This time, in the hyperbolic time chamber, I won't come out until I surpass Rigor. Goku, that vow is a bit too forceful. Surpass Rigor? They didn't even know Rigor's full power yet. However, Goku smiled. Then I'll make a vow too. It'll surpass Aishi. Those words shocked Vegeta. Surpass Aishi? How many peanuts did this idiot eat to say something like that? Even he didn't dare say he'd surpass Aishi, and he only just mentioned Rigor. Vegeta frowned deeply. Kakarot, are you out of your mind? Aishi even defeated Beerus. And you're talking about surpassing him? He himself aiming to surpass Rigor was at least reasonable and traceable. But Goku aiming to surpass Aishi, that was too unrealistic. Goku frowned, seeming to realize too. Then, they'll get close to him. Vegeta looked at Goku meaningfully. In that case, we'll be in the hyperbolic time chamber for a long time. Meanwhile, on Broly and Rigor's side, their battle grew more and more intense. Their fighting style was utterly savage and brutal. For words described it perfectly. Only attack, no defense. That's right, the two of them fought with pure offense, aiming straight for each other's vital points like two wild beasts. Bang, bang, bang. At first, Broly was firmly suppressed, being beaten down by Rigor. But gradually, things started to change. Broly was already fighting on equal footing with Rigor. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline and the ancient Saiyan bloodline were clashing in a spectacular, world-shaking battle. Damn it! Rigor's face twisted. The guy before him was like a madman, refusing to yield. He struck a heavy blow, aiming to kill. But the opponent retaliated with double the force. He had underestimated him. He thought he was just another ordinary Saiyan like Vegeta. But he didn't expect this terrifying power. Rigor backed away, staring at the unrelenting Broly. You're the second Saiyan I've ever seen whose bloodline isn't inferior to mine. I acknowledge you. Rigor wanted to say something else, but Broly's lips curled into a sneer as his figure burst forth, roaring as his fist smashed into Rigor's face. In an instant, Rigor's face and Broly's fist had an intimate encounter. Rigor's face twisted as he forcefully pushed his head back, glaring at Broly. Damn it, don't push your luck. Rigor roared, his palms smashing into Broly's chest with terrifying force, filled with boundless power and dominance. It slammed hard into Broly's chest. Broly's pupils contracted, but the next moment, his expression became even more ferocious. Ha! But Rigor grabbed his fist. Rigor's expression was cold as he glared at Broly. It'll show you. The terror of Super Saiyan 5. As he finished speaking, he clenched both fists, and a golden aura erupted from him, shaking the surroundings. Lo, beast-like growls rumbled from his throat. Broly's white pupils flickered, regaining a bit of clarity. This was the emotion control which had taught him. Broly narrowed his eyes. Super Saiyan 5? Below them, Beerus, who was watching, narrowed his eyes slightly. It's coming, the form he used when he fought Aishi. Whis watched Rigor silently. He's using it again. Beerus nodded, then looked at Broly, speaking slowly. I have to admit, Broly is a genius. Last time I went to fight Aishi, he was nothing, but after training with you, his power has skyrocketed. He sighed. This is the Scion race, truly a fascinating species. Whis chuckled softly. Beerus-sama, did you forget about Goku and Vegeta? Beerus froze. Then he glanced over at Goku and Vegeta, who were watching. He frowned slightly. They're exceptions. Whis smiled. Beerus-sama, you really treat people differently. Aren't you afraid they'll suddenly rise up one day and scare you? Beerus' expression remained calm. That's impossible. To be honest, except for Aishi, none of these Scions are worth mentioning before me. Whis chuckled lightly. That was true. The strength of a top destroyer god wasn't something ordinary people could measure. However, this only applied to the current era. If Beerus had been born in the previous generation, things wouldn't have been so easy. End of chapter. Chapter 72-72, as the two chatted fervently swoosh. A figure suddenly appeared beside them. A man wearing a white martial arts GI slowly walked out. When Aishi saw Beerus and Whis, he smiled. So you're both here. Beerus and Whis were momentarily stunned. Beerus quickly stepped forward, puzzled. Didn't you go to Universe 6? You're back so soon? Aishi nodded. Then his gaze slowly turned to the sky. Broly and Rigor. He glanced at the two, then looked back at Beerus. What's going on here? Beerus replied calmly. I didn't expect Rigor to hold a grudge against Vegeta. He came here for revenge. Revenge? It seemed last time Rigor hadn't been completely subdued. Aishi smiled slightly, then looked at Goku and Vegeta. So he lost? Beerus nodded. Goku and Vegeta were defeated instantly. Aishi nodded, unsurprised. As expected, their battle power is too low. His gaze shifted back to the sky with interest. So this is legendary Super Saiyan? How interesting. Since there was such a rare opportunity, Aishi decided to sit back and watch. He took out a capsule and tossed it to the ground. Poof! A set of neatly arranged chairs, a table, and a parasol appeared, complete with watermelon and sunflower seeds placed on top. Beerus was stunned. What's this? Watermelon. With a swift motion, Aishi sliced the watermelon into pieces, handing some to Beerus and Whis. The two stared blankly at the watermelon in their hands. Juicy, vibrant, bright red, and ice cold. It was clearly top quality. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta also noticed Ace's arrival. Goku's face lit up with joy. Aishi, when did you get here? Hee hee. Aishi chuckled, pointing at the table beside him. Come eat some watermelon. Goku and Vegeta were stunned. Eat? Watermelon? Seeing the three eating, Goku didn't hesitate. He grabbed a piece and bit into it. So sweet. Vegeta, they were in the middle of a serious fight here. But after hesitating a moment, Vegeta also picked up a slice and ate it. No complaints there, it really was sweet. Eating while watching wasn't bad at all. Ace's expression turned serious. It's coming. Everyone quickly turned to look. Boom! As Rigor's ki continued to surge, the golden aura surrounding him gradually turned silver-white. A jet-like silver-white ki shot up from around his body, piercing the clouds. As the light slowly faded, Rigor's form appeared, covered in dark red fur. His hair had also changed significantly, turning silver-white. Sparks of lightning flickered around his ki aura, crackling with a sizzling sound. This was unmistakably Super Saiyan 5. At this moment, his ki was no longer the same as before it had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Broly, who was closest, saw this scene. What terrifying ki! Broly's expression grew solemn as he stared at the man before him, who had completely transformed. Super Saiyan 5, huh? Rigor took a deep breath, then looked at Broly, his expression calm. You are the second person to see this form. Anything you'd like to say? Broly's face darkened. That arrogant look? What was he trying to prove? Without replying, Broly suddenly charged forward, his figure flashing through the air. Boom! Broly was now wreathed in a green aura, his ki violently raging. His massive fist carried earth-shattering power as it smashed down towards Rigger. This punch was so powerful that it visibly tore the air apart like a meteor crashing to Earth. It carried world-shaking force. But such a terrifying punch, Rigger didn't even blink. He didn't dodge or defend, letting the attack land freely. Bang! Broly's fist slammed into Rigger. However, he didn't budge an inch, as if the punch had struck steel. Not even the slightest ripple appeared. Rigger's lips curled into a sneer. Useless. Super Saiyan 5 isn't something you can measure up to. Did he really think he was Aishi? Broly's white pupils flickered with a trace of light. It didn't work? Bang! Rigger swung his fist at Broly. This punch carried no aura and seemed entirely ordinary. Bang! In the next instant, Broly's pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked down at his stomach. At some point, Rigger's punch had slammed into his abdomen, sinking deeply into his flesh. Broly's body flew backwards uncontrollably, crashing into a mountain with a deafening boom before finally stopping. Seeing this scene, Goku and Vegeta were utterly shocked. Goku swallowed heavily. Just one punch. He couldn't help but look at Rigger again. What form was this? Vegeta's face was equally stunned. What form is that? Beerus spoke calmly. That's Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. The two cried out in unison. Goku couldn't believe it. Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta crushed the watermelon in his hand, his expression dark. Are you kidding me? He hadn't even fully adapted to Super Saiyan 4 yet. And now Super Saiyan 5 appeared. Aishi chuckled. Don't worry. Broly's final form is coming too. Everyone was stunned. Broly has a final form too? Aishi said nothing, simply watching intently. The others were puzzled, but they didn't ask further, turning their eyes back to the battlefield. Roar! From within a pile of rubble, a massive and burly figure slowly emerged. Broly's expression was ferocious as deep, guttural roars rumbled from his throat. The sound was deafening, like a wild beast's roar, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. Around him, layers of green ki flared and shone brilliantly. Broly's body suddenly shot into the sky. His arms spread wide as his terrifying ki radiated outward. SSSHHH. At this moment, Broly's hair had turned completely green. His pupils turned white, and his face twisted with savage wildness. His body grew even larger. His height reached over 3 meters, his muscles swelling with unparalleled strength. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Aishi watched Broly quietly. This is the final form of the legendary Super Saiyan. Green hair. Goku's expression was grave. So, only now are they both using their full power? Vegeta's face turned ugly. For once, his composure was shattered. Today had been blow after blow to his pride. Thinking back to how he always boasted about his prince bloodline, he couldn't help but feel ridiculous. Prince bloodline? What a joke. Look at those two in front of him. That's what true elite Saiyan bloodlines look like. Glancing at Vegeta, Aishi spoke calmly. Rigger's bloodline is one that only existed in ancient times, while Broly's is the once-in-a-millennium legendary Super Saiyan. Ancient bloodline? Goku exclaimed in shock. Aishi nodded. That's right. Rigger's bloodline comes from the Saiyans of ancient times. The two fell silent. Goku raised his head, staring at them, then asked Aishi. Aishi, who do you think will win? Vegeta also looked at him, as did Beerus. They all wanted to know who Aishi favored. After observing Rigger and Broly for a moment, Aishi spoke slowly. Rigger. Broly's current battle power was only at Rigger's mid to low level. Rigger was already at the top. At that level, even a gap of a few hundred meant the difference between heaven and earth. Goku asked curiously, why? Aishi smiled. The boost from Super Saiyan 5 is beyond imagination, completely different from the previous form. Goku fell into thought. Can we become Super Saiyan 5? He looked at Aishi, voicing his greatest question. As he spoke, Vegeta also stared at Aishi intensely, his expression tense. Aishi thought for a moment. It's difficult, very difficult, but it's possible. However, because of your bloodlines, Maintaining Super Saiyan 5 would be extremely hard. He glanced at Rigor. Rigor's bloodline lets him remain in Super Saiyan 5 without any discomfort. But if you and Vegeta wanted to transform, the requirements would be extensive. The two fell silent. But in the next moment, Goku looked up and grinned widely. I'm not afraid. If it's possible, then he'll do it. Super Saiyan 5, he'll master it no matter what. His expression was firm and resolute. Vegeta, who had been drowning in despair, suddenly looked up in shock. Kakarot, haha, I'm just joking. Goku scratched his head with a smile, half joking. Aishi glanced at Goku, but from his eyes, it was clear he wasn't joking at all. Aishi smiled. As expected from you. Faced with a challenge, you didn't fear it, but instead rose to meet it head-on. With such determination, even Super Saiyan 5 wasn't out of reach. Aishi thought silently. Vegeta snorted coldly. This kind of thinking, it wasn't impossible for him to imagine either. He dared to think about it, but it was just too unrealistic. So, he would stick to his first goal, improving his base battle power. Boom! At that moment, an enormous shockwave swept across the sky like a raging tide. The terrifying ki pressed down upon them. Everyone looked up. The two's battle had reached its climax. In a chapter 73, ha. Aya! Broly roared, his mouth opening wide as an enormous surge of green energy gathered within, forming a terrifying column-shaped energy wave that blasted towards Rigor. Seeing this, Rigor didn't even blink. A silver-white energy condensed in his hand, a shockwave containing world-shaking, terrifying power. Without hesitation, Rigor thrust his hand forward. Boom! The two energy waves collided fiercely. In an instant, the green and silver energies clashed at their center point, erupting into a massive shockwave that spread rapidly in all directions. The entire God of Destruction realm was swept clean. All nearby planets trembled violently before exploding one after another. Beerus' face turned dark. My home. Goku and Vegeta braced themselves with grave expressions, struggling against the overwhelming shockwave. In the sky, Broly's energy output was like an endless flood, as if he wanted to obliterate everything. But Rigor let out a cold laugh and unleashed 30 of his power. In the next moment, the silver-white column of energy, with unstoppable force, instantly shattered and swallowed Broly's mouth blast. Boom! The energy wave struck Broly head-on, and a deafening explosion resounded through the heavens. Thick smoke spread across the battlefield. Rigor stared into the smoke. Was it over? But in the next second, suddenly, a roaring figure burst out of the smoke, surrounded by raging green ki, charging straight at Rigor. Rigor's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. This guy, he's the craziest I've seen today. Without Super Saiyan 5, he probably wouldn't have made it this far. Rigor's gaze grew cold. It's time to end this. He hadn't forgotten his purpose, had almost gotten lost in the fight with Broly. Rigor's figure shot forward, directly colliding with Broly's furious charge. Bang! A deep impact echoed across the sky as Rigor's fist slammed into Broly's stomach, burying deep into his abdomen. He hadn't held back in the slightest. Broly's pupils shrank, his mind nearly blanking from a blow. Bang! 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 Rigor unleashed several more heavy strikes, each punch raining down like a storm, slamming into Broly's powerful body. Broly's face twisted with pain, his mind wavering. Even in this form, nearly immune to pain, being utterly crushed by pure strength. Who wouldn't feel it? Big Bang attack. As he finished his combo, Rigor clasped his hands together, shouting loudly. Boom! In an instant, a vast silver-white energy gathered between his palms before blasting directly at Broly. The energy wave struck Broly, engulfing him completely. In that moment, Broly's pupils constricted, his consciousness returning. Aishi spoke softly. It's over. Just as his words fell, a battered figure fell from the sky, crashing hard into the ground, unconscious. Broly lay there, eyes closed, his ki weak, his body covered in injuries. Broly! Goku shouted, flying over immediately. Vegeta followed quickly behind. In place, Beerus let out a slow breath. It's finally over. Whis looked at Beerus and smiled. Beerus-sama, I will restore the God of Destruction realm now. He raised his staff, waving in a circle before gently tapping the ground. Dong dong, a mysterious energy flowed from his staff. In the next moment, the ravaged land began to restore itself, returning to its pristine state as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing this, Beerus' expression finally softened slightly. Beerus spoke calmly. Rigger's power is impressive at this rate. In a few months, Hell reached the God of Destruction tier. God of Destruction tier. Aishi chuckled softly. He naturally understood what Beerus meant by that. That was the realm of gods. Once one entered that realm, they were on par with the gods of destruction, because all gods of destruction existed at that level. Aishi nodded, but it won't be easy. He'll need to increase his base battle power by 10-fold, maybe even 100-fold. In the sky, Rigger wore a wild, ecstatic expression. The feeling of crushing everything before him was simply too satisfying. He looked down at Goku and the others, about to speak when he suddenly sensed something, his head whipping around to look in a direction. When he saw the figure clearly, Rigger's pupils shrank. Aishi, what was he doing here? Rigger's expression turned ugly. The joy he felt moments ago instantly vanished. Damn it, with him here, how am I supposed to take revenge? Aishi also noticed Rigger staring at him. He raised his head and smiled faintly. Joe, we meet again. Rigger nodded, his face clouded with conflicting emotions. After a moment of silence, he slowly descended to the ground. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly braced themselves, staring at Rigger with tense expressions. Rigger's gaze was complicated as he looked at Vegeta. This time, with Beerus and Aishi here, I won't kill you. Hearing that, Vegeta's face turned dark with anger. What? Did he mean he was only alive because of others' protection? Vegeta's eyes locked onto Rigger, his expression ugly. If you want to kill me, then come. I don't need anyone's mercy to survive. Goku and Broly glanced at Vegeta with concern. Rigger ignored him, speaking calmly. Last time, I lost to Aishi, but he didn't kill me. So this time, he'll give you the same chance. He looked at Vegeta one last time. Next time, if you survive against me, our debt will be settled. With that, Rigger glanced at Beerus and Aishi in the distance before his figure slowly vanished. Instant transmission. In place, the three finally let out a sigh of relief. Goku spoke with confusion. He said, he lost to Aishi before. Broly nodded. Yeah. Vegeta said nothing, his expression dark. Once again, I'm only alive because of others. The meaning was obvious. The other guy spared him because of Aishi. Vegeta's eyes burned with fury as he spoke in a low voice. Next time, I will surpass you. Elsewhere Whis smiled. He's gone. Beerus crossed his arms, snorting coldly. Who knew he had a grudge with Vegeta? Staying here would only cause trouble. Aishi chuckled. I'll be back. With him standing here as a towering mountain, Rigger would definitely return. As a scion, that pride was unbreakable. In a chapter 7474, the battle came to an end as Goku and the others slowly approached Aishi and the group. Aishi, what are your plans now that you're back? Beerus looked at Aishi and asked. Whis also smiled at him. Your older sister should still have a lot to teach you, right? Whis was a bit curious. With Veto's guidance, Aishi should still have plenty to learn. Why had he returned so soon? Goku stepped forward with a confused look. What are you all talking about? Aishi chuckled. I went to Universe 6 for training. Goku was shocked. Universe 6? He had only heard Gohan mention that Aishi had left, but he didn't know where he went. What was Universe 6? Vegeta also looked over in confusion. Aishi explained. There are a total of 12 universes. We are in Universe 7. Each universe has its own god of destruction and angel. I went to Universe 6 to train with Angel Vados. Goku and Vegeta were stunned. So there were 12 universes. Goku's eyes lit up, a gleam flashing in his pupils. That means there are many strong fighters out there? Aishi nodded. There are. Many indeed. Take Jiren, for example, definitely one of the strongest out there. Hearing this confirmation, Goku's expression filled with excitement. I see. I really want to fight them. Beerus crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Don't get ahead of yourself. Why don't you first surpass the people around you before thinking about others? Goku scratched his head. Buru-sama, Tatarsh. Beerus sneered. It's just the truth. TCH. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Annoying as it was, he had no comeback. Back to the topic, Beerus asked again. So why did you suddenly come back? Aishi rolled his eyes. Can't I come back to my own home? Beerus was taken aback, then laughed awkwardly. Of course you can. I was just curious. Was your training that short? As he spoke, he glanced at Goku and Vegeta. They remained silent. Aishi shook his head. No. Then he smiled. Actually, there's a reason I came back this time. Beerus asked. What is it? Ace's lips curved up into a smile. I want you to go challenge Kampa for a martial arts tournament. That's right. He wanted to hold the martial arts tournament ahead of schedule, because this could draw out Zeno. Right now, he had no idea how to approach Zeno to initiate the tournament of power, so he could only follow the plot's progression. As Aishi finished speaking, Goku's face lit up with excitement. What do you mean? Beerus flicked his forehead. How many times have I told you? Don't interrupt so recklessly. Goku rubbed his forehead and stepped back slightly. Imsoli, Beerus-sama. Beerus nodded and looked at Aishi. So, why suddenly suggest a martial arts tournament with him? Aishi chuckled. Don't you want to humiliate Kampa a bit? Hold a tournament. Beat him up thoroughly, wouldn't that feel great? Humiliate Kampa? Beerus' expression froze. Then he began to think seriously. That actually sounded pretty nice. A glimmer of joy flashed across Beerus' face. Being able to put Kampa in his place felt amazing. But a problem arose. Beerus looked at Aishi and hesitated. Would he agree? Their side had so many strong fighters. Would Kampa really accept? Aishi replied calmly. Don't worry about that. Isn't he searching for the Super Dragon Balls right now? Tell him to stop searching. Whether he wins or loses, all the remaining Super Dragon Balls will go to him. Super Dragon Balls? Give them all to Kampa? Beerus was stunned, then scowled. How could that be okay? That would just be giving him a free advantage. Aishi thought about it. True, giving them directly to Kampa was too generous. After a moment of thought, he looked at Beerus. Then how about using provocation instead? Beerus twitched. Provocation? You even thought of that? Aishi nodded. Yeah, that guy has an inflated ego. Just keep provoking him, and he'll agree. Beerus pondered, then nodded. You're right. Let's do it. Having received a definite answer, Aishi smiled slightly. Beerus suddenly asked, Have you decided on the participants? Aishi thought for a moment. 5 people. Beerus nodded. All right. They'll go find him shortly. Satisfied, Aishi revealed a smile. Goku walked up excitedly and looked at Aishi. Aishi, who are the 5? Vegeta also looked over tensely. This kind of tournament, he couldn't be left out. Aishi replied, You, Vegeta, Gohan, Broly, and me. Hearing their names included, both Goku and Vegeta smiled with relief. That was good. They couldn't miss out on such an event. Beside them, Broly's expression didn't change much. This tournament, no matter what, it was a guaranteed win. Beerus suddenly spoke up. Not calling Rigor? Aishi shook his head helplessly. Rigor still has a grudge with Vegeta. Let them settle that first. Beerus nodded. Fair enough. He didn't hold much hope anyway. Vegeta surpassing Rigor? That was a pipe dream. As for resolving their grudge, that might take forever. Vegeta snorted coldly, unwilling to accept it. After finishing their conversation, Aishi smiled. Then I'll head back for now. Let me know as soon as Kampa agrees. Beerus nodded. At the side, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. Goku smiled. Beerus-sama will head back too. Beerus looked at them blankly. You're leaving too? Goku nodded. Yeah. Beerus froze. Was it something he said just now that spurred them on? He didn't think Goku was that sensitive. But Goku laughed. Beerus-sama, we're just going back to train for a while. We'll need to be ready for the tournament. Beerus hesitated, then nodded. Fine. He didn't ask why they wouldn't train here under Whis. Goku and the others weren't fools. If they weren't training under Whis, it meant Earth had something special for them. After a moment's thought, only Beerus and Whis remained at the site. Looking at the empty God realm, Beerus sighed softly. Back to quiet times again. This was the first time so many people had gathered here. Beerus looked at Whis and asked, "Whis, prepare some food." Whis nodded gently, a smile on his lips. "Yes, Beerus-sama." On Earth, after bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Aishi headed straight towards West City. Had been away long enough. It was time to water his fields. A field couldn't stay dry for too long, it needed constant watering. Elsewhere, Goku and the others arrived at Camus Lookout. Goku carried a box of capsules containing gravity chambers, gravity wristbands, food, and more. Without hesitation, they headed straight for the hyperbolic time chamber. On the way, Goku and Vegeta explained the time chamber to Broly and asked if he wanted to join them. Broly thought for a moment, then nodded. He wanted to get stronger too. Soon, all three entered the hyperbolic time chamber together. Time flew by. 5 days passed in an instant. That day, Beerus and Whis arrived. When Aishi learned they had come, he immediately went to greet them. Smiling at the two, he asked, "So, did Comp agree?" Beerus smirked faintly and nodded. "Of course. I just provoked him a bit, and he couldn't take it. He kept insisting we start immediately. But he said something about not letting you participate. Said it wouldn't be fair." Aishi raised an eyebrow. "And what did you say?" Beerus replied, "I didn't agree, of course. But I didn't argue either. I thought I'd come back and ask for your opinion. But before I could find you, he came looking for me." He agreed very quickly. Whis also smiled and nodded. "That's right. At first Compa refused no matter what. But after Beerus-sama returned, he suddenly became very agreeable." Aishi narrowed his eyes. He went back once, and suddenly agreed so quickly? That was suspicious. Aishi spoke softly. "Does he have some hidden trump card?" "A trump card. That was the only possibility." Beerus shook his head. "I think so too, but I'm not sure." Aishi thought for a moment, then chuckled. "Whatever. It doesn't matter who he gathers. They'll still lose." Then he looked at Beerus. "When's the tournament?" "Tomorrow." Aishi nodded calmly. "Tomorrow?" End of chapter. Chapter 75-75. It was time to prepare properly. After Beerus finished explaining the tournament matters, he didn't stay long. Grabbing a pile of delicious food, he bid farewell to Aishi and set off on his way back to the God of Destruction's planet. At the original spot, Aishi stood alone. After pondering for a moment, his figure slowly disappeared. Kaioshin Realm. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was Aishi. Not far ahead, under the tree on the grasslands, a few figures were gathered together. There were Kaioshin Shin, Kibito, the old Kaioshin, and Gohan. The old Kaioshin was unsealed by Aishi some time ago. After all, due to Ace's involvement, Kaioshin Shin never invited Gohan to the sacred land as a guest, let alone to draw the sword. The reason for releasing the old Kaioshin was simple. His knowledge was profound, far beyond ordinary beings, and even surpassed the gods of destruction in certain domains, rivaling the angels. Whenever he didn't understand something, he could come and ask him. Aishi remembered that Gohan had a form that was far beyond standard limits, the beast form. This form could be said to be Gohan's strongest. Its aura and appearance were not inferior to Ultra Instinct, Megat no Goki, and might even surpass it. Moreover, he was the only one who walked this unique path. Aishi recalled in the original story that Gohan had neglected martial arts for quite some time. Even so, he was able to awaken the beast form in a moment of rage, and its combat power rivaled Ultra Instinct Goku. This spoke volumes of its extraordinariness. Purely in terms of its power boost, it was unimaginable. It could turn someone who hadn't trained for years, with mediocre base strength, into a warrior that rivaled Goku, who had been training intensely for years and mastered Ultra Instinct. Just imagine what that meant. Therefore, Aishi thought of guiding Gohan to find that feeling and evolve the beast form. Of course, to evolve into beast form, the ultimate form, mystic form, was essential. Gohan's beast form was achieved by surpassing the limits of his ultimate form and awakening his hidden potential to transform. For that, he had to ask for the old Kaioshin's help. Similarly, he himself was interested in trying this form. A few days ago, he asked the old Kaioshin to unlock some of his potential. But what a shock it was. The old Kaioshin was exhausted and near death, yet still hadn't fully unlocked his potential, which showed just how unfathomable Ace his potential was. The old Kaioshin's expression of doubting life was still fresh in his memory. Are you some kind of monster? I can't see the end of your potential at all. Aishi didn't force him to continue and ended the process early. Even this half-baked mystic form was overwhelming for Aishi. Its power was at least at Super Saiyan 4 level. Ahead, Gohan saw him and brightened up. He quickly ran over. Sensei, why are you here? Aishi withdrew his thoughts and smiled at Gohan. Nothing much. I just came to see how your training is going. At the side, the old Kaioshin's double eyelids twitched fiercely upon seeing Aishi. This play God again. He was terrified of him. Developing his potential nearly cost him his old life. Kaioshin Shin and Kibito hurried over as well. They always had a good impression of Aishi. From the Majin Buu incident to releasing their ancestor, every deed was worthy of gratitude. Kaioshin Shin ran over, smiling. Aishi, we meet again. Aishi nodded, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind. What is it? Why the expression? Gohan looked serious. Sensei, I've roughly grasped mystic form. If nothing goes wrong, I should soon achieve the full power mode. Aishi frowned slightly and shook his head. No need. Mystic form doesn't have anything like a full power mode, or rather, even if it does, it doesn't matter. You should treat it as your base form and look long-term. This is your potential. Different from Super Saiyan. Think of it from another angle, it could be your normal state. Gohan was stunned, then fell into thought. Treat it as a base form? He never thought of that. He always viewed it as another level like Super Saiyan. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Cough, cough. At this time, the old Kaioshin walked over slowly, hands behind his back, with a trace of exhaustion on his face. Aishi is right. You can't view mystic form from a Saiyan's perspective. He narrowed his eyes. It's a state of unlocked potential. Gohan fell silent. At the side, Kaioshin Shin scratched his head in confusion. Ancestor Sama, is there any difference? Kibito also nodded. Yeah, it was just a name change, wasn't it? The old Kaioshin glared at them angrily. Fools! If you call it a form, then like Super Saiyan, it will always become a thing of the past. But if it's a state, then why can't you continue to release your potential within this state? After all, for some people, potential has no limit. These words fell into different ears with different effects. Kaioshin Shin and Kibito still looked confused, but Gohan seemed thoughtful. As for Aishi, his face was full of smiles. As expected of the old Kaioshin, unsealing him was worth it. He was right. Mystic form should be used as an additional state. Also, under this state, it could combine with the Saiyan trait anger. Through rage, in the midst of released potential, he could break through again, evolving into the beast form. Aishi glanced at Gohan and spoke slowly. The old Kaioshin is right, Gohan. Your potential is extremely strong, stronger than most. So if you can release it into a state, why can't you go beyond it again? Saiyans awaken new forms through anger, so under rage. You too can once again surpass your limits. Do you understand what I mean? Gohan thought for a moment, then took a deep breath, his face showing clarity. Sensei, I understand. Excitement appeared on his face. He knew this was a huge opportunity, a brand new path taught to him by Sensei. It wasn't God Ki or Super Saiyan. It was a completely different path. But Gohan seemed to think of something and hesitated. Sensei, I'm worried about one thing. Aishi looked at him. Speak. Gohan spoke solemnly. My path relies on consuming my potential. What if one day I reach my limit? The limit of potential. That was what he worried about. If he reached it, wouldn't the path be cut off? Aishi smiled and shook his head. You don't have to worry. I've said before, for some people, potential has no limit. That absolutely applies to you. Gohan scratched his head awkwardly. Sensei might be overestimating him. If it was about potential, the one before him was truly unfathomable. After all, he witnessed Sensei's potential unlocking that day. It almost killed the old Kaioshin. After pondering for a moment, Gohan nodded seriously. I understand, Sensei. I'll do my best. Aishi nodded with a smile. This couldn't be rushed. It was up to Gohan. Then he spoke again. There's another reason I came here today. Gohan was puzzled. What is it? Aishi said calmly. The tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 will be held tomorrow. Tomorrow? Gohan exclaimed. Aishi nodded. Yes. So soon. Gohan felt a little nervous. He wasn't ready yet. What if the opponents were too strong? Aishi turned to the old Kaioshin and the others. Do you want to come watch? You can be special guests. Hearing this, the three were stunned. The old Kaioshin thought for a moment, then nodded. Of course. I'd love to witness such an interesting event. Kaioshin Shin and Kibito quickly echoed. Welcome too. The old Kaioshin glanced at them. Fence-sitters. Do what I do. Have some backbone. Kaioshin Shin scratched his head awkwardly, but still followed the old Kaioshin. Aishi smiled. Then I'll leave first. Come to Earth with Gohan later. The three nodded. Ace's figure slowly disappeared from the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Camus Lookout. A figure slowly appeared. It was Aishi. After leaving the Kaioshin realm, Aishi hurried straight here. He remembered that Son Goku and the others' key signatures last disappeared here. If he wasn't wrong, they must have been training inside for a full 5 years. Aishi felt a bit speechless. 5 years? What kind of concept was that? Imagine a person not eating, not drinking, not moving, no hunger, no fatigue, just playing games continuously forever. Could anyone endure that? They would go insane. Not to mention, this was training. Aishi didn't even want to think about it. When these three came out, how crazy would they be? Were they really this desperate? Aishi felt a hint of admiration for Son Goku and the others' willpower. At this moment, two figures came running over. Din and Mr. Popo. Din looked at Aishi, a little nervous, and spoke respectfully. Hello, Aishi-san. Mr. Popo also said calmly. Hello, Aishi-san. Aishi looked at them and smiled gently. Hello. Seeing his kind and approachable demeanor, Din finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like he was easy to get along with. He had been worried that Aishi would be like Vegeta in personality. Din cautiously asked, Aishi-san, is there something you need here at Camus Lookout? Aishi nodded. I'm here to find Son Goku and the others. Din understood and quickly said, I see. Please follow me. On the way, Din spoke worriedly. Last time, I adjusted the hyperbolic time chamber to have no time limit beyond the 2 days, but they don't know when to stop. Staying inside for so long, I don't know if there will be any problems. Aishi smiled lightly. Don't worry. They'll check on them. Din sighed in relief and looked at Aishi. Then I'll leave it to you, Aishi-san. After speaking, Din took a deep breath and solemnly said, He'll open the door for you now. Aishi nodded, slowly pushing the door open and stepping inside. Din let out another sigh, his expression tinged with worry. I wonder what the situation inside is. Emerpopo spoke calmly. Don't worry, Kami-sama. They'll be fine. They're just training. Din thought for a moment, then nodded. That's true. They'll go prepare some food. When Goku comes out, he'll definitely be starving. Mr. Popo quickly said, Kami-sama, there's no need for you to do that. I will prepare it. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber. As soon as Aishi entered, what greeted him was an endless expanse of white. The gravity suddenly increased tenfold. The oxygen density was extremely low. From the environment alone, it was perfect for training. Aishi looked around. Where were they? There wasn't a single key signature nearby. He glanced at the nearby sofa. If it weren't for some living supplies there, he might thought no one was here. Taking a step forward, he instantly arrived hundreds of kilometers ahead. Still no one. Aishi pondered. Where were they? He took a deep breath and released his ki completely. In an instant, a vast, overwhelming aura erupted from his body, spreading out for millions, tens of millions of kilometers. Aishi opened his eyes. Found them. Chacun y du, instant transmission. At the same time, in a certain space within, 3 figures were engaged in an intense battle. The sky was filled with terrifying ki. Their incredible power spread throughout the dimension. Overwhelming energy flooded every inch of space. The three were Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Sweat dripped down their bodies like rain. Their upper clothes were long torn apart. Countless wounds covered them. They were attacking each other with everything they had. Bang! Bang! Son Goku used Shunkan Idu to appear before Vegeta, landing a full-force punch into his stomach. Before he could continue, Broly's fist smashed into him like thunder. Rumble! Son Goku was sent flying. Broly didn't stop, grabbing Vegeta's head and smashing him down towards Goku. The collision of Goku and Vegeta created a massive explosion. But the next moment, both of their figures vanished. They reappeared behind Broly, left and right. Kamehameha, Turtle Destruction Wave, Final Flash. They shouted simultaneously, releasing their strongest techniques. Terrifying energy ripped through space-time, roaring towards Broly. Broly turned around, his expression fierce. Oh. A green glow flashed in his mouth, wild and violent. A massive energy blast formed instantly. Mouth blast. The overwhelming energy clashed against their attacks. Their faces twisted with ferocity. It was an all-out brawl. Just as the energy blasts were about to collide, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Aishi. The moment he arrived, his expression changed drastically. 10,000 times gravity. What the hell? When trained by Vados, he had experienced such gravity before with ease. But this was not the time to focus on gravity. 3 terrifying energy blasts were flying towards him, and they were only millimeters away. Son Goku and the others also sensed something in that instant. Aishi. But it was too late to withdraw their attacks. Hakai. Destruction. Just before the attacks hit him, a cold voice echoed. Whoosh! In an instant, a purple aura spread out from Ace's body. Within that moment, the 3 energy blasts were reduced to nothing, completely erased. Standing there, Ace's eyes narrowed in confusion. These 3 attacks weren't weak at all. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used Hakai, he would have been forced to dodge. Although dodging wouldn't hurt, he didn't want to end up covered in dust. Aishi looked at the 3. Right now, they were in base form, but their strength had undergone a dramatic change. Far stronger than when they first entered. Exactly how strong he would see tomorrow. Aishi looked at them and said, "You 3 have been training like this for 5 years?" Seeing Aishi, the 3 immediately stopped. Son Goku took a deep breath. Aishi, it's you. You scare me, I almost hit you. Vegeta walked over. 5 years already? He looked at Aishi and spoke calmly. We were training our strength and our minds. After all, no one could just keep training endlessly. Aishi nodded. That was right. Broly's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered slightly. He had become so strong. Yet Aishi had so easily neutralized their combined sudden attack. It seemed Aishi was still far above them. Aishi nodded. Outside, it's been 5 days. In here, it's been 5 years. The 3 were stunned. They had been training day and night with no concept of time, just to become stronger. Now, they finally achieved results. Son Goku looked at Aishi, full of fighting spirit. Aishi, since you're here, how about sparring with us? Aishi shook his head. If you want to fight, go fight Universe 6 tomorrow. Son Goku blinked. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. The tournament is starting? Aishi nodded. Yes. Son Goku's face filled with joy. That's great. I can finally test out my strength. Vegeta stared at Aishi. Aishi, just how strong are you? Aishi thought for a moment. I'm not sure. Not sure? What did that mean? Aishi smiled. There's no need to compare yourselves to me. If you do, ITLL only lead to despair. The 3 fell silent. That did feel a bit discouraging. Aishi spoke again. But I can tell you this, you've already reached the threshold to chase after me. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Aishi looked around, puzzled. What's with this space? Why is the gravity at 10,000 times? In a chapter 7777, Aishi was puzzled. The hyperbolic time chamber had always been 10 times gravity, right? Why was it now 10,000 times? Son Goku looked serious. Actually, when we first came in, We didn't notice it either. Come to think of it, it was because we were bored that we found out. Aishi raised an eyebrow. Bored? Vegeta stepped forward, glancing at Goku, and spoke slowly. Kakarot, this idiot, said he wanted to see how big the time chamber really was, so he ran far away from the entrance. And ended up discovering a whole different area? Vegeta scanned their surroundings, his expression solemn. We found that the deeper inside we went, the gravity kept increasing exponentially. The deeper you went, the stronger the gravity. Aishi frowned slightly. Was there such a function? After thinking for a moment, he asked, "What's the limit? Did you reach it?" The hyperbolic time chamber was supposed to be infinite. If gravity kept increasing with space, then wouldn't it be limitless too? Son Goku shook his head. The highest we found was 100,000 times. We didn't go further in, so it really was infinite. Aishi narrowed his eyes. That was terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder just who created such a fearsome training ground. Kami? Impossible. If Kami had such power, he wouldn't just be a mere guardian of Earth. He could probably only manage small modifications, creating a place with infinite space, infinite gravity, and different time flow. Just how powerful was the one who built it? Perhaps only someone at the level of the Grand Priest could do such a thing? After a moment of thought, Aishi shook his head. Forget it. Why bother thinking so deeply? Whoever created it didn't matter, as long as it wasn't harmful. Aishi looked at the three of them. Come on, let's head out. Dind is worried sick about you guys. They nodded, but it was mostly driven by their convictions. Son Goku refused to remain weak and be someone needing protection. Vegeta could not stand being inferior, determined to battle rigor. Broly simply sought strength and accompanied the two as well. Three pure goals, united in one place. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Din stood nervously by the door. Why aren't they out yet? As his voice fell, the chamber door slowly opened. Several figures walked out. Din quickly looked up, eyes lighting up in relief. Aishi-san, everyone, you're finally out? He let out a deep sigh. If it didn't come out soon, he'd die from anxiety. Earth's top combat power. Missing under his watch, he couldn't bear such a crime. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Son Goku saw Dind and realized their negligence. Scratching his head apologetically, he said, Dind, sorry about that. We lost track of time in there and ended up training for so long. Dind shook his head quickly. No need to apologize. I just worry for your safety. I don't fully understand the time chamber's limits either. Son Goku nodded seriously. I understand. Dind nodded back, then asked cautiously. So, how was your training? 5 years and 3 top-class Saiyans. They must have become unbelievably strong, right? In Din's mind, surely Son Goku and the others were now invincible. Son Goku thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure how strong I've gotten, but tomorrow is the tournament, so I can test it then. Beside him, Vegeta remained silent, his expression unreadable. How strong was he now? He really didn't know. These years, he focused only on enhancing his base combat power, ignoring everything else. He should have reached Rigor's level by now, right? He wasn't sure either. Broly didn't care much. How strong was he? Definitely not as strong as Aishi, but Rigor. Broly felt he could take him now. If nothing else, that Super Saiyan 5 shadow had faded somewhat. That form left a heavy, psychological scar on him, shattering his invincible dream in just a few blows. Din thought for a moment and smiled. With your abilities, I'm sure you'll do well. I wish I could see it myself. But I can't leave Earth. He sounded a little regretful. Who wouldn't want to witness such an extraordinary martial arts tournament? Son Goku felt guilty. He was the one who brought Din to Earth, and now his position confined his freedom. Din noticed Goku's expression and quickly added, I'm not saying I dislike this job. I love being Kami of Earth. I'm just a little sad I can't witness the match. That's all. Son Goku smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Din. Din shook his head earnestly. Please don't think that way, Goku-san. I'm honored to serve as Earth's guardian. Seeing the conversation coming to an end, Goku smiled and changed the topic. Din, got any food? Din smiled. Mr. Popo is cooking now. It will be ready soon. Seeing the three still wanting to stay and eat, Aishi spoke calmly. Tomorrow morning, gather in West City. Beerus and Whis will come to pick us up. They nodded. Ace's figure slowly disappeared, returning home. The next day, Aishi was fully prepared, quietly waiting for his women to come downstairs. Before long, three beautiful figures walked down. It was worth mentioning, ever since Tights got together with Aishi, she had bought out the entire apartment complex they lived in. In other words, every apartment nearby was now Ace's home. There were no neighbors left. Such was the financial power of Capsule Corporation. Though Aishi could have done the same himself, he felt there was no point. 18 walked up, her cold eyes staring at Aishi. Why are you up so early again? Aishi was puzzled. What kind of question is that? Without thinking, he answered honestly, I always wake up at this time. 18 snorted. I don't believe you. Aishi was stunned. Why not? 18 scoffed coldly. I'm not telling you. With that, she turned and walked out. What was that about? At this moment, 21 walked over with a gentle smile. Have you eaten? Aishi hugged her. What's wrong with 18? 21 blushed softly in his embrace and whispered, She's probably jealous. Aishi froze. Jealous? Yes. He was completely confused. Jealous of who? 21 shook her head. I don't know. Maybe some unknown woman. Unknown woman? Where would that come from? At this moment, a finger poked his back. Tights. She leaned in and said softly, Idiot. Sensei? Vados. Aishi realized. He had mentioned Vados to them before. He raised his eyebrows slightly. 18 couldn't be like this. They'd all be sisters in the future. He needed to adjust her properly. Before long, Capsule Corporation. Beerus looked at the crowd of people, his mouth twitching. He said they could bring family and friends, but was this necessary? It was like they'd brought their entire clan. Beerus looked at Goku, his voice low. Goku, is this what you meant by just a few people? Goku scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Well, maybe a bit more than a few. More than a bit. Beerus turned to Whis. Whis, will this be okay? Whis counted them one by one and smiled. It's fine, Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Good. Then let's go. Whis summoned a rectangular transport cube. Everyone stepped on with curiosity and wonder. Though there were many of them, the cube wasn't crowded at all. It was spacious and comfortable. Everyone chatted excitedly. Yamcha was full of excitement. This is the first time I've seen space this close. I used to only look at it from Earth. Krillin, holding his child, sighed. I saw it once before on the way to fight Frieza, but I didn't have time to appreciate the view. At the front, Beerus glanced at Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, his eyes narrowing slightly. You three have gotten much stronger. He understood now why Goku refused to train in the God of Destruction realm. Was it because Earth allowed them to grow this strong? Goku laughed. We're still nothing compared to you, Lord Beerus. Beerus crossed his arms with a snort. Don't compare yourselves to me. How many times had he told them that? Why didn't they ever listen? Goku just smiled without replying. Beerus seemed to remember something and looked at Aishi. Aishi, Compass at his side, also has an extremely strong scion as backup. Be careful. Aishi raised an eyebrow. An extremely strong scion? Beerus nodded. Yes, that idiot couldn't keep it to himself. He told me yesterday. Aishi nodded calmly. I see. Interesting. Compa had just been slammed down by him recently. Yet now he was boasting about having an extremely strong scion as a trump card. He definitely wasn't lying. Who could it be? This was their hidden card. Ace's eyes narrowed slightly. In a chapter 7878, Beerus replied, Yeah. Beerus scratched his head, not wanting to explain too much to Whis. This guy was like a curious child, always asking nonstop. At this moment, Vegeta and the others also turned their gazes over. Everyone was looking at him. Beerus sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to start explaining, he noticed Whis, who was piloting above his head, chuckling. Beerus looked up. Whis, what are you laughing at? Whis smiled, oh, nothing. I just thought of something funny. Beerus rolled his eyes. Annoyed, Whis, you explain it to them. Whis nodded. Even though he was on top of the cube shuttle, his voice transmitted perfectly into everyone's ears. I understand, Beerus-sama. Whis looked at Son Goku and the others, smiling gently. Actually, Universe 6 and Universe 7 are like twins, showing a mirrored relationship. For example, some things that exist in Universe 7 also exist in Universe 6, like Earth. For instance, it should exist in Universe 6 as well. Everyone was stunned, but in the next second, their expressions changed again. Whis paused before continuing. However, the scions are different according to the earliest information. The scions of Universe 6 and Universe 7 originally belonged to the same kind. The same kind? What? Vegeta was shocked. What do you mean? Whis thought for a moment before explaining. It's like this. In the early days, scions were the same kind. They were born bloodthirsty and brutal, killing indiscriminately, conquering and pillaging across many universes. But over time, problems arose internally. Some scions who advocated peace emerged, and they overthrew the battle-hungry scions who focused on invading others and drove them out. These words brought immense shock to everyone. Vegeta's face was full of disbelief. So the scions on planet Vegeta were the ones who got driven out. What kind of joke was this? Aishi, however, didn't react much. Beerus nodded. That seems to be the case for now. Vegeta clenched his teeth, fists tightening. Son Goku, on the other hand, was just confused. So what does that mean, they're stronger? Whis chuckled. Well, they did drive you guys out. What do you think? In other words, they're stronger. Vegeta frowned deeply. Impossible. What kind of joke was this? For Vegeta, scion pride was extremely important. How could he accept that other scions were stronger than his own kind? Son Goku's expression was full of excitement. Really? I can't wait to see them. Whis nodded slightly. We're almost there, boom. The cube shuttle suddenly braked sharply. Bang! Everyone lost their balance uncontrollably and fell forward violently. Ouch, what are you doing? Why did it suddenly stop? That hurts so much. Bulma and the other ordinary people all crashed into each other, grumbling in pain. Whis didn't mind. Smiling faintly, we've arrived. Aishi looked slightly surprised as he observed the planet before them. Beside him, Tights exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Aishi nodded. Indeed, the planet before them looked like an ink painting, its colors dazzling and vibrant. Because of him, the Super Dragon Balls had been collected early by Kampa, so the location chosen for the tournament had been changed as well. Boom! Whis piloted the cube shuttle downward. After landing, what entered their eyes was a vast grassland plain, and not far away, a standard tournament ring stood tall. Everyone disembarked from the cube shuttle, looking around in amazement, clicking their tongues at the scenery. Aishi looked forward. Kampa's people were already all gathered. Boom! Two figures flew over. It was Kampa and Vados. "Joe, I thought you'd be too scared to come. You bag of bones," Kampa said as he looked at Beerus. His face was full of disdain. Beerus. Beerus' forehead bulged with veins, fury rising. "What did you say, fat pig?" Kampa shook. "Fat pig? Who are you calling that?" Beerus clenched his fists. Calm down, forcing himself to suppress his anger. He said coldly, "Stupid fat pig, I won't bother with you today." "Oh," Kampa raised his eyebrows. "When did you become a ninja turtle, Beerus?" "Beerus." Vados held her forehead with an exasperated look. "Kampa-sama, can you not provoke him so much? Aren't we going to start?" Kampa snorted coldly. "That bony freak beat me up for no reason last time." Vados looked at Whis and Beerus, nodding lightly in greeting before smiling at Aishi. "Don't recognize me?" Aishi smiled softly. "Of course I do." Vados nodded in satisfaction, then narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the three beautiful women beside Aishi. This disciple of mine really isn't ordinary. Kampa was also looking at Aishi, eyes flickering, but as if thinking of something, he chuckled slyly. Number 18 lightly pinched Aishi, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "You better just treat her as your teacher." Number 21 looked a bit awkward when it came to master-disciple relationships. She definitely had something to say. Tights, however, didn't think much. Ever since she got two sisters, she had accepted everything. Having an angel sister sounded pretty nice, too. Beerus said indifferently, "Let's go. I want to see what the two of you have prepared." Everyone followed over. Meanwhile, Whis gathered the spectators and led them to the viewing seats. On the way, Son Goku and the others whispered among themselves. Aishi walked to the front. He had already sensed that so-called trump card scion the opponent was concealing their ki, and right now felt completely ordinary. He couldn't sense any particular strength. Ace's expression remained calm. Of course, this was just surface level. How strong they really were would have to be seen in actual combat. Arriving at the ring, Beerus looked around and frowned. Pig, are you that stingy? The ring is this small? And the viewing seats too. Can't you make them bigger? Hard seats. Really? Is this how you treat guests? Are you a cheapskate or what? Kampa's face turned awkward. What a bastard. Vados pouted. Kampa-sama, that's not fair. You were the one who ordered it like this. How is it my fault? Beerus sneered. Just admit it. You have no taste. Kampa yelled angrily. Enough nonsense. Are we fighting or not? Fight. Beerus snorted coldly. Kampa turned to his side of the viewing seats and waved his hand, shouting, You all come down. Swoosh. 5 figures slowly descended. Ace's gaze swept over them. Kaba, Caulifla, Kayla's eyes narrowed slightly at these figures. There were even characters not appearing in the original work. As Aishi observed them, they were also observing him. At this moment, Kampa chuckled as he moved closer. Aishi, do you know who he is? Aishi looked at Kampa. Tell me. Kampa spoke with a serious face. King Salada. King Salada? Aishi nodded, instantly understanding. Kampa said mysteriously, It will definitely shock you. He can one-shot you too. Kampa's expression turned ugly. If you talk like that, there's no fun in chatting. Can't you say anything else? Aishi shook his head. If you think he can beat me, then compare it to yourself. Can he one-shot you? If so, then yeah, he's strong. Aishi was just being honest. He really couldn't see what was so strong about this King Salada. He didn't even have a tail. Could he still transform into Super Saiyan 4 or 5 without a tail? Kampa said solemnly, He is very strong. That's all I can tell you after speaking. Kampa flew back. After both sides briefly introduced their members, Beerus and Kampa began the tournament. The referee spoke with a serious expression. Now, the friendly match jointly held by Universe 6 and Universe 7 officially begins. Each side will have 5 participants after reading out the rules. The referee said solemnly, Please send out your first fighter on Beerus' side. Beerus stroked his chin in thought. He looked at Whis and asked Whis, Who do you think we should send first? Whis thought seriously before replying, Aishi, I suppose. Everyone. Aishi. Beerus fell silent. You're way too serious. Beerus shook his head slowly and said, Aishi is obviously being kept in reserve. That scion that Kampa mentioned, we don't know his true strength, so we should be cautious. Son Goku quickly nodded. Yeah, and they have 4 other scions too. We absolutely can't underestimate them. He really didn't want Aishi to be sent first. Otherwise, wouldn't he lose his chance to fight? He had been training for 5 years. How could he accept being sidelined like this? Beerus thought for a moment and decided it was better to ask for opinions. So he turned to everyone. Who wants to go? Son Goku immediately stepped forward. Me? Let me go first. Beerus nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you. Son Goku nodded seriously. You'll do my best. Then, with an excited expression, Son Goku jumped down, landing firmly on the ring. On the other side, Kampa said solemnly, Vados, who do you think should go? Vados glanced at him calmly. Anyone is fine. At this moment, Caulifla stepped forward. She looked at Kampa, battle intent overflowing. Let me go first. Ever since her defeat at Ace's hands, she had doubled down on her training to the point of obsession, all just to get her revenge on Aishi. Kampa looked at Caulifla. Are you sure? Caulifla stared at Son Goku below with disdain. Weakling. This old man looks so weak. Kampa said seriously, fine. Make sure to get the first win. Caulifla nodded, definitely. They'll cut down everyone until I reach Aishi. Oomph. With that, she jumped down directly. End of chapter. Chapter 7979 from Universe 7. Contestant Son Goku versus Universe 6's contestant Caulifla. After the referee's opening announcement, both Beerus and Kampa simultaneously fired small ki blasts to signal the start of the match. Then let the match officially begin. The referee shouted with vigor and waved his hand to declare the match open. On Beerus' side, Vegeta frowned slightly. After observing the opponent seriously, he turned to Beerus. Why are they sending a female scion up? At the same time, he thought inwardly. Sending a female scion is one thing, but even the male scions look so scrawny, skinny, like monkeys, short and weak. Beerus snorted. How should I know? They're not our people anyway. Vegeta frowned. It's not like I look down on female scions, but until now, have there ever been female scions fighting? In his impression, those who win a battle were always male scions, while females mostly played the role of housewives. Beerus replied with uncertainty. Maybe they just don't have any decent scions? Aishi smiled faintly. How amusing. Last time in Universe 6, Kale should have left quite an impression on Kampa. Vegeta crossed his arms. Maybe down below, Son Goku and Caulifla faced each other from a distance. Caulifla's expression was full of excitement, her eyes brimming with fighting intent. Hey, you're a scion too, right? Son Goku nodded and observed Caulifla for a moment. Then Son Goku was puzzled this week. Or maybe she's hiding her power. Son Goku thought to himself, probably people these days like to show off. Well, I do that too. Caulifla frowned, her tone unpleasant. Hey, old man. What's with that face? Son Goku withdrew his expression and smiled. Nothing, come on. He then took his fighting stance, expression calm, his ki naturally retracting. Seeing this, Caulifla grew even more excited. That's more like it. Let me see what you've got. Boom! As she finished speaking, her figure turned into a blur, dashing straight towards Son Goku. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Son Goku and swung her fist fiercely at his face. Bah! Son Goku's expression didn't change. He easily blocked her punch with his palm and immediately countered with a strike towards Caulifla. Bang! Son Goku held back his strength with his palm strike, but it was still so fast that in Caulifla's eyes, it was beyond comprehension. Her pupils shrank. She couldn't react at all before she felt a sharp pain coursing through her body. Caulifla screamed as her body was sent flying backwards, crashing hard onto the ring floor. The first round ended instantly. Everyone watching was stunned, mouths agape. On Ace's side, Vegeta's mouth twitched. Is this girl here for comedy relief? Son Goku remained silent. Just moments ago, he had been worried the opponent might be too strong, but now, he couldn't help but feel awkward. However, with his usual kindness, he still tried to defend her. Maybe she didn't perform well today. Vegeta didn't perform well? Yeah, right. Not far away, the others sitting on Whis round cushion were also speechless. So this is a match between universes? Yamcha didn't think much of it. He frowned as he looked at Son Goku. Goku fought her like she was a child. Piccolo twitched his eyelids, glaring at Yamcha. I don't care about your opinions on men and women, but that's nonsense. I could see that Goku didn't even use any strength. Krillin nodded. Exactly. Besides, since when does fighting care about gender? Nicely done, Goku. Hearing their rebuttal, Yamcha's expression changed slightly. What are you all attacking me for? You just wanted some presents? Was that so wrong? On the other side, Kampa's face was dark. With this, she wanted to fight her way to Aishi. Even an ant would be a life-or-death battle for her. Kampa was about to start cursing when he suddenly remembered something and forcibly swallowed back his anger. Forget it, he'll just sulk silently. Vados chuckled softly and glanced at King Salada. This one he really has some skills. Even she had been kept in the dark about him. If he hadn't approached Kampa to sign up just days earlier, she wouldn't have known there was such a master in their universe. However, Vados then looked at Aishi. He's probably still not as strong as Aishi. Sensing someone looking at him, Aishi slowly turned his gaze, meeting Vados' eyes. Aishi smiled faintly. Seeing this, Vados' lips curved into a beautiful smile. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you two flirting right now? The atmosphere was tense, and suddenly the two exchanged glances and smiled. But Whis only dared to think this in his heart. He would never say it out loud. Down below, the referee stood by Caulifla, timer in hand, counting. Just as he was about to finish counting her out, After a long silence, Caulifla struggled to stand up. She waved at the referee and said, "I can still fight." She used all her strength to stand, her eyes incomparably heavy. First Aishi, and now this Son Goku. Why were they all so terrifying? On the other side, seeing her finally stand up, Son Goku let out a sigh of relief. He looked slightly troubled. I shouldn't have listened to Whis telling me. Never hold back in battle. Always fight with your full strength. So he did. But of course, he only listened to half. He used what he thought would draw out her full strength. But he hadn't controlled his power to match her current ki level, which nearly resulted in a one-hit KO for Caulifla. Seeing her miserable state, Son Goku couldn't bear to continue. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Why don't you just surrender?" However, these kind words reached Caulifla's ears, and her face darkened as she glared at Son Goku. "What did you say?" Son Goku scratched his cheek and repeated, "If we keep going, it won't be good for you. You should just surrender." Caulifla clenched her fists tightly, face gloomy. Anger boiling, damn it. Boom! In the next instant, the ring beneath her feet trembled violently as an invisible force surged from her body. Golden lightning began flickering around her boom. The next moment, golden flames erupted around Caulifla, her ki soaring explosively as her hair and eyebrows turned bright gold. Super Saiyan. Son Goku's eyes widened slightly. Super Saiyan, most of those present didn't react much, since they'd seen it before. Only Kampa sighed in relief. Finally, that's more like it. Why hide your Super Saiyan all this time? However, just as he finished speaking, Kaba hesitated for a moment before saying, Kampa-sama. Actually, most of us can't transform into Super Saiyans. Kampa blinked, then waved his hand dismissively, can't? Don't joke, you've seen qu'elle transforme. How could it be possible that they couldn't? Kaba sighed. He wanted to explain that the Saiyans of planet Salada were different from the other sides. Almost none of them could become Super Saiyans, but Kampa wouldn't listen. At this moment, King Salada suddenly spoke. "Kampa, the Saiyans of Universe 6 really can't transform into Super Saiyans." Kampa was stunned and turned to King Salada, puzzled. "Then what about that time you showed me?" King Salada replied, "I'm an exception, but the Saiyans here really can't become Super Saiyans." Kampa fell silent. After a moment, he muttered, "Forget it, as long as you can transform." Caulifla took a deep breath, her expression full of excitement. She clenched her fists tightly, feeling the surging power within her. This is Super Saiyan. Then, she looked fiercely at Son Goku and shouted again. With that, her figure turned into a streak of lightning, charging forward. Son Goku retreated while blocking her attacks. Praising her, not bad. Caulifla shouted excitedly, "My body just keeps overflowing with power. I'm so pumped up." Above, Beerus' face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He suddenly roared angrily at Son Goku. "Goku, how long do you plan to drag this out? Finish it with one move already." Son Goku looked displeased. "Beerus-sama, what's the rush? If you don't hurry, they'll send and hit next." Beerus shouted coldly. Son Goku's expression changed slightly. "I understand." He then looked at Caulifla and said softly, "For the sake of me being able to keep fighting, I'm sorry, but you'll have to go down now." Caulifla was stunned, and just as she was about to retort, she saw a huge fist swinging towards her. With a deep crashing sound, Caulifla's body was sent flying uncontrollably, instantly falling unconscious. Big sis. Kale suppressed her inner turmoil and rushed down to catch Caulifla, then carried her back to the preparation area. Kampa's face looked ugly, glaring at everyone. "They'll go." Kale placed Caulifla down gently and said coldly. Kampa looked at Kale and said seriously, "Use your full power. Defeat Son Goku." Kale nodded, her gaze turning icy as the overwhelming force within her began to surge out. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Son Goku's expression slightly stiffened. Not daring to be careless, he clenched his fists tightly. "Ha ha ha!" with a roar erupting from his mouth. Son Goku instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. A jet-like golden aura burst around his body. His hair and eyebrows turned golden and stood up straight. Crackling lightning danced around him. Instead of retreating, Son Goku advanced fiercely and charged toward his opponent. Boom! A sound like thunder exploded across the arena as the two fists collided violently. Kale was knocked back several steps. Seizing the advantage, Son Goku unleashed a flurry of combo punches, pummeling Kale as she let out repeated screams. Finally, with a powerful kick, he sent her flying into the sky. Only then did Son Goku place his hands at his waist and shout, "Shunkan Pai Pai pressure! Instant Pai Pai pressure!" Boom! With a thunderous roar, a dazzling blue energy beam erupted from his hands, crashing viciously into Kale. Boom! Kale slowly fell from the sky, lying on the ground unconscious. Another opponent defeated instantly. Everyone present wore expressions of shock. Kampa's face darkened as he scrutinized Son Goku back and forth. This guy, why is he also so strong? He had thought that only Aishi was worth paying attention to. Who would have thought even a random one of them could instantly defeat his fighters? Kampa couldn't help but look toward the opposing bench. Don't tell me each one is stronger than the last. Kampa's expression became ugly. If they got completely swept, that would be utterly humiliating. At the same time, Beerus was also astonished. This kid Goku's power is overwhelming. Vegeta crossed his arms, giving a cold snort. That's only the tip of the iceberg. He felt a hint of pride. This proved that he and Kakarot, both hardworking type Scions, were truly immeasurable. Vegeta glanced at Aishi and Broly. Just wait, someday I will surpass all of you. Aishi glanced back at Vegeta with a faint smile. This kid's son Goku's gaze shifted to the other arena, moving between Hit and King Salada. Let's finish this quickly, son, Goku said softly. At this moment, Kale still retained a shred of reason. Seeing his expression clearly, an inexplicable hatred surged straight to her head. Bastard! Godi! Her reason was instantly devoured by fury. Roaring, she shot forward, slamming down towards Son Goku with tremendous force. Her body grew larger, muscles swelling rapidly, her fist carrying a force that seemed absolutely unstoppable. That punch flew straight towards Son Goku's face. Its power was immense. Had it landed on a normal person, their organs would have been pulverized. Son Goku's expression remained unchanged. His figure suddenly flickered away like a phantom. He dodged the blow. In the next instant, he threw a heavy punch straight into Kale's abdomen. Boom! A thunderous impact rang out as Son Goku was sent flying backward from the recoil. He barely stopped himself from flying out of the arena. Standing there, Son Goku wore a puzzled expression. Just now what did he do? His body dodged on its own. What is this? Beerus narrowed his eyes. Aishi also widened his eyes slightly in surprise. Whis likewise narrowed his gaze silently. Vegeta frowned deeply, clicking his tongue inwardly. Oof. It's happening again. He had seen this move before in the hyperbolic time chamber, but he didn't expect to see it again now. Beerus muttered in a low voice, probably just coincidence. He refused to believe that Ultra Instinct, Migat no Goki, would allow Son Goku to grasp it in such a short time. That would be far too shocking. Ha ha ha, Son Goku. A furious roar erupted to the heavens as the green aura around Kale became even more vast and terrifying. She stomped the ground fiercely, cracks spreading in all directions from the stage. Then she roared and charged at Son Goku. Without hesitation, Kale jumped off the arena. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances, each flicking an energy destruction sphere to ring the match bell before the referee could finish speaking. A terrifying aura engulfed the entire stage. Startled, the referee was sent flying backward uncontrollably. Over here, Son Goku shouted, veins bulging from his forehead. Their fists collided fiercely. Upon separating, Hit staggered back repeatedly. At that moment, it had to admit this Scion was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Kampa muttered, "T-Sit Super Scion 4 didn't think he could use it too." He had seen Super Saiyan 4 before. Its strength varied greatly depending on the person. On Aishi, its might shattered perception itself. On Rigor, it could only be described as monstrous, and on Son Goku, it was another type of rare, overwhelming power. In short, Kappa extremely hated this form. Seeing Super Saiyan 4 always pissed him off. At the side, King Salada slowly opened his eyes. The entire arena fell silent instantly. Super Saiyan 4. Huh? King Salada smiled faintly without speaking. The referee frowned. This contestant gave him an overwhelmingly terrifying feeling. As the referee finished speaking, Hit had already attacked. His fist swung out with lightning speed. Boom! A muffled impact thundered through everyone's ears. Ugh! Son Goku's pupils shrank as his chest caved in slightly, his aura forced backward violently. Before he could recover, countless punches rained down on his body in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. What? Vegeta's eyes widened as he instantly stood up. What was going on? Everyone wore confused expressions. Why was it one-sided right from the start? Kampa's eyes lit up with joy and excitement. Yes, Hit. Finish off Son Goku in one go, however. Just as his voice fell, an angry roar erupted. Ha! Son Goku clenched his fists tightly as his aura surged. A thick golden aura erupted from beneath his feet, rising powerfully into the sky. The immense energy swept across the battlefield. Golden light scattered as Son Goku suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His body was covered in a layer of red fighting spirit, his hair long and wild, draping down his back. His aura was tyrannical and overwhelming, and in an instant, it completely blocked Hit's assault. What is this? Hit's pupils shrank as he furrowed his brows, staring at Son Goku. Son Goku took a deep breath and smiled. Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Hit was stunned as he locked his gaze on his Son Goku. What incredible power! Watching Son Goku, Kampa's expression turned grave. Let's test this. Thinking that, Hit suddenly threw out a punch, aiming straight for Son Goku. Boom. Over here, Son Goku roared as veins bulged from his forehead. Their fists collided fiercely. Upon separating, Hit staggered back repeatedly. At that moment, Hit had to admit this Saiyan was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Kampa muttered TCH it's Super Saiyan 4 didn't think he could use it too. He had seen Super Saiyan 4 before and knew its strength varied greatly depending on the user. On Aishi, it was like perception itself shattered. On Rigor, it could only be called monstrous, and on Son Goku, it was another type of rare, overwhelming power. In short, Kampa extremely hated this form. Seeing Super Saiyan 4 always pissed him off. At the side, King Salada slowly opened his eyes, the arena silent as a temple. Super Saiyan 4, huh? King Salada smiled softly without speaking. End of chapter. Chapter 81, Hit's expression was grim. Son Goku, I have to admit, you're strong. Goku grinned. You're not bad either. Hit looked slightly confused. What did you just do? How were you able to throw that many punches in an instant? Hit replied flatly. We're opponents, and you're asking me about my ability? Goku scratched his head with a sheepish smile. Yeah, he was being a bit rude. But the next moment, Hit looked at Goku and calmly spoke Tokidabashi. Time skipped. Goku blinked. Tokitodaji. Had never heard of such a technique. Hit nodded. Yes. Goku didn't quite get it, but judging by the name, he could guess a little. Time skip? As the name implied, it had to be related to time. Hit raised his arms and assumed a fighting stance. Come, Son Goku. Show me the true extent of your strength. Goku smiled back and immediately dropped into his own stance. Then boom! A thunderous explosion erupted on the arena floor. The entire stage cracked apart, and a powerful shock wave rippled in all directions. The two's fists collided with a violent impact. Hit's expression remained solemn as he continued, using Tokidabashi. Boom! 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 Every punch he threw came from a perfect angle, striking from all directions, each aimed directly at Goku's vital points, but unfortunately, Each one was sensed and countered. At this point, Hit's face turned serious. Clenching his fists, he charged straight at Goku again. Above the stage, watching from the waiting area, Vegeta and the others had already noticed something was off, but they still couldn't grasp exactly what this ability was. Vegeta frowned. The attacks have a pattern, they're reactive. But what's the principle behind it? Broly also didn't understand, but slowly said it could be broken through by brute force. Vegeta nodded. That's true, but still, what is it? Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Hit for a moment, before calmly explaining. It seems to be related to time jumping. Everyone turned to look at him. Whis continued, but I can't say for sure, let's keep watching. Everyone nodded. Vegeta turned to Aishi and asked, Aishi, have you figured out yet? Vegeta knew that Ace's knowledge in the realm of time was unrivaled. Time stop. Who else could pull that off? Aishi thought for a moment before speaking. It's pretty much as Whis said. He's jumping forward in time, storing segments, and creating a kind of pseudo-parallel space. A residual image is left in the real world, and his true body performs the attack from that temporal offset. As he spoke, Aishi glanced at Hit. From what I can tell, his current Tokidabashi allows him to skip ahead by 0.1 seconds. Vegeta's face tightened. That's freakish. Aishi chuckled. As long as you predict it in advance, it's fine. Or like Broly said, just smash through it. Vegeta gave a light nod, not denying it. On the battlefield, Hit took a deep breath and looked at Goku. Let's go. Goku blinked. Why the shouting? He thought Hit was about to explode with power or something, but then nothing. His energy didn't even increase. Still, Goku didn't say much. He simply nodded. Come on then. Just as he finished speaking, Goku's expression changed slightly as Hit unleashed another volley of the same technique. Goku stared at Hit with a serious expression. He got faster again. Hit's face was also a bit heavy. Even after pushing his Tokidabashi to 0.2 seconds, this guy could still keep up? Goku looked at Hit and smiled. Can you go even faster? I want to see your limit. Hit. His face remained stoic, unreadable. This was the first time Head encountered someone this crazy. Hit slowly said, My profession is assassination, not combat. Do you understand? Killing, not fighting. Goku paused, then after thinking for a moment, looked surprised. You mean there's more strength you haven't been able to unleash yet? Hit nodded. Goku, realizing something, looked over toward the waiting area and smiled at Beerus. Lord Beerus, change the no-killing rule. Beerus froze, stunned. Son Goku, are you insane? Goku turned to Hit with a smile. I want to see your full power. Hit's eyes widened slightly, staring straight at Goku. This guy was a complete idiot. Beerus' face turned dark, but after thinking for a moment, he reluctantly agreed. Fine, just don't D. Goku smiled. I want. Then he turned back to Hit. Now you can use your assassination techniques. With that, Hit didn't say anything else. Since the opponent was practically begging for death, Head grant that wish. In the very next instant, Tokidabashi. 0.3 seconds. 0.4 seconds. Hit's speed skyrocketed, and within the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one laced with lethal force and aimed squarely at vital points. Goku's expression tightened, and he focused. After parrying all of the attacks, he slowly looked up at Hit. Boom! Goku stomped the ground with his right foot, his body bursting forward like a golden bullet, racing straight toward Hit. Seeing Goku's approach, Hit's lips curled into a faint smile. It's over, but then Goku grinned and suddenly spun mid-air, launching a heavy punch backward. Bang! Their fists collided again, unleashing another deafening explosion. The shockwave erupting in every direction. Hit's face changed. What had been found? Goku grinned. In my Super Saiyan 4 state, catching your aura is as easy as a cat catching a mouse. Effortless. Boom! With that, Goku unleashed a fierce punch, golden aura blazing, packed with terrifying power right into Hit's abdomen. Boom! The echo of the strike thundered across the arena. The force behind the punch was savage and overwhelming. Its pupils dilated, looking up in disbelief. How is this possible? The searing pain tore through his body before he could even process how to fight back. Goku suddenly smiled. It's over. Crack, crack, crack. Goku unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, each blow clean, brutal, and crushing. It was sent flying backward, unable to retaliate, completely overwhelmed. Agonized screams filled the air as Hit was beaten without reprieve. Then Goku brought his hands to his waist, shouting, Kamehameha! Kamehameha! In an instant, blue light burst forth, radiating in all directions. The powerful and pure ki surged like ripples, roaring across the battlefield. With a powerful thrust, Goku fired his Kamehameha, the beam carrying overwhelming power, slamming straight into Hit's body. Rumble! With a deafening explosion, Hit's body finally lost stability and was blown out of the arena. Hit was eliminated. Therefore, the winner is Universe 7's Son Goku. The announcer glanced at the scoreboard. Instantly, the entire arena erupted with cheers. Naturally, all the excitement came from the Earthlings' side. Loud, thunderous applause rang out. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed, "TCH. I thought this tournament was supposed to be high level." Kakarot swept them all by himself. Broly nodded in agreement. He had also expected opponents like Rigor to show up. But now, it looked like he wouldn't even need to fight. Gohan fell silent. How should he even put it? Had been training like crazy for a whole week, just so he wouldn't embarrass his master Aishi. Now, he wouldn't even get to enter the ring. Clearly everyone's mood was disappointment. Aishi, however, said nothing. Goku, sweeping the competition, made sense. He had trained for 5 years. After all, but next, that's where the problem might begin. Aishi slowly raised his head, looking ahead with a helpless expression. King Sadala, on the opposing side, Kampa's face was dark and unreadable. He took a deep breath and slowly looked at King Sadala. It's up to you now. King Sadala nodded. Understood. The moment he finished speaking, he slowly flew onto the stage, landing calmly in the center. King Sadala's expression was serene as he looked at Son Goku. Come at me. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Son Goku stood firm in the arena. Across from him, King Sadala took a slow step forward. The two faced off, tension crackling in the space between them. King Sadala's expression was calm. Your strength is impressive. It seems its defeat wasn't a fluke. Goku smiled. You look strong too. I've always wanted to test myself against a true scion from Universe 6. King Sadala responded flatly. That's why I'm here. No more words were exchanged. Boom! In the next instant, both of them exploded with energy. Golden auras burst from their bodies, shaking the arena beneath their feet until cracks spread outward like spiderwebs. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. That guy's energy is even more refined than Cabba. Broly said in a low voice, he's not normal. Kakarot better be careful. Ace's gaze was focused and serious. This guy's ki. It has divine traits. Whis raised his eyebrows slightly. That form is quite close to Super Saiyan God. Beerus' face darkened. TCH, that's not good. Gohan asked in surprise. What do you mean? Beerus replied, if that guy really reaches the level of Super Saiyan God, things are about to get dangerous. Suddenly, the two vanished from view. Boom! A thunderous shockwave ripped through the air. Then bang! 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 The arena was filled with the sound of rapid strikes as the two exchanged lightning-fast blows. Neither side relented. Every hit was full of raw, violent power and battle-hardened technique. And as time passed, King Sadala's power steadily grew stronger. His attacks became faster, sharper, more refined, gradually forcing Goku onto the defensive. Goku had to push from Super Saiyan 3 into Super Saiyan 4 just to keep pace. But even then, King Sadala didn't slow down. With a sudden roar, golden energy erupted from his body again, and his hair turned a blazing red. His power surged to a new level. Goku's eyes widened. This is Super Saiyan God. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Whis murmured, "He really did master it. Not completely, but close enough." Beerus didn't say anything at first, then suddenly muttered, "Goku's in trouble." Sure enough, with his transformation into Super Saiyan God, King Saddleass speed skyrocketed. Goku was pushed back all over again. Boom! Goku staggered under the onslaught. He could barely defend himself. King Sadala showed no mercy, his strikes sharp, fluid, refined from real battle experience. Then with one devastating punch boom, Goku was sent flying backward, smashing hard into the arena floor. Gah! He spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly got to his feet. But this time, his expression had turned truly serious. "All right, looks like it's my turn now." The very next moment, boom, a divine red aura burst from Goku's body. He had also entered the realm of Super Saiyan God. King Sadala was momentarily stunned. "You too?" Goku smiled confidently. "Of course. I've spent years training for this. There's no way ID let you outpace me so easily." And then the two Super Saiyan gods charged at each other once more. Boom! The resulting clash sent divine energy surging in all directions. Above the stage, even the clouds overhead twisted and churned, space around them warping from the sheer force of the battle. Every strike now carried the power of gods. Rah! They traded blows without rest, their battle expanding beyond the arena and into the sky. Boom! Shock waves tore through the air. From the ground, Vegeta's expression grew more intense. He's already forced Kakarot into Super Saiyan God. This guy really is Universe SIXS final card. Aishi nodded. It's not just raw power. His control over divine ki is extraordinary. He must have spent a long time mastering God energy. Broly remained silent, but his fists clenched tightly. The Saiyan blood in him was boiling. Then King Saddleass' aura began to change again. His divine energy spiked, growing heavier, deeper, and more compressed. Whis abruptly stood up. That energy. Ace's eyes narrowed. He's trying to push beyond Super Saiyan God. Vegeta gasped. Don't tell me, is he going into Super Saiyan Blue? But Aishi shook his head. No, that's not blue. It's not a power-through force kind of transformation. It's even more refined. Whis added, if I'm not mistaken, this might be Universe 6's own evolution of divine energy. Boom! At that moment, King Saddleass' aura underwent a massive shift. His frame slimmed slightly, and his red energy turned deep and dense, but controlled like a sea of quiet destruction. He raised one hand, and Goku instantly felt a crushing pressure. What is this? Goku gritted his teeth. Damn it, this guy might be stronger than me now. But a burning fire ignited inside him. Then I guess it's time to go all out. He exhaled slowly. The red glow on his body suddenly shifted. Boom! A fierce blue aura erupted from him. Super Saiyan Blue. Two Saiyans, two divine powers collided. Boom! This wasn't just a battle. It was the clash of two universes' last hopes. Who would stand victorious? End of chapter. Chapter 83 on the stage. The air stirred without wind. Aishi and King Sadala stood silently, staring at one another. For a long while, neither spoke. Then suddenly, Aishi opened his mouth, his tone calm. Is Ultra Instinct your limit? Ultra Instinct your ultimate form? King Saddleass' face shifted slightly. What was that supposed to mean? Aishi chuckled lightly. If Ultra Instinct is your ceiling, then your chances of victory are 0. The moment he said that, everyone present was visibly shocked. Kampa's brows furrowed, eyes locked on Aishi. What the hell is that guy saying? A few of the recently revived Tuffle warriors nearby also frowned deeply upon hearing this. Caulifla glared at Aishi and snapped. What nonsense is he spewing? You think he can beat King Sadala? From the start of the fight, she had become King Saddleass' biggest fan. That terrifying son Goku had been one-shot by him. How strong must that be? And yet Aishi was being this cocky? Cabba's expression was complicated. Even he couldn't tell who was stronger. Aishi had left too deep an impression on him. Vados chuckled softly. Lord Kampa, what Aishi said may not be entirely wrong. Kampa's face changed. He looked at Vados in disbelief. What do you mean? Didn't you witness King Saddle-ass power that day? Even I took a few hits from him. Vados pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed. Lord Kampa, you overestimate yourself. Why not take a look at Beerus or Aishi? Both of them could probably one-shot you. Kampa, his face turned livid. Whose side are you on? Vados straightened and said earnestly, yours, of course. Only then did Kampa breathe a sigh of relief, though he still scoffed and looked back at the stage. We'll see. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Vados gently shook her head. Indeed, King Sadala was strong, close to a destroyer-level fighter when compared to Kampa. But when compared to Beerus, King Sadala didn't quite measure up. So, the power you perceive might only be impressive to you. In the eyes of others? Maybe not so much. Lord Kampa, that's your own universe's pride showing. Meanwhile, Beerus' face brightened as he laughed. Ha, that's our Aishi. We're saved now. Whis, however, shook his head and smiled. Don't celebrate too soon, Lord Beerus. His eyes remained focused on King Sadala. Ultra Instinct wasn't something to be taken lightly. The audience seated on circular cushions all collectively let out a sigh of relief. Krillin wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply. Phew, I really thought we were about to get steamrolled. Piccolo's face remained stern. As expected, every universe has its hidden powerhouses. We can't afford to underestimate anyone. Master Roshi nodded and added, let's hope the rest of our team learns a lesson from this. Off to the side, Chi-Chi scoffed. What's that supposed to mean, old man? My Goku only lost because of a mistake. Everyone else. Right, a mistake. No one responded. Krillin stared at the arena and muttered, it's up to Aishi now. The others nodded. He was the only one they could pin their hopes on. The undefeated seed in their hearts. King Sadala looked at Aishi and asked in a low voice, you don't seem amusing at all. Aishi smiled. Then let's test it out. Test it out. With those words, the atmosphere grew tense instantly. Everyone's expression shifted, eyes locked on the two warriors in the arena. King Sadala smiled too. Then let's test it. This was the reason he came here, wasn't it? If he didn't even have the guts to fight the one before him, what kind of king would he be? His thoughts focused, King Sadala's gaze locked onto Aishi. Aishi took a deep breath, calm and composed. In the next moment, the energy within his body surged violently at his feet. A deep and eerie purple light rippled outward like waves across the arena. The power of destruction. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blast of purple, jet-like energy erupted around Aishi, lightning flashing within the dense aura like roaring thunder in a storm. The purple flame-like aura radiated a terrifyingly pure destructive energy, a force so overwhelming, it felt like it could annihilate everything, turning all to ash. Everyone on the scene felt a chill down their spine. Aishi slowly retracted his aura, condensing it. At that moment, his hair, once black, had turned purple. His eyebrows vanished. His pupils became amethyst-colored. He looked eerie, powerful, divine, a form radiating overwhelming destruction. Despite not making a grand display, just this transformation alone sent chills down everyone's spines. Because this energy was unmistakable. The power of destruction. Kampa and Beerus both jolted upright in their seats, expressions of disbelief on their faces. Even Vados and Whis looked genuinely surprised. Why? Because this form was no less shocking than Ultra Instinct itself. On the other side, King Sadala's face changed dramatically. His composure vanished, replaced by seriousness and tension. His eyes locked onto Aishi. Power of destruction. This was Ace's first time using this form. And to be honest, he felt like he could obliterate everything. Ace's expression shifted slightly. He finally understood using the power of destruction and mastering it were two completely different things. The difference was like heaven and earth. Aishi clenched his fist. The destructive energy in his body felt infinite, boundless. Beerus took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He looked at Aishi with a heavy gaze. Whis, did you teach him? Kampa was stunned, speechless. Upon hearing Beerus' question, he quickly turned to Vados. Vados, say something. Vados stared at Aishi, then slowly shook her head. Lord Kampa, I didn't teach him. She had asked Aishi before if he wanted to become a god of destruction. Head brushed it off and never followed up. She hadn't expected that Head already mastered it, and not just an ordinary level, either. Judging by the density of the destructive energy, Aishi had already reached the top tier of all destroyers. Even among gods of destruction, power levels differed. Hearing this, Beerus' face darkened. He looked slowly toward Aishi and said grimly, Whis, I think he surpassed me. Whis stroked his chin, voice complex. It's difficult to admit, Lord Beerus, but it's true. Truth. Son Goku and the others nearby overheard the conversation and were completely dumbfounded. Surpassed Beerus. That was something they wouldn't even dream of, and Aishi had already done it. Broly locked eyes on Aishi. In that moment, he finally understood the true gap between him and Aishi. Vegeta fell silent. He never expected to wake up to something like this. To be honest, if it was going to be like this, he might as well have stayed asleep. This was too demoralizing. Son Goku's expression was grim. His eyes were glued to the stage, not daring to blink even once. Afraid he might miss something, King Sadala stared at Aishi, face tense. After a long moment, he finally opened his mouth. Before he could finish, Aishi cut him off. Make your move. They'll let you strike first. His voice was calm. King Sadala. His expression flickered with conflict, but he didn't move. Aishi raised an eyebrow. If you don't attack, I will. King Sadala locked eyes with him and finally growled, I'm coming. As the words left his mouth, he vanished, leaving behind only a fading afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Aishi, launching a devastating strike. Silver flames burned around him. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of violet light exploded. A deep, thunderous impact echoed through the arena crack. King Sadala was blasted backwards like a cannonball. He crashed hard to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. HHH. Kampa's face twisted in horror. It's over. Beerus stared wide-eyed at Aishi, voice tense. Did he even punch? I didn't see anything. Goku gasped. Even Lord Beerus didn't catch it. Beerus. Vegeta actually felt better after that. If even Beerus couldn't follow it, then it's not like I'm falling behind. Beerus' face turned livid. He didn't reply. Whis chuckled. Not seeing it is normal. Maybe if you spent less time napping and more time training, Lord Beerus. Beerus turned red and snapped. Mind your own business. Meanwhile, Aishi could feel the flood of destructive energy within his body, and even he couldn't help but feel a little excited. This invincible sensation off stage, King Sadala struggled to get up, bracing himself against the arena floor. Blood dripped from his mouth. He slowly looked up at Aishi, his expression tense. That single punch had shattered his organs completely. If not for his strong vitality, had already be dead on the floor. King Sadala flew back onto the stage, landing steadily. No one mentioned whether Head already lost because by now, everyone had silently agreed that rule no longer mattered. Even the referee was nowhere to be seen. Aishi looked at him and smiled. Want go again? King Sadala's face twisted with frustration. Now he understood. If Head known things would go like this, he wouldn't have put on such a show. And now that it was too late, all he could do was confront his real reason for stepping into this arena. End of chapter. Chapter 84. King Salada stared at Aishi and slowly said, Can I ask you a question first? Well, fight after that. Aishi raised an eyebrow. Ask away. King Salada spoke solemnly. Are you also a descendant of the main Scion bloodline? Aishi. What the hell? Main bloodline descendant? Is that even a thing? Seeing that Aishi didn't answer, King Salada continued on his own. I sensed your key that day on planet Salada. I'm sure of it. You are a descendant of the main bloodline. Aishi stayed silent. The key back on planet Salada? That was the ancient bloodline of Yamoshi, right? What does that have to do with anything? King Salada continued seriously. In Universe 6, what has always made our Scion strong is the inheritance of bloodlines. Bloodline allows us to cultivate Kami no Chikura, God power, and reach Kami no Kaikai, Divine Realm, with ease. Aishi nodded, and then King Salada looked up, locking eyes with Aishi. So I want to ask you, are you the descendant left behind by your universe's previous Scion leader? Aishi replied without hesitation, nope. He relied on the system's cheat. What kind of inherited bloodline nonsense? King Salada's expression shifted. Not descendant. Impossible. Scions were divided into two groups, those on his side and Ace's. He himself had inherited the legacy of Salada III, which made cultivating Kami no Chikara feel as easy as drinking water. So he thought Ace's strength must be due to having inherited the bloodline of the previous leader. This statement completely baffled the surrounding crowd. They were utterly confused about what the two were discussing. Only Vegeta's face changed drastically. He understood. King Salada muttered, "This doesn't make sense." Aishi grew impatient. You fighting or not? So that's what this guy was aiming at. Try to find someone with that stable bloodline inheritance? He obviously wasn't it. As for Planet Vegeta, only rigor fit that standard. King Salada's expression shifted several times before finally glaring at Aishi and saying solemnly, "Then bring it on." Aishi chuckled. This guy, compared to some flashy bloodline talk, nothing beats getting that juicy progress reward. He looked at King Salada. Come on, they'll give you one more chance to make the first move. Another chance? Was he mocking him? King Salada replied coldly, Then you'd better be ready. With that hoe, King Salada took a deep breath. His eyes slowly closed, and then he suddenly clapped his hands together in an instant. A flash of silver light burst forth. A massive energy surged and roared in all directions, shaking the arena to its core. Terrifying gales swept the battlefield. The ground trembled violently. Whis tapped his staff twice. Zong, zong. A clear, ethereal chime rang out. A shining energy barrier appeared, shielding the spectators. Vados pursed her lips and murmured, I think it'll reinforce this planet a bit too. Zong, zong. An invisible energy surged into the planet's core, stabilizing it almost immediately. King Salada roared, H-A-A-A, Salada Bakuretsuka, Salada exploding light wave. Boom! A massive silver-white pillar of energy shot out, roaring toward Aishi. Its power was monstrous, brimming with overwhelming energy. Aishi twitched his mouth. Salada wave? What kind of dumb name is that? Corny. The beam surged forward. Even space-time twisted under its force, barreling toward Aishi like it was about to erase him from existence. Aishi raised a hand. Hakai. Destruction. Boom. A deep purple energy flame erupted, radiating overwhelming power of annihilation. Even the fabric of space trembled before it. It surged forward like a tidal wave of destruction. The next moment, the two energies collided, and almost instantly, the destruction energy devoured the enemy's attack without any resistance. It disintegrated into sparkles and vanished without a trace. Even worse, the destruction energy didn't lose any momentum. It continued rushing straight toward King Salada. His expression twisted. What? How is this possible? Instantly erased? That's absurd. He immediately tried to retreat, but it felt like his feet were filled with lead. He couldn't move. What's going on? A suffocating aura of death bore down on him. His face turned pale. Today had messed with a walking calamity. Nearby Kampa and Beerus' expressions also changed slightly. What was he trying to kill someone? Even Goku and the others were stunned. They couldn't help but look toward Aishi. Wasn't this just a match? Wasn't this going a bit too far? Just as Beerus and Kampa were about to signal the angels to intervene, a bright light suddenly flared from below. The destruction energy slowly dissipated. Aishi smiled. He hadn't actually planned to take the guy's life. He just wanted to shake him up mentally, kill his fighting spirit, and with that, his reward arrived. Ding! Host has defeated King Salada. Yamoshi progress increased by 10. A faint mechanical voice rang out. Aishi frowned. System, how much are you skimming off the top? This is a normal result, host. The battle was one-sided domination, the system replied. Then what about when I beat Kampa? What was that about? The system went silent. Aishi twitched his mouth. Yeah, he had good reason to suspect the system was pocketing progress. But to be fair, this fight was a complete stomp. Next time, should he use Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4? Maybe it would be more of a back and forth, and the system would judge it more fairly. Host, please refrain from exploiting system mechanics. Aishi. As the dust settled, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. It was finally over. That was terrifying. King Salada exhaled heavily, but his legs gave out, and he stumbled backward. He was still shaken. Had nearly ended up reporting to King Enma. He just wanted to find a main bloodline's heir. He hadn't signed up for a death match. Fighting a tournament match only to nearly die? Totally not worth it. King Salada looked up at Aishi with a deeply serious expression and a hint of fear. Back in the waiting area, Beerus finally let out a breath. Had honestly thought someone was about to die. Thinking back to that moment, Beerus' expression grew serious again. That destruction energy Aishi released. He might not even be able to handle it himself. On the other side, Kampa wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Aishi. That guy is scary. He couldn't help but recall that battle back at the Realm of the Gods. Back then, Aishi had been holding back. In a chapter 8585, do you want to pick up the fandom of the next fanfics? A poll is on PTR 3 on for free to everyone that wants to have a chance to choose the next fanfics. Aishi shook his head and said, "Open personal status template." The next moment, a rectangular blue interface appeared, and his stats once again unfolded before his eyes. Aishi looked carefully. Host. Aishi Battle Power. 800 billion Bloodline. Primordial Bloodline Skills. Bujitsu. Flight. Megaten no Goki. Ultra Instinct. Kaiken. Final Kamehameha. Soul Resonance. Divine Judgment. Yamoshi Style Combat Law. Megat Energy Pool Main Template. Yamoshi. Unlock Progress. 40. Secondary Template. Cronoa. Unlocked. Remaining Lottery Draws. 4 Backup Templates. Supreme Kai Shin. Beat. Others Aishi was stunned and reviewed his attributes again. Aside from the boost in battle power, there didn't seem to be any major changes this time. So then it must be related to a new transformation. Aishi slowly closed his eyes and began to sense it. The next second, his eyes snapped open, and a hint of joy emerged on his face. Super Saiyan 5. He could clearly feel it. He had mastered the legendary form of Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5, a state with snow-white fur that embodied both divinity and primal savagery, brimming with overwhelming power. Just by looking at it, one could feel how terrifyingly strong this form was. Unlike Super Saiyan 3, which hadn't truly crossed any dimensional threshold, Super Saiyan 5 was entirely different. Compared to the previous level, Super Saiyan 4, the gap was as vast as the heavens, and Earth a completely different dimension. Just look at Rigger's Super Saiyan 5. Aishi had long yearned to reach this state, and now it was finally here. A hint of excitement flickered in Ace's eyes. As the battle ended, the previously hidden referee finally emerged. He cautiously stepped out from behind a stone pillar, flushed with excitement, raised his mic, and announced, Aishi-sensei is the victor. Therefore, the winner of this exhibition match is Universe 7. His voice pulled everyone back from their shock. The Universe 7 side erupted in joy, cheers and praises echoing across the arena. In contrast, Universe 6 was silent. Not a single person could breathe steadily. Caulifla was in disbelief. King Salada lost that easily? He lost. For the first time, she felt it had to be a dream. Kaba was so shocked he felt numb. His face had frozen, he didn't even know what to say anymore. So many reversals had happened today that his heart just couldn't keep up. It stayed silent. He never expected this. The same Goku who had defeated him was instantly defeated by King Salada. And now, the king who could defeat Goku with a single strike was one-shot by Aishi. What kind of concept was that? Hit looked at Aishi with a complex expression. He had thought Aishi would at most have a 50-50 fight with King Salada, maybe even struggle. But in reality, Aishi had finished him with one move. Hit turned again to look at Kampa. Wasn't this supposed to be destroyer-level combat? Why was it over so easily? After a long moment, Hit took a deep breath. At this point, what more was there to say? A loss is a loss. Maybe, just maybe, had finally get his turn with the cube one of these years. Elsewhere, Vados appeared rather indifferent, as though this was within her expectations. She turned to Kampa and smiled. Lord Kampa, I hope you can handle this. Kampa's expression twisted, and after a while, he finally calmed himself down. He looked toward Aishi and said, fine. Losing to him, I don't even feel that bad anymore. He had accepted it. If anything, it proved that his initial judgment had been spot on. He had his eye on Aishi from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Beerus and the others from Universe 7 were still caught in their excitement, unable to snap out of it. On the stage, atop the shattered and cratered stone tiles, Aishi stood still, calm and collected, his gaze slightly lifted. If his calculations were right, the Omni King should be arriving soon. When that happens, how should he respond? Stay quiet and let Goku take the lead? Or greet him politely? According to the original timeline, the Omni King had shown interest in the match between Beerus and Kampa because he thought it was fun. Why fun? Naturally, because these battles were entertaining. He thought they were amusing. Even so, Aishi prepared for the worst. He had already locked onto a parallel dimension far from this realm. If anything went wrong, he'd run immediately. While Aishi was lost in thought the next moment, several figures suddenly appeared on the tournament platform. Aishi quickly turned to look. Before him stood a small, slender figure flanked by two tall guardians. And in front of them stood a stern-looking man. The Omni King, his two guards, and the Grand Priest had arrived. The moment they appeared, the very air changed. An intangible wave of divine pressure slowly spread outward. A sense of supreme, absolute authority blanketed the arena. Up above, Beerus and Kampa immediately noticed the arrival. Their pupils dilated, and their eyes were filled with terror. Beerus gasped, G-Grand Zeno-sama. Whis, get down there, he shouted, then shot down faster than he had ever moved before, landing swiftly in front of the Omni King and bowing low. On the other side, Kampa's face also twisted with fear. He was visibly trembling as Vados nudged him and smiled. Aren't you going down, Lord Kampa? Of course. Realizing he was standing above the Omni King, Kampa was overwhelmed by an inexplicable fear. He shivered from head to toe and instantly sprinted down at full speed. Vados followed behind gracefully. Almost everyone in the arena had witnessed this scene. They saw the normally arrogant and proud destroyers bowing and trembling at the arrival of these mysterious figures. This clearly wasn't someone you could mess with. Everyone else quickly descended from their positions as well. Even Goku and the others snapped to action and scrambled to get down. Grand Zeno-sama, greetings, Beerus and Kampa said in perfect sync, their coordination flawless. The Omni King gently lifted his little hands from his guard support and stepped forward. Upon hearing their greeting, he gave a warm response. I came to see you. His gaze swept over the crowd. Whis and Vados also gave their respectful greetings. The Omni King replied in his childlike voice, easing the tension slightly. Beerus, still face down on the floor, asked in a trembling whisper, Grand Zeno-sama, may I ask why you came here today? The Omni King turned to him and replied cheerfully, I just wanted to see if you two were working hard. Working hard? Beerus and Kampa's expressions turned pale instantly. It's over. Those words had nothing to do with them. At that moment, Whis and Vados tried to change the subject. The Grand Priest tilted his head and said, perhaps we should consider replacing a destroyer? Replace a destroyer. Beerus and Kampa suddenly found it hard to breathe. No, please. A voice suddenly chimed in. I thought it was really fun, too. Maybe we could start a grand tournament? Goku had stepped forward with a smile. The Omni King looked at Goku and recognized him. Oh, you're that guy from earlier. He thought for a moment, and then said, you make a good point. I think it will be fun. Goku wanted to say more, but Beerus rushed forward and shoved him back. Shut up already. The Omni King didn't respond. The mood grew quiet once more. The Grand Priest glanced at the Omni King and asked, "Is there anything else, Your Majesty?" The Omni King's eyes suddenly looked in one direction, at Aishi. Ace's expression remained steady. The Grand Priest followed his gaze, and then his eyes fell on Aishi as well. The instant he saw him, his expression shifted slightly. He turned to the Omni King and asked gently, "So what is your will?" The Omni King looked at Aishi and smiled. "You did a great job." Aishi gave a faint smile. "Thank you." The Omni King tilted his head. "So, would you like to become a destroyer?" A destroyer? The whole crowd was stunned. What does that mean? Especially Beerus. He felt like someone had reached inside and squeezed his heart. He stared at Aishi without blinking, unable to breathe. Were they really going to replace him? No, please no. Aishi blinked. Isn't the position already full? The Omni King nodded. That's true. Then how about we dismiss one? Dismiss one. Now even Kampa looked terrified. Both he and Beerus stared at Aishi, praying he wouldn't say something crazy. Aishi thought for a moment and said, "Wouldn't that be a bit too much?" The Omni King shook his head. "Not at all. Some destroyers don't do their jobs. They should be dismissed." Beerus, Kampa. Aishi eventually smiled and said, "I don't think I'm ready to be a destroyer right now." The Omni King looked disappointed. "I see." He then smiled again. "But if you ever change your mind, come find me in my palace anytime." Aishi nodded. "I will." The Omni King gave a final nod, then gently took the hands of his guards once more. As for the tournament, he'll have the Grand Priest oversee it. All of you must participate. Everyone must participate. Beerus and Kampa nodded repeatedly. Yes. The Grand Priest gave the crowd one final glance. His expression was unreadable. Then, farewell. As they left, he gave Aishi one last lingering look. And then they vanished into seven-color divine light, disappearing into the endless stars. In a chapter 86, back on the spot, everyone finally snapped out of their daze and let out a collective breath. What a surreal day it had been. Aishi remained silent. He had clearly noticed the way the Grand Priest was observing him just now. He couldn't quite tell if it was hostile or something else entirely. But no matter what it was, Aishi knew one thing. He needed to accelerate his progress. Nearby, Sun Gok was finally released from Beerus' iron grip. Gasping for air and protesting in annoyance, Beerus-sama, "What was that for?" "I almost died from suffocation." Beerus looked grim and huffed coldly. "You're lucky I didn't kill you on the spot. Do you even realize who that was?" Gok blinked, confused. "Who?" The rest of the group also turned their attention to Beerus. Beerus spoke solemnly. "That was the Zen. The Omni King, he stands above all mortals and gods. He holds absolute power and the ability to erase anything and everything." Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but inhale sharply. That terrifying? Just then a new conversation sparked again. It was Vados. Aishi looked up. Vados had furrowed her brows, her beautiful face tinged with confusion. "Aishi, why did you decline the Omni King's offer?" Aishi smiled calmly. "I just don't want to, at least not for now." Vados let out a gentle sigh. "Sigh? I really don't understand you." She looked at him for a moment and continued, "But if you ever decide to keep moving forward, you can go to the Zen Palace and take up the position later." "I doubt Zen-sama was joking." Aishi nodded. "I understand." To Vados, it felt like she was worrying over him far more than he worried for himself. Becoming a god of destruction. That was a position countless beings dreamt of and couldn't even hope to reach. And yet this guy didn't seem interested at all. Vados fell silent. She didn't know what else to say. Aishi chuckled and gently patted her on the head. "Don't worry, I've got plans." Vados blinked. A slight blush crept up her cheeks. Aishi realized it immediately and awkwardly retracted his hand. Saw thee." He was used to patting his wife's head and had acted out of habit. Vados didn't say anything. She just gave Aishi a glance before silently floating away. Aishi. With the tournament concluded, there was no longer any reason to stay. Kampa gave a cold huff and looked at Beerus. Guess you got lucky this time." I only found 5 Super Dragon Balls. Go find the rest yourself. He turned and added, Vados, give them to him. No reaction. Kampa turned, puzzled, and saw Vados blushing slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Kampa, feeling the weight of a certain judging gaze, Vados snapped out of it and quickly waved her staff. All right. A radiant light suddenly flared out, and in the void of space, 5 colossal Super Dragon Balls suddenly materialized. Everyone's eyes lit up. They were utterly stunned by the sheer size of those orbs. They're huge. Kampa glanced at his team and barked, follow me. Zen-sama is hosting another tournament. We can't lose this time. We're all going into training. King Salada looked once more at Aishi, but remained silent. Soon, Kampa's group departed in a rush without the slightest delay. Among the stars, Beerus stood before the 5 Super Dragon Balls, a troubled look on his face. What now? He turned to Whis. Whis, he only gave me 5. What do we do about the rest? Whis smiled. We search for them, of course. Beerus sighed. I really didn't want to say that. Searching for Super Dragon Balls was both time-consuming and exhausting. Bulma stepped forward and thought for a moment. If they have the same core signature as Earth Dragon Balls, I should be able to create a Super Dragon Radar. Super Dragon Radar? Beerus was stunned. For real? Bulma nodded confidently. Yup. But ITLL take a few days. Beerus nodded. All right. Whis, you hold on to them for now. Back on Earth. Time flew by in a blink. A week had passed since the tournament ended. On this day, Aishi was training, as always. He wasn't sure when the Grand Priest might show up again, and it was hard to predict how the universe might shift because of his influence. Aishi figured if new powerful beings emerged, things could get complicated. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Vegeta had continued their training with Beerus and Whis. And then, on this day, uninvited guests arrived on Earth. Alien spaceships. Hundreds of ships hovered above Earth, radiating overwhelming pressure. The invader was none other than Frieza. His sudden arrival triggered alarms for all the warriors on Earth. No one hesitated. Everyone began to converge on Frieza's location. Northern capital. The main mothership of the Frieza force slowly docked atop a mountain range. As the hatch opened, several silhouettes stepped out. Frieza, King Cold, Cooler, and a mysterious figure whom no one recognized. Sorbet dropped to his knees, trembling in fear. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The Frieza-sama before him had undergone a complete transformation. Sorbet's voice shook. Frieza-sama, we've arrived on Earth. Frieza stood with both hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Excellent. Though his aura was completely restrained, the pressure he emitted was utterly terrifying. Brother, shall I destroy a continent to provoke them first? Cooler looked at Frieza and chuckled. At this moment, he honestly admired his little brother. Not only had he revived them, but he had also brought them to a mysterious world for training where 1 year inside was just 1 day outside. Their powers had undergone earth-shaking transformations. Frieza shook his head with a calm smile. No need. They'll come to us. King Cold didn't speak. Had already been beaten into submission. Ever since his revival, no one in the resurrected Frieza force listened to him anymore. They only followed Frieza. He had once planned to reclaim leadership, but now he didn't even have the will to try. Standing nearby was a figure with a similar appearance to them, but his aura was completely different. He hadn't spoken a word this whole time. He was Frieza's son Kuriza. Kuriza looked 90 like Frieza in appearance, but his temperament was radically different. End of chapter. Chapter 8787. Do you want to pick up the fandom of the next fanfics? A poll is on PTR3 on for free to everyone that wants to have a chance to choose the next fanfics. Frieza turned to his father, King Cold, and said calmly, Father, they're here. Frieza smiled faintly. He then looked toward his own son, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Just some time ago, he had thrown his son into that mysterious world where time flowed differently than the outside, and the results were staggering. Unsealed, a space he himself had been frozen in for 50 years. Kuriza had talent beyond comprehension. Even Frieza himself had been shocked. But There was only one flaw. Frisia's eye twitched as he stared at the top of Kuriza's head. Why is it so pointy? Sure, he looked just like him, had monstrous talent too, but the only thing that ruined the perfect image was that damn pointy head. More importantly, Kuriza's personality was too soft. He was too gentle. Way too gentle. That wouldn't do. How could a son of Frisia, the emperor of the universe, be so soft-spoken? So Frisia had made sure to discipline him a bit. At the very least, he should learn to be ruthless and merciless. And most importantly, he should hate the Scions. And now, from the look of things, Frisia was quite pleased. Kuriza narrowed his eyes toward a certain direction, his expression uncertain. He turned to Frisia and asked curiously, "Father, are you sure they're strong?" Frisia looked in the same direction. After sensing the incoming energies, he understood why his son was questioning them. The reason was simple: their energy levels were too low. If he remembered correctly, the ones approaching were Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, and a few others. Frisia gave a mysterious smile. Fu. Don't rush. These are just appetizers. The real course hasn't arrived yet. The main dish, of course, referred to Gok, Vegeta, and especially that scion named Aishi. Frisia had heard that Aishi was here too. A wild smile crept up his face. Come on, then. Let's see just how many of you scions are actually worth fighting. As he spoke, a dark, terrifying aura began to coil around him. Nearby King Cold shuddered violently. He glanced at his son in fear. This dear son of his had never held back when beating him, his own father. Anyone saying they weren't afraid of him was lying. Cooler, on the other hand, wore a grim expression as he looked at Frisia. To be honest, if he had the choice, he would rather have been born a scion. Frisia's talent, his willpower, it was just too terrifying. For over 10 years now, he had withstood the crushing pressure of that mysterious dimension. Sure, it was a place where you could grow stronger, refine yourself, evolve. But honestly, no one could survive in there forever. Being cut off from the world, lost in eternal training, wasn't that insanity? And yet, Frisia never complained. He never left. All these years, he trained without rest. Just thinking about it was enough to terrify someone. It only proved how deep Frisia's hatred for the Scions ran. Cooler couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the Scions. His little brother was working this hard purely out of hate for them. Sure, he hated those wild monkeys too, but not enough to throw away his sanity like this. He himself had only lasted 2 years in that realm. Still, 2 years in that place had made him immensely powerful. Cooler smirked. Honestly, brother, I still don't understand how those wild monkeys ever made it to number 2 on the racial power rankings. Aren't we frost demons far superior? Number 2. Hearing this, King Cold perked up, eyes gleaming. He looked at Cooler and added, "Exactly. The Scions were just our slaves. And now the ancient records say they're ranked 2nd. Frisia chuckled and shook his head, his tone calm. Don't get arrogant. They may look pathetic, but if they're ranked 2nd, it's for a reason. We've always treated them like trash. But don't underestimate them. That Aishi is the perfect example." At his words, both Cooler and King Cold nodded solemnly. True, those monkeys might be dumb, but their strength should never be underestimated. Kuriza narrowed his eyes. Aishi, huh? That name had come up more than once from his father's mouth. Kuriza's eyes turned sharp. He was going to see for himself just what kind of person this Aishi was. Not long after, a group of Z fighters slowly gathered. They landed not far from Frisia's forces. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Son Gohan, Majin Buu. This was the full power Earth had to offer right now. The moment Krillin laid eyes on that bone-chilling figure Frisia, his face went pale. His soul felt like it had left his body. Out of all the enemies head faced, Frisia was the most traumatizing. His lips trembled as he looked around nervously. He had come in a patrol uniform, thinking it was just some minor threat. Had he known Frisia was coming, he wouldn't have dared show up. Everyone else scanned their surroundings then. Their expressions sank. Where's Aishi? Where's Gok? Vegeta? Even Broly would be fine. But not a single one of them showed up. Krillin's face was heavy. What now? We can't win this on our own. Piccolo let out a bitter laugh. He stared at Frisia, cold sweat dripping down his back. Win? You think we can win? Look at that guy. Are you serious? Just us? We want last 5 seconds. Everyone's faces tensed. Where was their overpowered ally when they needed him? Wait, there was one Son Gohan. But was he really reliable? Yamcha turned to Gohan and asked, "Where's Aishi, Gohan? At a time like this, we really need him." Gohan scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't tell Master. You what? The group fell silent. Krillin slowly closed his eyes. We're doomed. He could already picture the carnage. Piccolo lowered his head, thinking. Then he looked up and said calmly, "This is too big. I'm sure he knows. Just do your best. Stick to the plan." Stick to the plan? Everyone thought about it. Maybe Aishi was watching from the shadows. All they had to do was hold out. Meanwhile, at an apartment in West City Bang, 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 a fierce battle was unfolding. It had already gone on for 3 hours, but Aishi still hadn't taken down the 3 women fighting him. That alone spoke volumes about their strength. Number 18 bit her lip, eyes fixed on Aishi. Come on again. Aishi narrowed his eyes. A golden glow burst from his body. His hair and eyebrows turned platinum blindingly bright. Super Saiyan 1. Immediately, number 18 and the other's expression shifted. You're still using Super Saiyan. Totally unfair. Not long after the sound of surrender echoed throughout the room, the battle gradually came to an end. Aishi let out a long sigh and looked at the 3 unconscious women on the floor. He shook his head. With how much stronger he had become, they simply weren't a match anymore. Then again, at this level, only angels might pose a challenge to him now. Aishi plopped down on the sofa and took a sip of ice water. His gaze instinctively turned toward a certain direction. He had already noticed Frisia's arrival. Head sensed him the moment he entered the solar system, but he didn't interfere. Head let them come. Ace's eyes narrowed. Frisia, is he really that strong? It didn't make sense. Not just Frisia, king cold, cooler, and someone unfamiliar, but whose aura rivaled the rest. Aishi smiled thoughtfully. Perfect. Had been looking for someone to test his Super Saiyan 5 on. Shunkin ID. Instant transmission. Aishi vanished from his apartment and appeared on a mountain ridge not far from the confrontation. He stood silently, observing everything unfold, and no one noticed. End of chapter. Chapter 8888. Do you want to pick up the fandom of the next fanfics? A poll is on PTR3 on for free to everyone that wants to have a chance to choose the next fanfics. Aishi suppressed his ki, calmly retracting and releasing it as he transformed his aura into divine energy. This way, they wouldn't be able to detect him at all. Eri focused his eyes ahead, and what entered his gaze was Frisia, king cold, cooler, and Aishi narrowed his eyes slightly. Something came to mind. Kuriza, Frisia's own son. How did he recognize him? From the internet, obviously. However, what puzzled Aishi was Kuriza really this powerful? His ki wasn't any weaker than Frisia's standing next to him. If it were A's, then maybe, but this is Kuriza. How could he possibly be that strong? Eri's mouth twitched slightly. Forget it, this world of his was probably already a mess. Seeing weird things appear here, and there was nothing new. Aishi had already let go of such thoughts. From the moment White Rigger and Beerus appeared together on the same day, he knew then this world was far from simple. Strange, unexplainable things would inevitably happen. Right now, Frisia and the others were already standing in opposition to the warriors who had rushed over. Standing in front of everyone was Son Gohan. He stared intently at Frisia and said in a deep voice, "Frisia, what are you doing on Earth? What am I doing here?" Frisia was briefly stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter. After his laughter, Frisia looked at Son Gohan and slowly said, "What am I doing here? You're actually capable of asking that." His cold eyes locked on his Son Gohan. "You're Son Gohan, aren't you? That wild monkey's child, just like Sorbet described." The Saiyans on Earth had gone through an earth-shattering change. Frisia's face turned icy cold. If it weren't for the decade-plus of harsh training, he wouldn't even be able to enact his revenge. These Saiyans were truly revolting. Gohan nodded. I'm Son Gohan, and my father isn't a wild monkey. His name is Son Goku. Frieza gave a chilling smile. Whatever you call yourselves now, bring out all your Saiyans. Piccolo asked in a deep voice, why do you want them all gathered? Oomph. Obviously, to kill every single one of them. Frieza's voice was cold and sinister. Krillin's body trembled with a chill. Even after all this time, Frieza was still Frieza. Beside him, Cooler couldn't hold back anymore. He turned to Frieza with a smile. Little brother, let me kill a few to warm up. His joints cracked as he moved, clearly itching for a fight. Frieza thought for a moment, then nodded. Go ahead. It was a good chance to assess the current power level of these Earthlings. Receiving his brother's approval, Cooler's face lit up with excitement. His gaze swept across everyone and finally landed on Krillin. A smirk tugged at his lips as he pointed with one finger. You come here, Krillin. Krillin's face paled. Why is it always me? But at that moment, a figure stepped in front of Krillin. Son Gohan's cold gaze locked onto Cooler. If you want to fight, come at me today. It'll take on all of you alone. Take on everyone alone. These words stunned the entire crowd. Shocked silence fell across the battlefield. Piccolo anxiously turned to Gohan. Gohan, don't act recklessly. Gohan shook his head, eyes unwavering as he locked on Frieza. I know. You came for revenge, right? Then let me be your opponent. Frieza's forehead veins bulged, but his face remained calm as he forcibly suppressed his anger. He slowly said, fine. I hope your resolve matches your words. Gohan said nothing. As the son of Son Goku, the disciple of Aishi, how could he not step forward at a time like this? Otherwise, how could he face everything Aishi had taught him? Cooler stepped forward, his towering frame and fierce eyes exuding an intimidating aura. But Gohan showed no fear as he walked forward to meet him. Watching from afar, Ace's face showed a rare smile. Not bad. He's grown. Just that courage alone was already on par with Goku and Vegeta. Aishi sat back down, looking on with interest. This was a rare opportunity. Let's see how Gohan performs. At the same time, God of Destruction Realm. Crack, crack, crack. Thunder roared across the sky like a sudden storm under the burning sun. Three figures were locked in a fierce aerial battle. Beerus, meanwhile, reclined in his usual dining area, gnawing at a drumstick in his left hand. Chewing nonstop, his mood wasn't great these days, and he had started stress eating. The reason? A few days ago, the Grand Priest came to visit and dropped a cruel bombshell. In the tournament held by the Omni King, the losing universes would be completely erased, including their gods of destruction. Beerus was close to tears. What had he done to deserve this? But the only fortunate thing was his team was strong. Beside him, Whis observed the magical orb at the top of his staff, and his brow furrowed lightly. Lord Beerus, take a look at this. HM. Beerus looked up curiously and leaned in closer. Inside the orb was a scene from Earth. Beerus raised a brow with interest. Frieza? He continued watching and mused. So he's gathered a few allies, huh? Whis smiled faintly. Yes, and they seem quite aggressive. Looks like they are here for revenge. Beerus nodded. Indeed. He watched for a few moments longer, then asked, should we inform Goku and the others? No need, Whis replied with a smile. Isn't Gohan handling it already? The scene shifted again, and Aishi appeared. Beerus nodded. In that case, we're good. Meanwhile, Aishi suddenly turned to glance in a certain direction, feeling inexplicably watched. That one look gave both Beerus and Whis quite a fright. Beerus looked shocked. He noticed. Damn it. Whis was also stunned. Even though it was just a glance, that look from Aishi, he definitely saw something. But how is that possible? He was an angel. They were separated by countless trillions of stars. And yet Aishi noticed? That was insane. Whis narrowed his eyes and thought. Intuition? Then it wasn't that strange. Some people had incredibly sharp instincts, able to foresee the direction of the future with ease. Back on Earth, Gohan and Cooler stood face to face, silently measuring each other, the tension between them thick and unrelenting. Their gazes clashed like drawn swords 1 second away from battle. Cooler smirked down at the scion in front of him. Little brat, do you think you're some kind of savior? Gohan locked eyes with him. I'm no savior. I just want to protect everyone. You alien invaders only know how to destroy homes. Just like Sensei said, you all deserve to be wiped out. Wiped out? Cooler paused, then scoffed. Arrogant brat. Gohan didn't waste time. He launched a punch that slammed into Cooler's gut with a dull thud. The blow carried serious force. The air roared as Cooler's pupil shrank and pain stabbed through his core. Cooler's expression twisted in anger. He glared at Gohan. You little bastard, it'll make you watch as I kill every last one of them. Cooler lashed out with a fierce punch of his own, striking Gohan head-on. His cold, violent aura flared with it. Gohan's eyes widened so fast. Unable to dodge in time, he was blasted back several meters before finally skidding to a stop. His face throbbed with pain. This guy wasn't weak. He needed to end this quickly. Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue. Both transformations had been taught by Sensei. Gohan hesitated for a moment, then his eyes firmed with resolve. No, Head used the mystic form. He would carve out his own path. After all, Sensei said he could do it. He could. With that thought, Gohan took a deep breath, and a layer of scorching white aura erupted around him, shooting into the sky. A searing, pure white flame blazed around him as his ki rippled outward like waves. In that instant, he transcended from his base state into his mystic form. The strand of bangs hanging naturally on his forehead subtly shifted sides, and everyone around was stunned. Frieza narrowed his eyes. Super Saiyan? To gain such power it had to be. Frieza sneered, disgusting monkeys. Piccolo and the others were also shocked. What was this form? They had never seen it before. Cooler narrowed his eyes, examining Gohan. So you really do have new forms, but what is this one? Gohan smiled and didn't hide it. It's called the Mystic Form. Mystic Form? Cooler chuckled, a wild grin curling at his lips. In that case, he stopped talking. Gohan locked eyes with him again. Cooler spread his arms. An invisible pressure surged from his body as power gathered around him. Huh! As Cooler let out a roar. The sky and earth trembled, the ground cracked beneath their feet. Boom! A golden aura shot skyward as Cooler's body was wrapped in dazzling golden light. Immense energy rippled outward like a tidal wave. Everyone's expressions changed. As the golden glow faded, Cooler's form was revealed. No longer in his base state, he had ascended. His entire body shimmered with golden brilliance, radiating majesty and pride. His aura was terrifying, like a divine beast from the heavens. Cooler took a deep breath and laughed. This is Golden Cooler. Golden Cooler. In a chapter 8989, who would have thought even Frieza and the others could transform? This was outrageous. Absolutely insane. Krillin stared at Cooler, face tense. We miscalculated. I thought that little white guy's tiny frame was harmless. I never expected him to become this powerful. He even turned gold. Piccolo nodded, casting a worried glance at Gohan. Golden form? If nothing goes wrong, then Frieza probably has it too. Everyone was stunned and immediately turned to look at Piccolo. Yamcha cried out, Piccolo, don't say stuff like that. If they all have it, that's terrifying. Piccolo said in a deep voice, Frieza's the leader. If he didn't have it, that would be more suspicious. The group went silent. Yeah, Frieza, being unable to transform would be ridiculous. Thinking about it, everyone couldn't help but start sweating for Gohan. Up on the mountain, Aishi watched with calm detachment, though his eyes briefly flashed with surprise. Golden Cooler? Where did that come from? Aishi was confused. Was that form really that easy to master? He looked at Gohan. No need to even think about it. Gohan was doomed to lose. Aishi was speechless. Was this some kind of patch update or something? They update the versions this fast now? Below, Gohan stood with a grim expression, eyes narrowed. Golden Cooler. His aura was terrifying. Cooler looked at him, smirking with mockery. What's wrong? Scared stiff already? You really thought you could kill us? You must be dreaming. Gohan replied firmly. We'll see once we fight. Cooler laughed. Exactly. Let's find out. He stomped down, and his body shot out like a missile, his speed too fast for the naked eye. The ground beneath him was obliterated into dust the instant he moved. In just a blink, Cooler was in front of Gohan. He converted his open palm into a fist, glowing with golden light. With a force like a tidal wave, unstoppable and absolute, he punched straight for Gohan's chest. This punch was unimaginably powerful. It made the air itself quake. Gohan's pupils contracted. So fast. Instinctively, he tried to raise his arms to block. But the next moment, a heavy fist landed squarely on his face. Gohan's face twisted. His body shot out like a cannonball. He smashed through mountain after mountain, flying backward violently, with no signs of stopping. Cooler turned into a golden blur again, arriving ahead of Gohan midair. He clapped his hands together and slammed Gohan straight down into the earth. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the sky like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Was he defeated already? Cooler shot down and grabbed the dazed Gohan by the collar. Floating midair, Gohan was covered in wounds. Cooler stared coldly at him. Where's that fighting spirit from earlier? Weren't you going to wipe us alien invaders out? Well then, come on. Gohan said nothing, but his eyes locked onto Cooler. Cooler sneered. You're just like your father, completely useless. Is that it? Done already? Gohan stayed silent. Cooler shook his head, disappointment flashing in his icy gaze. If this is all you've got, then go die. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Energy began gathering in his palm, a powerful golden sphere radiating a terrifying aura. High above on the mountain, Aishi finished paying for his meal. It was time to act. Although Gohan was strong, his mental resilience was still lacking. Just a few setbacks, and he crumbled under the pressure. Still too young. Aishi had told him to forge his own path, but wasn't this a bit too rigid? If you had a stronger form available, why not use it? Aishi shook his head. A true warrior needed both unwavering resolve and the flexibility to adapt. Blind persistence only leads to failure. But Aishi didn't plan to step in. Overprotecting him wouldn't help Gohan grow. Let's see what happens elsewhere. Piccolo's face changed drastically as he stared skyward. I can't just stand here and watch. Huh? Krillin was confused. Piccolo, what are you doing? I'm going to help Gohan. Krillin was startled and quickly said, You'll only get yourself killed. Piccolo grunted, I don't care. His body flared with white ki as he prepared to launch himself toward Cooler and Gohan. But things rarely go according to plan. Frieza, seeing his intent, smirked. Stop him. In the next instant, a figure blocked Piccolo's path. Sure, Sammy stepped forward with a sneer. Where do you think you're going? Piccolo broke into a cold sweat, but didn't retreat. Out of my way. Without hesitation, Piccolo charged and engaged Sure Sammy in close combat. Unfortunately, after just 5 exchanges, Piccolo was defeated. Goodbye, Cooler, said coldly as the energy in his hand was about to be unleashed. At that critical moment, Gohan's pupils shook violently. His body trembled uncontrollably. Then he saw something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Sure Sammy was holding Piccolo's severed head, and his other hand had pierced through Piccolo's chest. Blood poured down endlessly. Piccolo looked at him as if trying to say something. Beside him, none of the warriors dared to move. Standing in front of them was a towering figure, King Cold. Gohan's mind went blank. He was too weak. Without his father and master's protection, he was nothing. He couldn't even protect Piccolo. He couldn't protect Earth either. He didn't blame anyone else. He only hated that he wasn't strong enough. In that moment, his body began trembling violently. Rage and despair surged in his heart. His cells began awakening at an uncontrollable pace. Cooler was thrown back dozens of meters by the terrifying surge of power. He glared at Gohan, shocked. What are you doing? No reply. Gohan's ki kept rising, escalating like a rocket. For some unknown reason, the skies turned black with thunder roaring through the heavens. The entire planet trembled as the earth beneath their feet began to quake violently. Molten magma burst out of newly formed fissures. Everyone turned to look toward Gohan in horror. Frisia narrowed his eyes. What's happening to that kid? Kuriza looked surprised too, then glanced at his father. Did he just watch his comrade get killed and snap? Frisia nodded slightly. Seems like it. These filthy monkeys are always like that if they can't win. They just go berserk. Aishi silently watched the scene unfold. Clearly, seeing Piccolo get hurt had caused Gohan's awakening beast form. Even Aishi was intrigued now. That form could rival Ultra Instinct. However, Ace's gaze shifted to the severely wounded Piccolo on the ground. He should probably save them first. Suddenly, Aishi appeared before Sure Sammy, just in time to stop the killing blow. Raising his right hand, Aishi pointed it at Sure Sammy. Akai, destruction. In an instant, deep, violet energy enveloped Sure Sammy. The space around him began to distort under the force of destruction energy. What? Sure Sammy looked at his body in horror as it began disintegrating. He turned to Aishi. What did you do to me? Aishi didn't respond. Just like that, Sure Sammy disappeared from existence, his screams fading into the void. Not far away, Krillin and the others were overjoyed. Aishi! Aishi! Frisia quickly turned toward the voice. King Cold and Kuriza also looked over. So this is Aishi? Aishi ignored them all. He summoned green healing energy from his hands and directed it at Piccolo. Thankfully, Piccolo wasn't dead yet. He could still be saved. As the healing waves flowed into him, Piccolo's injuries slowly mended. The gaping hole in his chest began closing. Piccolo pushed himself up with one hand, wiped the blood from his face, and smiled. Thanks, Aishi. Aishi said nothing. The green glow faded as he turned to look toward Gohan. He had ignored Frisia and the others completely. Frisia and his group. Frisia's face twisted with frustration. So, you're Aishi? Aishi nodded. Yeah. Frisia sneered. Were you planning to just let us destroy Tenshinhan and the others? Aishi glanced at him. Wouldn't make a difference. You couldn't kill them anyway. Frisia's forehead bulged with veins, anger boiling within him. Don't think that just because you've got some power you can act all high and mighty in front of me. You're nothing. Aishi raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. I hope you can still say that in a few minutes. Frisia's face darkened even more, but he suppressed the fury in his chest. Instead, he turned to look at Cooler and Gohan again. He needed to see just what was happening to Gohan at that moment. As his energy continued to climb, a dazzling silver-white aura erupted around Gohan. His body was engulfed in radiant flames, emitting a terrifying pressure in all directions. Cooler stared at him, eyes wide. What the hell is with this kid? Pink lightning crackled around the aura, dancing and crackling with power. As the light faded, a new figure emerged. Gohan's hair and eyebrows had turned silver white. His pupils had become crimson red. His presence was overwhelming, so powerful that everyone around was left in stunned silence. This was none other than beast form. End of chapter. Chapter 90 Sensei. Piccolo-san was saved. Gohan withdrew his gaze and turned to stare hard at Cooler. Again, Cooler's expression darkened. You think changing your look is enough to defeat me? Don't be delusional. Halfway through his sentence, Gohan cut him off coldly. If you're not going to make a move, then I will. With that, Gohan shot forward like a bullet, moving at his absolute limit. In just a blink, he appeared right in front of Cooler, and his fist launched with crushing force. The punch carried terrifying might, wrapped in a blazing silver-white aura like a meteor colliding with Earth, smashing toward Cooler. Even before the blow landed, the wind pressure alone had reached him. Cooler's face changed drastically. So fast. Shock flashed through Cooler's eyes. How could this be possible? He hadn't sensed Gohan move at all. He didn't even realize when the attack began. His first instinct was to raise his arms to block, but Gohan's fist was already in his face before he could react. Boom! A deafening, thunderous impact exploded in the sky, the very air distorting under the force. It looked as if space itself might collapse. Cooler's face crumpled, his nose, skull, and facial bones all shattered on the spot. Ugh! How is this possible? Cooler's eyes were filled with disbelief. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips, and then his body was sent flying like a rag doll. After smashing through dozens of mountain ranges, he finally came to a stop completely unconscious and reverted to base form. Everyone present stared in pure shock and horror. Too strong. One punch destroyed Golden Cooler. Just what kind of power was that? Even Aishi was slightly surprised. He narrowed his eyes. Worthy of the name Beast. That punch, Aishi could clearly sense that Gohan had condensed every ounce of ki and all his energy into a single point. That showed just how terrifying its force truly was. Frieza narrowed his eyes, not looking panicked, but rather intrigued. This brat got this strong? Damn it. Frieza's expression turned grim. He had trained so hard and for so long, and this brat got that strong just from getting angry? Unfair. Frieza slowly stood up. Rising from his personal hover pod after Gohan took down Cooler, he didn't chase the momentum. Instead, he gently descended back to the ground. He rushed over with joy in his eyes. Sensei, I did it. Aishi smiled. Not bad. Gohan nodded and turned toward Piccolo. I'm sorry, Piccolo-san. Piccolo shook his head with a light smile, his eyes resting firmly on Aishi. So this was the gap between him and Aishi. He too was Gohan's teacher, but the results spoke for themselves. Aishi had clearly arrived earlier, but didn't step in. He must wanted to temper Gohan, Piccolo thought to himself with a bitter smile. And here he had gotten so worked up, not even considering whether he could actually help or not. But, because of him, Gohan had awakened a new form. That made him feel a bit better. Piccolo grinned. No need to apologize, Gohan. Honestly, you may have already surpassed Goku and the others. Gohan shook his head. No, I still have a long way to go. This battle taught him a lot. Mentality. Battle experience. He had none of it. He had raw power, but it was hollow. Against a strong opponent. Had he done? His mindset was far too fragile. In that moment, he could have used Super Saiyan Blue to escape, but just because of one sentence, he completely lost it. Remembering it made Gohan want to slap himself. If his master hadn't been there, Piccolo might have died because of him. Aishi looked at Gohan without speaking. It was enough that he could reflect on his flaws. He wasn't worried about those who lacked power, but the ones who lacked awareness and were full of pride. The ones who never self-reflected and just blindly trained. Aishi smirked. He wasn't pointing fingers at anyone in particular. Obviously, Frieza's face was clouded. At his side stood King Cold and Kuriza. Frieza's eyes locked onto Aishi. He said nothing, but his gaze was sharp. That guy was right. There was no need to go after Goku and the others. If he defeated Aishi, the rest would fall apart anyway. Frieza looked at them, and his lips curved into a smile. He slowly raised his hands and began clapping. Well, color me impressed, especially you, son Gohan. You actually defeated my brother. His tone then shifted cold as he turned to Aishi. But today, you will learn the true power of Frieza. As the words fell, Frieza pointed at Gohan and said calmly, one move, that's all I'll need to kill you. One move. Kill Gohan. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. One move to kill beast form Gohan? That was insane. No one believed it, and yet, none dared to completely dismiss it. They remembered the recent friendly match between Universe 6 and 7 Hit had been defeated easily by Goku, only for Goku to be one-shot by the King of Sadala. And that terrifying King of Sadala, Aishi never even flinched. At this moment, everyone began to doubt whether Frieza was telling the truth. Maybe it wasn't a lie. After all, there are always greater powers beyond what you know. Aishi looked at Frieza and said nothing. He had guessed something. Frieza must have entered one of those time chamber-like dimensions. Aishi focused on Frieza. If that was the case, could it be Black Gold form? That was no joke. Hearing Frieza's words, Gohan couldn't help but raise his head. He didn't even know how strong he was now. How could Frieza claim head beat him in one move? Gohan locked eyes with him. Then try it. If you got the guts. He'll show you the suppression of dimensions today. Dimensional suppression? Everyone was stunned. Was Frieza really that strong? Kuriza hesitated, then asked, Father, should I? Frieza waved him off. No need. Today, I want them to witness the terror of the Frost Demon race. With that said, Kuriza took a step back. So did King Cold, standing beside him with a dry gulp. That form again? That broken tear formed the one that crushed everything. Frisia spread his arms, suppressed his ki, took a deep breath, and then clenched his fists tightly. Ha! A deep roar erupted from his throat. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant the earth began to quake violently, and not just the earth, the entire North Galaxy shook. Frisia's aura expanded, engulfing all of Universe 7. He didn't restrain his power, he wanted them to feel it. Right now, just his ki alone made it hard for everyone to breathe, as if they might explode at any moment. Some of Frisia's weaker soldiers began to detonate on the spot, becoming clouds of blood. Krillin and the others turned pale, coughing up blood. Aishi raised a hand. A divine barrier of energy surged out, protecting everyone inside. Then he expanded it, enveloping the entire Earth in divine energy. After all, his wife was still down there. With Aisha's protection, the Earth stabilized, but nearby planets weren't so lucky. Several couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded into dazzling bursts of light. Beneath Frisia's feet, a dark purple aura rippled outward. Zer's room. Suddenly, a deep purple flame shot skyward, engulfing Frisia in a blaze of black radiance. Zayap, Zak. Sinister black lightning crackled and danced around him. Friesos ki underwent complete transformation. Gohan's pupils contracted as he stared at Frisia. No way this ki was comparable to Sensei's. Gohan wasn't sure, but he could feel in his bones he couldn't win. Gohan looked at Aishi, and only when he saw his master's calm expression did he finally let out a breath of relief. As long as Sensei wasn't panicking, he'd be fine. But if he looked surprised, then it'd be over. End of chapter. Chapter 9191. At the same time, realm of the Supreme Kai. The three Supreme Kai stood, faces grave, staring at the crystal ball. Shin, the current Supreme Kai, looked toward the Elder Kai, his expression filled with dread. Angestor-sama. This is bad. Are we going to die? Kibito was equally panicked. No. Please no. The Elder Kai's face was stern, his eyes locked on the image within the crystal. After a moment of silence, he muttered, I want to jump to conclusions, but this ki I'm telling you, it's no less than that of a god of destruction. No less than a god of destruction. The Elder Kai paused, then added, and not just anyone, it's on the level of a top-tier god of destruction. Top tier. Shin and Kibito could hardly breathe. Not less than a top-tier god of destruction. What kind of concept was that? Beyond even Beerus. Shin quickly asked, then what do we do? Are we really doomed? The Elder Kai narrowed his eyes. Look at Aishi, he doesn't seem panicked. Indeed. The two immediately leaned in and focused on Ace's expression. Their spirits lifted instantly. Right? Aishi doesn't look anxious at all. That had to mean something, right? The Elder Kai chuckled lightly. Don't celebrate too soon. If Aishi slips up, even once Shin's face grew serious. True, we should still pray for his success. Realm of the gods of destruction. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly had long stopped training. The three of them stood before Beerus and Whis. Goku's face was heavy. There's no mistaking this ki, it's Frisia. He's back and way scarier than before. We can feel it even from here, in the realm of the gods. Vegeta and Broly both looked grim. This overwhelming pressure was terrifying. Nearby, Beerus remained silent, brows tightly furrowed. Whis' eyes glinted with caution. It seems I misjudged things earlier. With a slight wave of his staff, Whis tapped the air. A clear image appeared, Earth's current state. Vegeta's eyes twitched. Goku stared at the projection, and upon spotting Aishi, he sighed in relief. Ace is there. That's good. Whis slowly explained. Thanks to Ace's protection, Earth is safe. But the rest, the solar system, the Andromeda Galaxy, and everything in between was shattered by Frisia's overwhelming ki. Goku's expression turned sharp. Then we have to go now. Beerus looked at Whis. How long? Whis did the calculation. At top speed, 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Vegeta frowned. That's too long. By the time we get there, ITLL be over. Goku closed his eyes, breathing calmly. "He'll try Shunkin ID, instant transmission." Everyone turned to him. Placing 2 fingers to his forehead, Goku focused. In just a moment, his eyes shot open. "Got it." Beerus blinked. "That fast?" Goku nodded. "This key is so strong, I don't even have to search." Beerus nodded solemnly. "Then let's go." He wasn't going to delay. This kind of power was now beyond his own. How could he afford to waste time? Everyone placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Back on Earth, Frieza had just completed his transformation. His violent ki blazed outward, forming a surging, spiraling aura that rose like a pillar of fire. His body was now clad in a deep obsidian hue, shining like polished onyx. His muscles were defined, exuding raw power. The sheer pressure made it nearly impossible for anyone to breathe. This was Black Gold form. Frieza spread his arms, a slight grin forming. "My apologies, everyone. I might have gone a little overboard with this transformation. You don't mind, do you? A little?" Everyone present looked angry, but none dared speak. Piccolo's face was serious. "He's cruel. He obliterated all of his own Frieza Force troops with just the pressure of his ki." Krillin let out a deep breath, looking at Aishi with gratitude. "Thank you, Aishi. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have survived that level of pressure." Son Gohan also relaxed slightly. Thankfully, Sensei acted. Otherwise, he trailed off. Everyone understood what he meant. Krillin nodded quickly. "Yeah, if not for you, Marin, and my daughter, they'd be gone." Aishi said nothing, only nodded slightly. Honestly, had done all this just to protect his wives. His eyes locked onto Frieza. As expected, Black Gold form. And it didn't seem like just any version. This felt refined. Frieza bowed slightly, smiling with elegance. "This is Black Gold Frieza." Everyone fell silent. Frieza chuckled. "Well, have you all decided how you'd like to die? Pick your own death." Everyone remained silent. Now is not the time to talk. Krillin especially knew only silence brings survival. Aishi smiled and stepped forward. "Frieza, now that you've shown your transformation, why don't I show you one of mine?" Frieza paused, then looked over at Aishi, intrigued but calm. "Fine. Impress me then." Aishi grinned and began to power up when suddenly, several figures appeared out of thin air beside him. It was Goku and the others. Everyone was stunned. They turned toward the new arrivals. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Beerus stood tall. They scanned the area and locked eyes with Frieza. Goku's face tightened. So it really is Frieza nearby. Vegeta's jaw slackened slightly. Was this truly Frieza's ki? Up close, the pressure was staggering. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Frieza noticed the arrivals. A wicked grin spread across his face. He examined them one by one: Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Beerus. As for Whis, Frieza ignored him. Just Beerus' attendant, not worth his attention. Frieza smiled. "Well, isn't this quite the reunion?" Goku asked coldly. "Frieza, why are you here on Earth?" Frieza shook his head. "Still pretending, huh? You really don't know? The truth is I owe my current strength to you, Son Goku." He snarled. "You have any idea how much I suffered down there?" Beerus stepped forward. "Frieza, what did you do to gain this kind of power?" Frieza turned to him slowly. "Beerus, long time no see." Beerus scowled. "Yeah, long time." Frieza gave a small smirk. "I didn't come here for you. So don't me do. Don't me do?" Beerus nearly laughed in disbelief. On his turf, and Frieza was telling him not to interfere? Beerus' expression darkened. Boom! The ground trembled as Beerus unleashed a colossal wave of Hakai, destruction energy. Destruction energy poured out in all directions. The entire Earth quaked beneath the sheer pressure. The entire seventh universe shook violently once again. Ace's lips twitched. I just fixed Earth still. He remained silent, curious to see what would unfold. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and his own black gold aura surged forth, clashing directly with Beerus' energy. The two stood face to face. Everyone watched. Breath held. Goku and the others stepped beside Aishi, leaving space between Beerus and Frieza. Whis' expression sharpened. "Lord Beerus, are you serious about fighting?" Beerus didn't respond. His pupils narrowed like a cat's. His body became enveloped in a deep purple sheen. In just one breath, ZWAM. In that instant, Beerus unleashed his full destruction power. Ace's eyes widened. His power level just spiked to the pinnacle in a flash. Frieza stared back, his own expression turning grim, but he didn't flinch. Beerus' voice was cold. Seems I've let things slide too long. Now everyone thinks they can challenge me? Frieza sneered. Today won't go your way. Beerus replied icily. Too bad I'm the one challenging you now. Frieza's face twisted in fury. Don't push it, Beerus. I spared you out of respect. Don't take it for weakness. Beerus chuckled. Do you think I need your respect? With that, it became clear this battle couldn't be avoided. Frieza slowly closed his eyes. Then show me if the so-called God of Destruction is truly unbeatable. Beerus smirked. Gods of Destruction may not be invincible, but I surely am. And with that, a blazing. White-hot vapor and black destruction energy intertwined around his body, forming a dual-aura storm that encased him entirely. This was none other than Megat-No Goki, Ultra Instinct. Beerus had unleashed both Ultra Instinct and Destruction power simultaneously. His combat power, in that instant, skyrocketed to the very threshold between God of Destruction and Angel level. At this moment, everyone's expression completely changed. End of chapter. Chapter 9292. Even Aishi didn't expect it. Beerus actually fused Hakai, Destruction Energy, with Megat-No Goki, Ultra Instinct. Sensing everyone's astonishment, Whis smiled faintly. This is Lord Beerus' strongest form, one that only he has managed to achieve. Whis looked toward Beerus and continued. The reason Lord Beerus never mastered Ultra Instinct perfectly is because he was obsessed with merging it into his Destruction God form. He shook his head. But how incredibly difficult that is. After all, Destruction energy is violent and absolute, while Ultra Instinct is calm, flowing, and without desire. Yet Lord Beerus still succeeded. Everyone was enlightened and found themselves admiring Beerus. So, this is the weight behind the title of Strongest God of Destruction. Sensing this terrifying key, Frieza's brow furrowed. He stared at Beerus in disbelief. He hadn't expected Beerus to have grown this strong. Frieza's face darkened. A huge miscalculation. Beerus' gaze was icy. Frieza, what gave you the illusion that you could challenge me? Frieza stared back. Beerus'll say this one last time. Back off. It was clear Frieza didn't want to drag this out either. Beerus sneered. So, just a few years of training, and you think you've outgrown me, huh? You're getting so cocky. People are calling you the strongest. Now, Frieza's face was grim. So we're fighting then? Beerus nodded coldly. At that point, there was no more room for words. Frieza slowly spread his arms wide. A deep roar rumbled from his throat, like a clap of thunder. His aura deepened further. His power surged again. Frieza took a deep breath and growled. Everyone was stunned. He still wasn't at full power. Goku's face was tense as his gaze flickered between the two combatants. After a moment, he turned toward Aishi. Aishi, who's stronger? Aishi stroked his chin in thought, then answered slowly, Beerus. Definitely Beerus. If it had been earlier, he might thought Frieza had the edge, but now, with Beerus maintaining Ultra Instinct while wielding Destruction energy that tipped the scale undeniably. Goku nodded. Lord Beerus. Huh. I agree, but I'm still worried Frieza might be hiding something. Vegeta frowned, then scoffed. Kakarot, you overthink everything. No matter what tricks he has left, there's no way he can defeat Beerus. Goku looked ahead. But still, what if? Vegeta didn't reply. What if no one could guarantee that? Still, his bet was firmly on Beerus. Because merging Ultra Instinct with Destruction power was absurd. Beerus raised his right hand and declared coldly Hakai. Destruction. From his palm, black Destruction energy rapidly condensed, its pressure spreading outward in all directions. Shaking space itself, reality trembled on the brink of collapse. Boom! The sheer force caused even the air to freeze. With no hesitation, Beerus hurled the orb of destruction straight toward Frieza's forehead. Everything along its path was erased from existence. Frisia's expression shifted. He swiftly raised his right hand. From his palm surged a black energy, Sphere 1, that collided head-on with the destruction energy. Boom! A deafening blast shattered the heavens. Blinding light burst from the collision. At the epicenter, a violent shockwave exploded outward, shaking the entire North Galaxy. On Earth, Whis gently waved his staff. A mystical barrier formed, shielding the planet from the massive backlash. Up in the air, boom, boom, boom. The sky crackled with thunderous booms as fists clashed again and again, each one rippling through space itself. In the blink of an eye, they'd already exchanged tens of thousands of blows. Down below, Goku frowned deeply. Vegeta grit his teeth. He couldn't keep up. Gohan turned to Aishi. Master, who's winning right now? Aishi smiled. Beerus. Ultra Instinct makes him untouchable to Frisia's attacks, and his destruction power has landed several solid hits already. Goku's eyes lit up. No way, I honestly thought Lord Beerus wouldn't be able to handle this at first. The others nodded silently. They'd thought the same, but the tide had turned. Crack! Suddenly, the entire battlefield like shattered glass fractured in midair. Beerus' eyes glinted coldly. I'll show you today why I'm known as the strongest god of destruction. With that, he blasted forward like a cannonball. Frisia's face darkened. The pain in his arms told him everything this damn cat was serious. With Beerus here, he had no chance of enacting revenge on those wild monkeys. His face turned pitch black like the fire of hell itself. As Beerus closed in, Frisia's eyes sharpened. Fine then. Without hesitation, he charged to meet Beerus head-on. Boom! Their bodies clashed again. Frisia's eyes narrowed. His power had increased again. This guy kept getting stronger. He had to shift momentum fast, or else he'd be overwhelmed. Frisia glanced at his aching arms then, in a flash, began zigzagging at high speed. Beerus' pupils contracted. With vast battle experience, he instantly saw through it. Frisia wanted to overwhelm him with afterimages and sneak attacks. Beerus sneered. That might work on others, but not on me. He spread his arms wide. Eyes slowly closed. Hakai! Boom! In the next instant, a spherical barrier of destruction formed around Beerus, stretching 100 meters in every direction. No one in, no one out. A complete destruction sphere made entirely of Hakai energy. Its intensity was unimaginable. What? Frisia realized too late he was already trapped inside. The destruction power struck every inch of his body, tearing at his flesh, ripping through his ki. Frisia's face contorted. He glared at Beerus. So that's how we're playing it? He roared, then you're going down with me. Black gold energy flared around him. He clasped his hands, then yanked them apart. A massive black gold destruction bomb formed within the destruction sphere. In one breath, its size pierced through the sphere, shattering it. The destruction sphere collapsed. Everyone looked up, stunned. Frisia now floated high in the sky, arms raised above his head, holding a black gold sphere thousands of meters wide. With a furious howl, Frisia hurled the massive orb at both Beerus and Earth. Everyone's face changed instantly. Goku gasped. That angle, he's trying to hit Earth directly. If Lord Beerus can't stop it, Vegeta clenched his fists. Like hell he won't stop it. Aishi, on the side, stayed calm. Frisia was desperate. This was the beginning of his fall. In the sky, Beerus' gaze turned sharp. He thrust his hand forward, and with a low growl boom, an enormous wave of destruction energy burst forth. Its size rapidly ballooned to over 1 million meters in diameter, completely engulfing Frisia's bomb. As expected from his destruction form, his energy was limitless and endless. The two energy spheres collided. Boom! A shockwave erupted across the entire universe. Within seconds, countless fragile stars across the universe 7 exploded, reduced to shimmering dust. Below, everyone stared in shock. This was undoubtedly the most intense battle in history. Without Whis barrier, none of them would have survived. Ace's eyes gleamed. The destruction wave easily overpowered Frisia's bomb and continued pressing forward. This blast, even if Frisia lived, had be half dead. In the sky, Frisia's face turned ashen. With the attack locked onto him, he had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. How do I block this? A 1 million-meter wide sphere of Hawkeye. Who could block this? But Frisia didn't back down. Instead, he roared, "Then I'll eat your damn destruction energy." His scream echoed across the heavens. His body was already being torn apart, his form unrecognizable under the ravaging energy. Yet Frisia gritted his teeth. He tried to absorb the entire thing. Beerus watched intently. Suddenly, BOOM! The energy exploded in full force. Frisia was fully engulfed. The pain was indescribable. It was like being shredded millions of times, every inch of him invaded by Hawkeye energy. Agonizing screams filled the void. Even in black gold form, Frisia couldn't endure it forever. Then Frisia's eyes snapped back into focus. His expression turned wild. His body contorted and began absorbing the energy. If I can't block it, then I'll consume it. Truly consume it. HAAA. Frisia let out a guttural roar, agonized but still fighting. And before everyone's eyes, the massive sphere of Hawkeye energy slowly shrank until it was completely gone. Swallowed. Everyone was stunned. Even Beerus revealed a look of shock. Frisia did it. He actually ate all that destruction. Goku's expression was grim. Did I see that right? Frisia actually ate it all? Vegeta was equally solemn. No mistake. He really consumed the entire blast. That's insane. Whis' eyes shimmered. This is a first, even for me. Aishi stared at Frisia. If he digested hell, undergo a total transformation. If he can't, hell explode, and his soul will be wiped from existence. In a chapter 93, Frisia's action was nothing short of insane. He hadn't chosen the safer route. He went with the one that had a far greater cost. Swallowing raw destruction energy. If he failed, he wouldn't even have a body left to bury. Meanwhile, Beerus didn't say a word as he took in the entire scene. What shocked him wasn't that Frisia tried to run, but that he didn't. Beerus' expression was unreadable, his thoughts unknown after a long silence. A dangerous chill filled the air. He looked at Frisia and sneered. If you enjoy destruction energy, so much it'll let you eat your fill. Frisia's act had been stunning, but after that initial surprise passed, Beerus returned to absolute calm. He wasn't afraid. So what if Frisia became stronger? If he really wanted to, he could obliterate Frisia right now while the latter was weakened. But that wouldn't be fair. That would be kicking a man while he's down. So Beerus chose not to act rashly. Instead, his aura slowly settled meanwhile. After devouring millions of cubic meters of destruction energy, Frisia wasn't in good shape. His body was ravaged, hardly a single part left unscathed. He was covered in burns, torn flesh, and cracks from head to toe. Frisia collapsed onto the ground, screaming in agony, his cries echoing through the silence. Kuriza and King Cold rushed over, panic on their faces. Kuriza helped him up, voice trembling. "Father, are you all right? Get away." Frisia snarled, and as he opened his mouth, a wave of destruction energy spilled out, scaring Kuriza back several steps. Kuriza looked at his father gravely. Frisia's entire body was overflowing with Hawkeye energy. It was terrifying. At that moment, a figure slowly descended. Kuriza and King Cold turned sharply, eyes filled with tension. Kuriza glared at Beerus. He didn't speak, but the sweat on his brow and his strained expression said it all. Beerus chuckled lightly. "Relax. I'm not killing him yet." Kuriza remained silent, still standing protectively beside Frisia. Beerus ignored him. His gaze shifted back to Frisia. This time, he wasn't going to just fight him. He was going to beat Frisia until he submitted. Supreme Kai Realm. Shin gasped. He actually devoured destruction energy. He looked toward the Elder Kai. Ancestor Sama, can he survive this? The Elder Kai rubbed his chin, expression grim. His eyes narrowed in thought. After a moment of deep contemplation, he both nodded and shook his head. What does that mean? Shin asked, utterly confused. The Elder Kai sighed. It depends on many things. First of all, this wasn't voluntary. He didn't absorb it with intention, he did it to survive. That makes it far more difficult. But if by some miracle he succeeds, he may even gain the ability to wield destruction energy. That's probably what he's aiming for. Shin and Kibito were both stunned. Wouldn't that mean Lord Beerus might lose? The Elder Kai snorted, then glanced toward the crystal ball. Lose? Absolutely not. Shin blinked. Why not? If Frisia really does gain destruction energy, wouldn't that put him on par with the top gods? The Elder Kai chuckled bitterly. Yes, he might be close to a top-tier god of destruction, but what you don't realize is that Beerus hasn't even shown everything yet. Shin. Huh? The Elder Kai gave him a withering glare. Look at his face. Look how calm and confident he is. He's waiting for Frisia to recover. Shin and Kibito exchanged glances. The Elder Kai shook his head. Frisia may be strong, but he made one mistake. He chose the wrong person to challenge. Back on Earth, Goku turned to Aishi, puzzled. Aishi, what does this all mean? Aishi chuckled. Pretty much what it looks like. Vegeta frowned deeply, not buying it. Come on. Swallowing destruction energy? You're saying that's like eating regular ki blasts? Don't lump Hakai energy in with ordinary energy. The difference is like heaven and hell. Honestly, if it had been anyone else, he'd have agreed with Aishi. But right now, he really doubted Frisia could pull it off. Aishi didn't respond, but he had his reasons for thinking so, because Frisia looked like a bloated meatball, and somehow he was still alive after absorbing that much destructive power. And aside from some superficial damage, there wasn't a single fatal wound. It made Aishi seriously wonder if Frisia had broken through to a new level altogether. How many hits from Hakai had he taken? And yet he was still standing. Still, Aishi was also stunned by how much Beerus was holding back. He clearly wasn't using full strength. He was only unleashing just enough to match Frisia. Why? Because that's just how Beerus was. He didn't overpower others from a higher level. He fought on equal footing to make his opponents concede willingly. As for why Frisia kept getting crushed, simple. Beerus was still stronger, even while holding back. Had he gone all out from the start? Aishi was pretty sure Frisia wouldn't have even made it through the opening round. Aishi sighed. Damn, is this the power of a maxed-out character? Frisia had clearly stepped into an entirely new realm. But unfortunately for him, he ran into Beerus. Aishi looked toward the others. You guys better step it up, everyone else. Goku scratched his head awkwardly. I'm trying, Aishi really trying. But no matter how hard he pushed, he wasn't seeing big results. Vegeta's face was sour. Had he not tried? Of course he had. More than most. But in the end, he still hadn't touched the threshold of a god of destruction. Broly stayed silent. He had made a lot of progress. If he fought Frisia again, he probably couldn't win, but he'd definitely land a few punches. Gohan, too, didn't say much. He was content. In just a couple years, had awakened beast form. That was more than enough. Whis looked at the brooding group and shook his head with a smile. You're all thinking too much. You're comparing yourselves to the wrong people. Instead, focus on your own path. How long do you think Lord Beerus has trained? And how long have you trained? He then glanced at Aishi and rolled his eyes. Let's not even talk about that monster. But even Frisia, do you really think he got this strong without paying a price? Whis' tone turned serious. Shortcut training may seem great now, but it eats away at your future potential. It may give you temporary gains, but later, your progress will plateau hard. True potential grows with your life experience and consistent practice. There are no free lunches. Even Aishi has a ceiling sooner or later. Aishi, Whis smiled again. That's why living normally and training gradually is the best path. If you could get stronger by cutting corners, why wouldn't Lord Beerus have done so? That last line hit like a ton of bricks. Everyone fell silent. Goku reflected. Whis really was a heavenly guide. That perspective made total sense. Why compare himself to Aishi or Beerus? Ace is a cheat code. Beerus is a millennia-old freak of nature. He couldn't compete with that. In just a couple years, had achieved things beyond normal limits. That should be enough, right? Right? Aishi also sighed. Was at a point. He really had been pressuring the others too much. He was, after all, built different. In this world of divine bloodlines and insane genetics, the fact that people like Goku were even this strong already was incredible. Meanwhile, as time ticked by, the chaotic surge of destruction energy around Frieza began to slowly settle. Kuriza's eyes lit up. Beerus still wore a calm expression, but deep inside he was surprised at himself. Had waited nearly 30 minutes for Frieza to recover. He looked at him, eyes flashing with cold light. Aishi can call me by name because he earned my respect. He's my friend. But you, Frieza, you're a subordinate, and a subordinate should act like one. Today, I'm going to make sure you understand what it means to be below me. Soon, Frieza's eyes flew open. His face was drenched in sweat, breath ragged, body trembling. But in his eyes, there was a glint of excitement. He did it. He succeeded. He had mastered destruction energy. Sensing something, he looked up. Beerus stood there, smiling faintly. Finally done? Frieza's face darkened. You were waiting this whole time? Beerus nodded. Yep. I want to give you a chance to test your new power on me. Frieza fell silent. He immediately regretted his earlier cockiness. Why the hell had he shown off like that? And what was with this damn cat? Why was he so serious about it? He just bragged a little. Did he really have to chase him down like this? Frieza muttered, You're insane. I don't have the stamina to fight now. Just absorbing all that energy had left him drained. No way he could fight Beerus like this. Beerus nodded, then turned to Whis. Whis, come heal him. Frieza, end of chapter. Chapter 94. No doubt about it, Frieza was completely convinced. If had known Beerus was this hard to deal with, why did he even provoke him in the first place? Off to the side, Whis, and the others were also stunned when they heard Beerus' words. Restore Frieza's stamina. Vegeta twitched at the corner of his mouth, throwing Frieza a look of sympathy. Frieza was about to suffer like never before. But before Whis could speak, Aishi suddenly smiled and looked at Beerus. Beerus, how about letting me fight him? To be honest, after watching this whole time, his hands were itching. And Frieza was clearly durable enough to take a few punches from Super Saiyan 5. Right? Beerus blinked, surprised. You want to fight him? Aishi nodded. Yeah. He just said, Head, let me show off a transformation so I can die satisfied. Frieza. Beerus' eyes lit up. Now this was exciting. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded enthusiastically. Sure. Why not? Watching Aishi fight was always a treat. Beerus liked his style. No techniques. No finesse. Just pure stat crushing. The kind that left his opponents doubting the meaning of life. He couldn't help but grow excited. All right then. Go on. I'm feeling tired anyway. Whis twitched. Tired? Please. He was obviously hyped up. Frieza's expression darkened as he looked at the two. What was going on here? At first, hearing that Aishi would fight, he felt relieved. No more Beerus? Good. But now, seeing Beerus this excited, he started getting nervous again, was floated forward and gently twirled his staff toward Frieza. In just a breath, all the flesh destroyed by destruction energy, his damaged organs, everything was fully restored. His ki too surged back to full. Frieza clenched his fists in disbelief. Just like that he was healed, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Now he could clearly sense the presence of destruction energy flowing through his body. He had mastered it. Frieza had finally attained destruction power. Beerus and Whis moved to the sidelines. Aishi slowly floated over in front of Frieza. Looking at Aishi, Frieza couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Having just gained Hawkeye, and now facing a new opponent? What a day. Frieza narrowed his eyes. Kid, you just made a very unwise decision. Aishi only smiled, saying nothing. Off to the side, Kuriza squinted suspiciously. Something about this Aishi guy felt seriously off. After a moment of hesitation, he looked toward his father. Dad, let me fight with you. A 2-on-1. Frieza frowned, clearly annoyed. What nonsense are you saying? 2-on-1? That's disgraceful. Stay back. Today, I'm going to show these Saiyans their place. Kuriza, with no choice, he backed away, choosing to watch from a distance. Frieza stared at Aishi. Cool, me. It'll allow you to use your strongest form. Aishi remained calm. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly. His ki settled. God ki faded away. Then his base form aura surged forth. Opening his eyes, Aishi clenched his fists tightly. Veins bulged from his forehead. A low roar rumbled from deep in his throat. Then BOM! Ace's ki exploded, rising at an absurd rate. In just a breath, his energy spread throughout the entire seventh universe. The ground beneath him couldn't withstand it. Cracks spiderwebbed across the earth. A shimmering silver aura rippled outward from his feet, surging in every direction like tidal waves. The air screamed as the energy surged. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Frisia's eyes narrowed. That's strong. Ace's power continued climbing layer after layer of thresholds shattered under the sheer pressure, and he wasn't even done yet. Silver energy burst from Ace's body, shooting straight into the sky like a pillar of light. He was blazing. Then his entire body was enveloped in a silver glow, dazzling like the sun itself. Buzz! As the blinding light faded, a completely different figure stood in place. Aishi had skipped over Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, and 4 and stepped directly into Super Saiyan 5. Standing tall, his body was covered in sleek silver fur, muscles dense and perfectly defined. His very posture radiated immense power. His hair had turned silver white, wild and spiky, falling all the way to his waist. His pupils, too, had become silver, sharp and divine. Aishi opened his eyes, and with just one breath, a tide of overwhelming power surged within him. This was it, Super Saiyan 5, and it was terrifying. Aishi could feel it. His power level had instantly climbed to the realm of the proper gods. Do you guys like number-based power levels? If not, I can change it. This was clearly the result of his ancient Saiyan bloodline. No ordinary Super Saiyan 5 could be this powerful. Whoosh! Ace's energy burst outward in a violent wave, spreading in all directions like a tidal storm. Frisia raised an arm to block the blast, but his face was pale with disbelief. How is this possible? Frisia was completely shaken. Before that power, he felt like an insect. He was stunned. Meanwhile, crack! Wisp barrier around the earth suddenly shattered into glass-like fragments. The hurricane force winds that followed shocked everyone. They rushed to defend themselves. Wisp narrowed his eyes, staring at Aishi in disbelief. Angel level? Beerus was still reeling, but when he heard that, he whipped his head toward Wisp. What? Angel level? Wisp's expression was serious. Yes. Goku and the others gasped and turned toward them. Angel tier power. End of chapter. Chapter 9595 new fanfic is up. Red Dragon Emperor with the villain system. Everyone was stunned. What did they just hear? Angel level? Wisp gave a slight nod, his tone slightly uncertain. If nothing unexpected happened, then yes, I believe so. His Beerus sucked in a cold breath, confirming again, Wisp, are you serious? Wisp gently nodded, I'm not joking. Aishi has likely just stepped into the angel tier. No joke. That was absurd. Beerus stared at Aishi, his expression turning solemn. That guy's a complete freak, as if recalling something, was suddenly added. Oh right, remember you asked me last time? Beerus paused. What? Wisp kept his eyes on Aishi, narrowing them slightly. Big Sister once said his bloodline is from the primordial lineage. Primordial lineage. Everyone was stunned. What even was that? Beerus frowned in thought. He had never heard of it, but the word primordial clearly implied something ancient. Son Goku asked Wisp, what's this primordial lineage? It's the bloodline from the very beginning of your Saiyan race, Wisp said solemnly. To be honest, even I don't know much about that period. I was born after the primordial age. But I've heard it comes from the originators. So with that said, you should understand, right? The primordial era, the pinnacle of the Saiyan race. And Aishi possessed that bloodline. The moment that truth landed, even a pig would be shaken. Vegeta furrowed his brows, staring at Aishi. No wonder he's so terrifying. Every transformation of his feels stronger than ours. So it's because of that bloodline, no wonder he's this strong. Wisp nodded indeed. Bloodline plays a huge factor, but Ace's power isn't just because of that. Meanwhile, in the sacred world of the Kai, who knows how many times this had happened already? Supreme Kai Shin's face was practically numb. He had been stuck in perpetual shock. And clearly, today was no different except this time. It was on a whole other level. Supreme Kai Shin turned suddenly, excitedly yelling, Ilder Surame Koisama. I'll bet you right now Aishi is absolutely stronger than Frisia. Kibito kept nodding. That much was obvious, right? The Elder Supreme, Kai, glanced at the two and rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm blind? Or senile? Or are you implying I've lost my judgment? Such an obvious truth, there's no need to state aloud. You're embarrassing yourselves. The two were speechless. The Elder Kai withdrew his gaze, eyes fixed on the image of Aishi within the crystal ball. He narrowed his eyes. Super Saiyan 5, huh? Yes, he was on an entirely different dimension now. Even from here, he could feel that overwhelming might as if it were right in front of him. If Aishi hadn't been deliberately suppressing his energy, there might not be a single intact planet left in the entire universe. Back to Aishi. His entire body was surrounded by a blazing aura, entwined with silver-white lightning. Seta 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 tela. Seta 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 tela crackling wisterifing noise. Even a simple smile or slight movement seemed to shake time and space itself. Only when Aishi slightly restrained himself did he finally appear harmless, and from a distance. That earlier terrifying presence vanished. On the other side, Frisia was already stunned, totally dumbfounded. He never imagined Aishi really was that powerful. The rumors weren't false. He truly possessed invincible power, genuinely invincible. At least in front of Beerus. Frisia still had the will to resist, but standing before Ace's energy, he didn't even dare to move. Frisia shook his head violently, trying to snap himself out of it. Super Saiyan? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of Saiyan is this strong? Aishi smiled calmly. 5. Frisia's pupils shrank. Super Saiyan 5. No wonder Frisia's expression turned grim. Today really was the unluckiest day ever. He grit his teeth. Just what the hell are you up to? Aishi responded casually. Come on then, I'll let you take the first shot. I want to see how exactly you'll make me accept reality like you claimed. Frisia was silent, his face cold and unpleasant. He made no move. Aishi raised an eyebrow. If you want move, then I will. Frisia's face changed dramatically. Wait, Aishi, what is it now? Frisia spoke with forced calm. This isn't fair. Aishi frowned slightly. What part of it isn't fair? Frisia grimaced. Who comes out swinging with full power from the start? Aishi looked thoughtful, then earnestly replied, I did it out of respect for you. Frisia glared at him. You're pretending to be weak to lure me in. Aishi chuckled. Pretending to be feed for a tiger. Maybe you think you're the tiger? Feed. Frisia's face darkened to the extreme. Rage flooded his mind. He couldn't bear it any longer. Aishi calmly said, come. And with that, Frisia knew there was no escape today. He charged. Frisia's gaze turned icy as both fists clenched. Veins bulged from his forehead. Boom. His figure vanished in a burst of terrifying energy. The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled into utter ruin. The next instant, Frisia reappeared right in front of Aishi. His speed tore the air apart, rupturing space and sending explosive shockwaves out in every direction. His fist, wrapped in a fearsome black gold key, smashed straight at Ace's face with enough power to shake the planet itself. Frisia had held back nothing. This was his absolute peak. He was determined to obliterate Aishi in one strike. But Ace's expression didn't change. His eyes held no ripples. He stood completely still. He didn't dodge, didn't block. He simply let the punch come. Frisia's eyes burned with fury. Go. He refused to believe it wouldn't work. But at the final moment, right as his punch was about to connect, it stopped. His ultimate, world-shattering punch didn't even touch Ace's skin. It was stopped by an invisible pressure just outside his face. Frisia's pupils trembled violently. This can't be happening. Was this a joke? That scene, everyone saw it. They were all frozen in disbelief. Was this for real? Not even a ripple. Frisia's unrivaled punch, absolutely nothing happened. No one could believe it. Just then, Aishi moved. He casually raised his hand and swung it toward Frisia's face. It was a slow, ordinary-looking punch. From afar, it looked no faster than a normal human strike. Yet Frisia's expression completely changed. His eyes widened in terror. He thought he saw his grandmother waving to him from the afterlife. A giant bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He wanted to run, but his feet felt like they were bolted to the ground. He couldn't move. Boom! The punch connected squarely with his face. Frisia's entire head caved in, as if struck into a cushion of cotton, and then BOM! Frisia's body blasted backward like a rocket, smashing through dozens of mountain ranges and flying hundreds of kilometers before barely coming to a stop. Kariza's face changed drastically, and he rushed over. Father! At this moment, Frisia's pupils had turned white. Head reverted to his base form, his power plummeted, and most of his bones were shattered. Back at the scene, Host has defeated Frisia. Akui's system progress 8. Aishi remained expressionless. Looks like one-shot victories didn't yield much reward. Aishi returned to his base form. After all, Super Saiyan 5's power was too overwhelming. At this point in time, he was completely invincible. Elsewhere, Beerus and the others were fully dumbfounded. He got one shot. Someone sucked in a sharp breath and cried out. Beerus licked his dry lips, eyes locked onto Aishi. No doubt about it, this is the angel tier. Only at that level could something like this be possible. Goku stood there, unsure of what to say. He stared at Aishi for a moment, then muttered, "Every time I think I've caught up, Aishi just leaps into a whole new dimension again." Vegeta remained silent. It was true. Aishi had so many forms, it was like an endless arsenal. First it was Magat no Goki, Ultra Instinct. Now, Super Saiyan 5 each one was something they were desperately struggling toward. But Aishi, he just seemed to unlock them effortlessly. Whis also remained quiet. He was starting to feel like maybe Aishi could catch up to him in a short time. Whis shuddered. No way. Right? That's impossible, right? Just as everyone was still lost in shock, BOMM. A tremendous energy erupted across the sky. Everyone instinctively turned their heads toward it. Even Aishi looked sideways. A voice echoed across the atmosphere. "People of Earth, greetings." Then a new figure appeared from the heavens. End of chapter. Chapter 9696. After staring at Aishi for a long moment, the masked figure withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "You'll understand soon enough this bizarre world line won't last much longer, and you will all die." A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. An overwhelming energy wave surged out, pressing down upon everyone present. Everyone was shocked. Aishi narrowed his eyes and prepared himself. The masked figure smirked. His display of power had only one purpose: to instill fear in them all. Then his body turned into a swirling mass of black ki and disappeared into the rift behind him. The space-time rift instantly closed. Everyone was stunned. What has happened? Aishi didn't speak, but his brows furrowed deeply. He was also unsure what to make of the situation. Beerus looked at Whis, his tone grave. "Whis, what just happened?" Whis silently stared at the spot where the masked figure had vanished. Then he slowly muttered, "There's too little information, it's hard to say." But his words are very interesting. Strange world line. What does that even mean? Vegeta frowned deeply. Son Goku scratched his head, confused. "It's all so vague, I didn't understand a thing. But for some reason I feel really uncomfortable." Vegeta looked over at Goku, puzzled. Gohan and the others quickly turned to him as well. "What is it, Kakarot?" Goku replied, "It's just after he spoke those words, I got this feeling, like I'm going to die." Everyone's expression changed. They quickly turned to Goku. Beerus also murmured, "So it wasn't just you." "I felt it too." Vegeta looked at Beerus in surprise. "You too?" Beerus slowly nodded, expression grim. "That guy's killing intent is overwhelming. His hands are drenched in blood, including God of Destruction blood." Everyone's face changed drastically. God of Destruction blood. What does that mean? Has he killed one? Goku and the others grew extremely serious. A sudden, unknown threat had cast a deep fear over all of them. At that moment, a figure descended slowly. It was Aishi. Seeing him approach, Goku's eyes lit up and he hurried forward. "Aishi, did you figure out anything?" Aishi shook his head. Goku's expression fell. I see, but then Aishi smiled and glanced at the group. Don't panic now, what? You're scared before we even fight? Gohan looked at him and said, but Master, we don't know anything about that guy, but he looked like he knew everything about us. It wasn't that they feared death. It was the unknown that made them uneasy. Aishi turned to where the masked man had disappeared. No need to panic, I'll go meet him myself. But he's already gone, Vegeta questioned. You serious, Aishi? Aishi just chuckled without explaining. That guy left without covering his tracks at all, even the path through time and space he took was left completely exposed. Clearly, he didn't see any threat from their side, because he thought none of them could manipulate space-time. Well, that was a big mistake. Can't find him? Aishi could follow the spatial thread and walk straight to his home if he wanted. Beerus looked at Aishi. Aishi, we believe in you. Aishi turned to Beerus. Then leave the job of identifying him to you. Beerus instantly understood and rolled his eyes. What? You think I'm lazy or something? Beerus scratched his head awkwardly. And no, I just meant this concerns the life and death of universe. Seven was chuckled. Lord Beerus, you're exaggerating again. Even if you die, wouldn't the Kai keep order? The Kai? Beerus snorted. You dare assume he wouldn't kill the Kai too? With killing intent that heavy if he hasn't killed a god of destruction or Kai, I'd be surprised. We must prepare for everything. Then Beerus turned to Goku and the others, his tone serious. They all nodded immediately. Something heavy was coming. Then Beerus looked back at Aishi with a small smile. I think I finally understand why Goku and the others are always so full of energy, that feeling of having a worthy rival. It's part of the martial arts path. You're not feeling challenged, are you? Aishi teased. Beerus laughed. Whis smiled. It's good to have a goal, Lord Beerus. Beerus smirked and nodded. Well then, I'll take my leave first. Just as was prepared to fly away, beep, beep, beep. The black orb on his staff suddenly flashed red in a warning alert. Grand Priest incoming. Grand Priest incoming. Important message coming in. Whis froze for a moment. Everyone was stunned. The Grand Priest was quickly raised his staff. A sphere of light appeared in front of everyone. From its center, a dignified, commanding face was projected. Then a tall man in a black martial arts uniform, wearing a mask, slowly stepped forward from within. His aura was deep and filled with killing intent. Everyone furrowed their brows. Who is that? Even Aishi narrowed his eyes. That build, that frame, if he had to guess, it was extremely likely that beneath the mask was Son Goku himself. But his voice was hoarse and distorted, making identification difficult. Goku took a step forward. Hey, who are you? The masked man smiled lightly. Who I am doesn't matter. I don't have an identity anymore. He then turned away, looking at the others. Kulme, return to the God of Destruction realm. We resumed training. Whis was stunned and looked at Beerus. Beerus' face changed, but the Grand Priest didn't mention anything about what just happened. Instead, he turned to Aishi and gave him a faint smile. Beerus immediately bowed at 90 degrees, while Whis gave a formal nod. Grand Priest Sama, do you have business? He did not call him father, they were on duty after all. Aishi looked at the Grand Priest. He clearly already knew everything that had transpired. Whis nodded slightly. Yes. The Grand Priest continued calmly. The Grand Zeno requests your presence. Beerus jumped. He's summoning Aishi? Aishi blinked. Zeno? What does he want? You'll understand once you arrive. Understood. The Grand Priest gave a slight nod, then looked at the others. The projection disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. Beerus turned to Aishi, his tone grave. Aishi nodded. I understand. The Grand Priest smiled. Whis will provide you the coordinates. Come alone. Well then, everyone farewell. Be careful, Aishi. Whis and I aren't allowed to accompany you, so please don't say anything reckless. Beerus reminded him seriously. Then Beerus, Goku, and the rest turned into beams of multicolored light and vanished. Only Piccolo and the others were left. They exchanged glances, then silently left. Aishi stood alone. Things were piling up quickly. He turned toward where Frieza was and disappeared in an instant. Galactic Void, after some recovery, Frieza finally woke up. He spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring down at the ground, his face grim. What just happened? Cooliza quickly stepped forward to support him, his face tense. Was that a one-hit KO? Frisia's expression turned darker. He's too dangerous, Aishi is truly terrifying. I'm never provoking him again. He already regretted it. Well, looks like you're awake. Aishi appeared, raising a brow. You okay? Didn't all your bones just shatter? Frisia saw Aishi, and his expression instantly changed. His body instinctively tried to retreat, but pain flared up and immobilized him. Damn it, Papa. Aishi just one-shot you, Cooliza said grimly, stepping in front of Frisia. Don't hurt my father. Come at me if you have a problem. Aishi raised a brow. Why was this making him look like the villain? He ignored Cooliza and looked directly at Frisia. Frisia's face darkened, but he didn't speak. Aishi smirked. Not convinced? Still think you're not beneath me? Faced with that overwhelming pressure, what else could he do? Take another hit? Impossible. Frisia might be a masochist in some timelines, but not this one. Frisia gritted his teeth. I yield. Good. Aishi continued. Then I need you to help me with something. Frisia blinked. Huh? I'm not asking you to fight. I just need you to monitor Universe 7. If anything unusual happens, you inform me first. Why? You don't need to know. Just do it. Understood. Aishi nodded. Frisia may be cunning, but he was reliable when it came to tasks. After all, he loyally served Beerus, destroying planets for years. As for why he challenged Beerus before simple, he got a bit stronger and got cocky. Thought he didn't need to serve Beerus anymore. All right, you guys can leave now. Aishi waved his hand. Frisia nodded and turned to Cooliza and King Cold. Let's go. They both nodded quickly. King Cold suddenly remembered something and said, he'll go check on Cooler. Roddy was still lying unconscious. The Frisia family boarded the mothership and slowly departed Earth. Their subfleets remained hidden on the planet's surface. End of chapter. Chapter 9797, Ace's figure slowly faded, following the coordinates given by Whis, heading toward the Palace of Zeno. At the same time, Universe 6, Realm of the God of Destruction. Compa retracted his gaze from a distant location and let out a long sigh. It's finally over. He had been monitoring Beerus' side from the very beginning. First, a terrifying energy at the level of a peak god of destruction surged over to their universe. Then Beerus' ki, and finally, an absolutely overwhelming presence, Ace his energy. Compa was completely shaken. He didn't even know which direction was north anymore. With a grave expression, he turned to Vados. Vados, what exactly happened over there? How could it be that terrifying? Vados mused for a moment. I'm not entirely sure, but most likely there was a battle. Beerus fought first, then Aishi took over. Compa's expression darkened. How does Beerus have so many powerful fighters? A peak-level god of destruction. How the hell did that happen? A peak god of destruction? Is that something you can just become because you want to? Completely absurd. Compa said seriously, what I'm more concerned about is, was that person recruited by Beerus? If so, we're looking at an enormous threat in the tournament of power for Lord Zeno. Vados chuckled gently. Lord Compa, panicking won't help. We're bound to rank at the bottom anyway. Compa, he shot her a fierce glare. Can you not be so sarcastic? Vados smiled and shook her head. I'm just stating the facts.